Volume 6. Chapter 501, Timely Appearance. Timely Appearance. A wild blaze surged up as corrosive artillery shells created a blanket of lightning across the sky. The glows of numerous attacking spells revolved around the Ouroboros clan headquarters, unfolding in layers continuously at the phosphorescent swamp. In order to protect their organization and their homeland, the formidable warlocks went all out against their equally powerful opponents. The earth was stained with blood and bones. Outside headquarters, two behemoths roared ferociously in their entanglement. Every strike sent tremors through the land, as if forming an unending earthquake. This sort of remarkable battle was uncommon even in the central continent, and deserved to be recorded as a legendary one. The intense confrontation had lasted a full day, yet not the creatures, nor the Magi nor the warlocks showed traces of backing down. The Magi could bear the intensity of the battle, and the two giant creatures could do it even more easily. On the other hand, Faisal wore a displeased look from within the command room. The east zone is 37% damaged, the city walls 55%. The energy consumed by the Duo Serpent Annihilator is too large, 67% of our combined storage is already depleted. We can't keep going much longer. How could there not be a price be paid for them to maintain a Morning Star realm combat strength? The Kasha beast depended on a frightening amount of food as sustenance. On the other hand, the warlocks of the Ouroboros clan could only use the stored energy from the multiple Magus towers to power the Duo Serpent Annihilator. Faisal understood that a puppet would always remain a puppet. Once the energy supply was terminated, the Duo Serpent Annihilator would revert back to its original form. The remaining energy was insufficient for them to continue holding the fort. If this went on, with the exhaustion of their trump card, the Ouroboros clan looked to be set for extermination. Mentor, please come back as soon as you can. It didn't matter what Faisal thought previously. His pleas now were extremely sincere. For the family. For the bloodline. For the glory of our warlocks. At the battlefield at the West Zone, Freya was covered in blood from head to toe, multiple cuts all across her body. Yet, she fought on through sheer force of will and obstinance, directly blocking the demon Magus ahead of her. Admit your defeat. You no longer have the protection of your Morning Star Magi, you are destined to fall. The demon Magus chief was out of breath, as he spoke sentimentally. There are few Magi who can sustain battle with me for over 30 hours. Looking around at the messy battlefield filled with corpses of bloodline warlocks, Freya shut her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, they glowed with ferocity. I vow not to yield. The glory of the bloodline warlocks cannot perish in my hands. What a foolish decision, the chief chided. If it is so, I will not show any mercy. As if a seal had been unlocked, the iron chain on his right hand cracked apart, snapping off and dropping down in segments. Dark black flames rose continuously from the arm, and Freya's previous sense of danger had increased tenfold. This demon's arm is a precious treasure that I acquired after braving countless dangers. A terrifying arm, completely coated with scales and tipped with sharp claws, was revealed as the chain broke. Compared to the transformation of the other members of the demon Magus army, the horror that this arm exuded was far more terrifying. This could be considered a true demon's arm. The crystal phase Magi that have fallen to this arm number 7. Today, you shall be the 8th. The chief roared, swinging his arm towards the front. A frightening black blaze erupted, barricading the whole area like a cage. With the allied army winning, a loud hump sounded, audible to the entire region. A Magus appeared in the middle of the battlefield. With eyes of silver and brows as sharp as swords and a Magus robe, decorated with the images of tortured demons, draped over his body. Although he just stood silently in empty space, his presence generated a strong domain that had the whole Ouroboros clan headquarters engulfed. In but a moment, the chaos of the battlefield had died down, giving birth to a deathly silence. Even the Kasha beast and Duo Serpent Annihilator had stopped in the middle of their intense battle. They felt a huge, imminent threat from this tiny human body. It's demon hunter Cyril. Why did he show himself in advance? The red-haired female Magus asked in disbelief. Cyril, it's said that you're a person who doesn't bother with reputation. The green-haired Magus looked unimpressed. Seeing the positive circumstances on our side, you must have rushed here to forcibly take credit for it. He's an exalted Morningstar Magus, why would he snatch anything from you? The female Magus covered her mouth and sniggered. He. Cyril's reputation amongst Morningstar Magi. You will find out soon enough, the male Magus smiled bitterly. In the world of Morningstar Magi, everyone knew that demon hunter Cyril lacked all form of chivalry. He was overbearing and shameless, seizing the resources and treasures of lower-ranked Magi. Are you not going to act anymore? Me? How can I interfere? The male Magus spread out his hand and gestured. Everyone clearly has made some deals with the demon hunter. In front of a Morningstar Magus, I am but a slightly bigger ant, no more than that, Thereafter, he laughed at himself and continued, no matter what, with the addition of the demon hunter, this battle will end soon. On the battlefield, the warlocks who had yet to reach the hydro phase were confined by the enormous pressure, and even moving seemed to be difficult. Even rank 3 crystal phase nobles were helpless as they realized that their ability to gather elemental particles had been halved. Even activating their spiritual force proved to be extremely difficult. Under the effect of the domain of a Morningstar Magus, all lower-ranked magi were like ants. It's over. It's all over. Faisal slid to the ground, witnessing the ruthless massacre of the warlocks. His expression turned deathly pale as he felt the life draining out from him. With the support of the domain of the demon hunter, the allied military immediately stomped out many regions of defense, even as the last bit of the defensive barrier was destroyed. At the center of it all, Cyril sneered in midair. A projection of huge sharp claws appeared and it reached out and attacked the source of energy at the city center. A colorful barrier appeared, blocking the sharp claws. Then, both the barrier and the claw in an instant before turning into ashes, disappearing into the emptiness. A rather good item. Pity that it could only block one attack at the Morningstar realm. Cyril laughed heartily, his body's radiance growing brighter. Horrifying amounts of elemental particles coagulated once again, as if a tsunami had crashed into the bright barrier. The membrane cracked, and the energy source was extinguished. The huge defensive spell formation supporting the whole city had been under the attack of the army for an entire day. The combined Magus towers, as well as the various spell formations, collapsed loudly. Like a screen of water being dispersed, the membrane disappeared, and the entirety of the Ouroboros clan headquarters grew visible to the enemy. No! 2 rolls of tears streaked down Lucian's face as he cried out. An enormous carnivorous flower that was almost 10 meters high devoured him completely. Even though he'd suppressed the other party with all his might, after being weakened by the Morningstar domain he could only await his death. Is this it? Freya's jaws were clenched hard. She knew she wasn't a match for her opponent. Under the attacks of the demon's arm, she now cut an extremely sorry figure, collapsing on the ground after sustaining heavy injuries from the domain. Seeing the sharp claw advancing towards her in the cold, ruthless eyes of the demon Magus who owned it, Freya was dazzled. In the blink of an eye, time seemed to slow to a crawl. Her life flashed in front of her eyes as if she was reading a picture book, flipping page to page. In the end, her thoughts drifted to a young, black-robed warlock. He smiled warmly at her, the passion in his eyes enough to send the hearts of all female warlocks fluttering. They would be attracted to him like a moth to the flame. Regardless of the danger of the blaze. Regardless, that attraction would end up fatal. Goodbye. Leyland, a single sparkling tear slipped out of the corner of her eyes. The sharp, scaly claw with its dark flames and terrifying energy brought with an intensely violent wind as it aimed at her body. The demon Magus across her was very confident in his abilities. He could handle a crystal phase Magus that was armed to the teeth easily, forget a warlock who was seriously injured and suppressed. He was even imagining the death of this female warlock in front of him, the blood and internal organs spilling everywhere. However, nothing was set in stone. Suddenly, the chief felt like his hand had been trapped in an iron hoop, rendering him unable to take another step forward. He looked up and was stunned. A warlock wearing a black Magus robe stood in front of him. He had long black hair, an extremely handsome face and had traces of a demonic charm on him that could attract the attentions of all female warlocks. He seemed to have appeared in a flash. His right hand gripped the demon's arm, and the other radiated a black serpent-shaped airflow which held Freya in place. Freya's shut eyes popped open, and she saw Leyland. Unable to contain herself, she blurted out, Sir Leyland. Am I dreaming? No. You're not dreaming. You've exhausted yourself. Take a rest while I handle everything else. Leyland's bright smile was soothing and it put Freya's heart to rest. Drowsy, she fell asleep. Who are you? The chief was shocked beyond words. For someone to be able to remain calm under the Morningstar domain and even cause the chief himself to be helpless, this person must not be easy to deal with. Besides, he couldn't even see through the opposing party's energy. The feeling was as if. The demon Magus shook his head, forcing his mind to abandon such thoughts as he didn't want to frighten himself. He was afraid he might lose all confidence, kneeling and asking for mercy if his train of thoughts was to develop further. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 502, Bloodline Ignition. Bloodline Ignition. Boom, dark black flames exploded forth from the demon's arm along with sharp knife-like blades. It was obvious that the demon Magus chief had definitely used everything he had up his sleeves for this attack. Unfortunately, be it the flames or the blades, they couldn't even leave a scratch on Leyland's pure white palms. The flame was even extinguished moments after it burst forth. Warning! Warning! This chief's teeth began chattering. He had a feeling that things were progressing in a bad way. Who knew, the entire Alliance army's plan could have been hindered. Master! Save me! At the edge of life and death, he immediately cried for his master's help. Looking for him? Too late. Leyland shook his head, and a black blade of light swept across him. This frightening Magus, who was in the crystal phase and had an unfathomable strength with the addition of his demon's arm, was sliced into two just like that. Be it innate defense or magic equipment, they were all like air in front of the black light blade, posing no resistance at all. Even at the moment of death, the other party's face showed bafflement. Seeing his best subordinate killed, Cyril naturally had a reaction. By the time he understood the situation, an even more horrified expression emerged on his face. Leyland! It's me! Leyland handed Freya over to his subordinate's care, and floated up to midair. His gaze fixed onto Cyril, showing not a trace of weakness. Boom, as if an ancient beast had awakened, a mysterious yet powerful force field began to emanate from Leyland, rapidly offsetting Cyril's Morningstar domain. To their relief, all the warlocks of the Ouroboros clan felt like a load was being lifted off their backs, immediately restoring their previously sluggish spiritual force to full capacity. You have already advanced to the Morningstar realm. Cyril managed to squeeze out from the crevices between his clenched teeth. Of course. Leyland laughed brilliantly. With just those two words of his, everyone on scene was amazed. A while ago. I've left Parker and Tanasha at Freya's side. There's no need for me to worry. Leyland, wearing a loose black robe, activated the last spell formation. A mechanical door dropped down, along with the activation of multiple layers of seals. Vibrant runes wandered close to one another across the surface of the iron door. Leyland had used every bit of knowledge he had about defensive spell formations in this, and together with the AI chip's deductive capabilities, even a Morningstar Magus would take a while to force his way in. The walls of the secret chamber were littered with aura isolation runes. This room could be said to be one of the best hidden places on the continent right now. There was no choice about it. This matter concerned his advancement to the Morningstar realm, and Leyland wouldn't dare to be sloppy. This was not his manor at the headquarters, but a cellar where he kept his secret purchases. The entire process was controlled by him alone, and to an observer, it would seem completely unrelated to Leyland. In his own manner, he had set up the same defensive spell formation, displaying the facade that he was still there. At such a critical junctures, Leyland was extremely vigilant. He even found it hard to trust some of his subordinates. As long as we make it through this, everything will be fine and all the future holds for us is boundless open vistas, Leyland sighed softly. As if he released all of his emotions, his eyes became clear and he calmed down. He sat on the ground, and some items emerged in his hands. A milky white fingerbone with a few narrow cracks on it, a tube of golden blood emitting terrifying energy waves, as well as a messy pile of spiritual force crystals. These crystals were mostly from his spoils, while a portion of it came from Freya's gifts and his own collection. The road to the Morningstar is vast and long. Many crystal phase magi do not even have the chance to come into contact with this bottleneck. Leyland held a solemn expression. He had only advanced to the crystal phase not long ago, and he was already thinking of breaking through to Morningstar. If it was an ordinary Magus, it would be nothing but a dream. But he was different. He had a lot of cards in his hand and abundant knowledge, so much so that even some Morningstar magi could only wish for it. Even with just the Lamia fingerbone, warlocks who had been stuck for years would gain the possibility of breaking through. AI chip, report my current condition. Leyland Farlier, rank 3 warlock, crystal phase, bloodline, giant Kamoyan serpent strength, 40 agility, 35 vitality, 55 spiritual force, 356.5 magic power, 356 magic power in synchronization with spiritual force. The AI chip replied loyally. After advancing to the crystal phase, his own spiritual force had increased only slightly. It was instead his strength and vitality that had gotten a growth spurt under the effect of the techniques of the multi-armed race. Rank 3 spiritual force varies from 200 to 400. The first threshold for advancing to the Morningstar realm is for it to reach a critical value, filling up your entire sea of consciousness. Because the AI chip had already deduced more than half the information about the Morningstar realm, Leyland currently had no doubts as to his path. In fact, this was why he had to wait for the AI chip's deduction progress to reach such a point before he could advance. Many times, the crucial reason for failure in advancing was exactly a lack of knowledge about the path to Morningstar, as well as the handling of the many real-life problems during the promotion. The AI chip's deductions on the Morningstar realm happened to make up for this, clearing any remaining confusions that Leyland had. To a certain extent, he also needed to thank the Azure Mountain King for this. If he had not anxiously sent a clone, the AI chip probably would not have been able to progress in the Morningstar deduction to over 50%. My spiritual force now can only be said to have just reached the crystal phase. It's still far from the critical value. I'll need the help of bloodline ignition. Leyland picked up the test tube, which was filled with golden blood. This was the bloodline of the ancient red dragon, obtained from the kobold warlocks of the Forgotten Land. Although it was extremely pure, because Leyland's own bloodline had long before been fixed, there was no chance to use it. That opportunity would only arise after he completely analyzed the ancient quicksand organization's bloodline experiment results. The bloodline ignition experiment, as its name implies, was conducted by burning various kinds of bloodlines to strengthen one's own power. Its requirements towards the bloodline was very strict. One had to be a warlock in order to conduct it, and the grade of the bloodline that was to be burnt could not be too low. If not, the entire experiment would not succeed and could even backfire. The bloodline of the ancient red dragon fulfilled this requirement perfectly. As for the supplementary resource for the experiment, it was a crystal phase Magus spiritual force crystals. Only the spiritual force fire produced by such crystals could completely burn the ancient bloodline, and convert it into energy that would serve as the driving force for the warlock's advancement. A complicated, detailed spell formation was already drawn on the surface of the ground. Leyland inlaid the many spiritual force crystals one by one in an orderly manner, filling up the spell formation quickly. The spiritual force crystal of a crystal phase Magus was a top-grade resource in many social circles. It could even be used as a currency on its own and was of high worth. But now, a large amount of spiritual force crystals were laid on the ground as if they were worthless, radiating a pure, sparkling light. The marks of the original owners of these crystals had naturally been erased by Leyland. The ancient red dragon bloodline is preceded only by that of the sun's child. It's an extremely powerful bloodline that can at least reach rank 5. Frankly speaking, if not for the fact that my bloodline cannot be changed once absorbed, I'm afraid I too would not be able to resist the temptation, and would convert into a dragon bloodline warlock. Leyland sighed, taking off his Magus robe. He then smeared the golden blood all over his body, without missing a spot. The golden blood felt viscous to the touch, and smelt like orchids. It was cool to the touch at first, but soon became boiling hot. At the same time, a translucent flame rose from the spell formation below Leyland's body. Streaks of crystal clear light were pulled out of the many spiritual force crystals like threads. They then converged at a point, forming a translucent flame comprised of spiritual force. Although this flame was not really hot, once it came in contact with the essence of the ancient red dragon's golden bloodline, it sparked a violent reaction. Ow! Leyland groaned. His body grew rigid in a moment, and under the burning of the spiritual force flame, he could feel the strange transformation in the ancient red dragon bloodline. It even turned into a blood-red energy, passing through his pores and making it all the way into his bone marrow. For an ordinary person, such pain was almost unbearable, but Leyland was just more focused on the AI chip's monitored information on it. Deep. Large amounts of bloodline essence has been absorbed by host body. Identified as the ancient red dragon's blood, beginning bloodline ignition experiment. The curve of the spiritual force's fire is stabilized, converting the ancient red dragon bloodline into energy. Beep. Bloodline energy absorbed by host body, spiritual force increasing. The repeated prompts caused an expression of delight to surface on Leyland's face suddenly. He noticed the initial value of 356 for his spiritual force spiking suddenly, and at the same time, a large amount of blood-red energy was injected into his sea of consciousness, expanding its boundaries continuously. Black spiritual force crystals, faintly hued red, condensed in large quantities. Even if his spiritual force was spiking suddenly, with the amplification of multi-limb strength, Leyland managed to hang on without losing his consciousness. This gave him an opportunity to deepen his understanding of his own body. His spiritual force rocketed up continuously, exceeding 370, then 380. It reached 385 before it began to slow down. Shortly after, the value shot past 390, making it sprint towards 400, the limit of the crystal phase. 395, 396, 397. At this value, it began to slow, with the swift change relegated to decimal places. Pop, at this moment, all of the numerous spiritual force crystals were sucked dry, and the spiritual force flame swelled. With the support of this power, Leyland's spiritual force began to rise again, all the way to 399 before it came to a stop. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 503, Morning Star. Morning Star. Morning Star. Morning Star. Beep. Injected spiritual force reaching critical levels. With his sea of consciousness swelling up, and the reminder from the AI chip, Leyland realized that not only had his spiritual force reached the value of 399, even his sea of consciousness were filled with black, with a tinge of red in the center, spiritual force crystals. Inside his sea of consciousness, the 3 layers of the spiritual force core nucleus started to emit dazzling lights. The results of the first time the bloodline ignition experiment is performed is the best, and they decrease over multiple uses. As he could still feel the strong surge of bloodline energy, Leyland ordered, AI chip, initiate the promotion to Morningstar. Assignment received. Vital signs under observation, initiating Morningstar deduction, starting from the prototype of the point mass. Numerous amounts of data, both numeric and otherwise, relating to the construction of the point mass began streaming in front of Leyland's eyes. If not for the Azure Mountain King's clone, Leyland could never have gotten a hold of all this secret information about the Morningstar realm as easily. Lamia Fingerbone. Looking at the other bloodline treasure, he realized that it was actually his biggest gain from Quicksand Castle. If he were to use it then, he could have advanced immediately to the peak of rank 3, skipping the hydro and crystal phases. Yet, Leyland was one who did not give in easily to temptations, forcing himself to control his impulses and merely using the radiation emitted by the fingerbone to slowly nurture his bloodline. Even though the Lamia fingerbone could help him advance tremendously, but under comparison with the advancement to the Morningstar realm, he knew which one was more important. So what's there left to think about? Pang, the milky white fingerbone disintegrated into ashes, and one of the rays of lights that appeared during the explosion pointed directly towards Leyland's forehead. Hong, the Lamia fingerbone was absorbed into his body. A terrifying change started to occur immediately. In Leyland's sea of consciousness, under an enormous compressive power, numerous amounts of spiritual force crystals moved towards the center. His face paled under the enormous pressure exerted at the heart of his spiritual force. It was so bad that his whole body started twitching. The sea of consciousness was essentially the home of the soul. The moment that it experienced any damage, the Magus would be in deep trouble. Under the immense pressure that the spiritual force was experiencing, sounds could be heard coming from the center of Leyland's sea of consciousness. It wasn't a good sign. Construct the 4th innate spell. Leyland commanded with red eyes. Beginning assignment. Supplementary work initiated, transferring atomic microscope. The AI chip replied loyally. Leyland's sea of consciousness consisted of 3 layers presently. The outer layer held runes for 2 innate spells, one for Kamoyan Scales and the other for the Eye of Petrification. On the layer beneath was the rune for rank 2 Toxic Bile. The innermost layer held rank 3 spiritual force crystals, consisting of his rank 3 innate spell, Intimidating Gaze. Under a sudden flash of red light, the 3 layers of runes perfectly combined, forming the exquisite image of a warlock's rune. Yet, it was missing one final thing. At this very moment, a 4th layer of crystals started to appear in the center of the 3rd layer. As the center of the core nucleus had a unique structure, the crystals became smaller as one went closer to the center, but at the same time, the details on each rune became more intricate and they grew much more specialized. At the center of the 4th layer, even though it was a quarter the size of the 1st layer, it was still important that there be no errors when one was carving the rank 4 rune. That was an out-of-the-world request of a Magus spiritual force manipulation abilities. It's no wonder that most Magi fail at advancing to rank 4. Even with the assistance provided by the AI chip, this task seems to be too difficult. With the help provided by the AI chip, Leyland, who had already initiated the atomic microscope, had started to carve down the Kamoyan's pupil innate spell on the 4th layer with the innate runes he'd recorded. This was something every warlock must choose, and only in high-grade meditation techniques do innate spell models like these exist. The attention to detail required to carve a rune in the sea of consciousness was much greater than carving a statue, and the act was much more difficult. Once Leyland completed the final stroke of the rune, his body almost collapsed due to exhaustion. Under the immense pressure, it seemed like completing the 4th level rune properly was a big challenge. It took a while for Leyland's consciousness to stabilize. Once the innate spell had been completed, his entire sea of consciousness started to tremble. Boundless rays of light started to radiate from the center of his sea of consciousness. The 4 layers of intricate runes started to bind together in a picturesque order, much like a piece of artwork. Once the centermost part was filled up, the entire crystal started to shake violently, strengthening tremendously within seconds, and the immense pressure that was present previously had disappeared. This rune? Leyland observed the rune that was a combination of all his innate runes. It represented all of his achievements so far, and hence he commanded the AI chip to record it down. Perfection. The first impression this rune would leave on a person was that of perfection. A gigantic rune was created by the combination of these small runes, which serialated continuously and looked pretty much 3D. Regardless of how one looked at it, it was flawless. Is this the path of my bloodline? Leyland mumbled. At this very moment, he was almost moved to tears. Russell, once the 4 layers perfectly crystallized, they started to crumble inwards, shrinking to a point that rapidly started revolving. Much like a black hole, it started to suck in everything in its surroundings. The spiritual force crystals inside his sea of consciousness started to shrink as they got sucked into the black hole, initiating the construction of point mass. Guidelines activated. The AI chip reported. Leyland, too, started to construct his personal point mass according to his understanding and the information from his AI chip. Boom, an immense suction force could be felt coming from the mass point of the spiritual force. Not only were the spiritual force crystals sucked in, even the sea of consciousness was broken through and more energy, flesh and soul aura were pulled in. Leyland's consciousness suddenly blurred. Time seemed to pass extremely slowly, and at times it felt like eternity was squeezed into an instant. It took the sounds of glass shattering for Leyland to wake up again. This time, his sea of consciousness felt empty. There was a dim light shining at the center of the core, the result of shrinking the spiritual force 1,000,000 times over such that the nucleus core's density and purity had reached a remarkable level. This was the point mass of a morning star magus. The source of the light shook, and the purified energy of the morning star realm, the energy of the point mass that was also known as soul force, started to leak out into the entirety of Leyland's body. At that point, he had entered the morning star realm. Beep. Host's Kamoyan's pupil meditation technique has advanced to the 4th level. Host has advanced to rank 4. The AI chip sounded out. Host's spiritual force has undergone a qualitative change. Data is inaccurate, recalculating. It was a long time for the new data to go up. Leyland Farlier, rank 4 Warlock Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent, Complete Form, Strength, 50, Agility, 45, Vitality, 65, Spiritual Force, 503.7, Magic Power, 503, Magic Power in synchronization with Spiritual Force, Soul Force? Due to a lack of information about Soul Force, it is currently not possible to calculate stats. Looking at the AI chip's report, Leyland touched his chin and went into deep thought. After advancing to the Morning Star realm, the original spiritual force would undergo purification and turn into soul force. This energy was on a whole new level compared to spiritual force. Yet, as the information and data that the AI chip had on soul force was limited, there was too little knowledge in the database to display a value. It could only display numbers in terms of spiritual force. He had to wait until the AI chip had collected sufficient data to thoroughly calculate his soul force statistics. The boundary of the Morning Star realm is 500? Leyland felt the terror of having such strong energy inside. This is nearly 100 higher than a rank 3's spiritual force value. It is no wonder rank 3 and rank 4 are worlds apart. Soul force. Something came into Leyland's mind and a gloomy light appeared above his palm. This was the mutated spiritual force from the point mass. It is also an energy of a greater level. All magi at the Morning Star realm and above used soul force. It was only when one reached this stage that they could find their own path in life. This is why in ancient times, magi below rank 4 weren't even deemed to have entered the world of magi yet. There was a huge difference between rank 3 and rank 4, and the same was true between ranks 6 and 7. Leyland had no idea about what happened when one reached rank 7, but after advancing he now clearly knew the differences between ranks 3 and 4. Magi at rank 3 and below mainly use spiritual force. However, once that is crossed, the Morning Star, Radiant Moon and Breaking Dawn Magi will have to come in contact with the soul force and pay extra attention to explore the potential in their soul. Leyland couldn't help but look at his own point mass. In the heart of his sea of consciousness, that small glow of light continued to spin around, forming a nebular spiral that pulled many of the energy particles around within, only to regurgitate them upon purification. From this point forth, his spirit had been concentrated into the point mass, creating a true soul. At the same time, due to the protection from the point mass, his resistance toward the previous spiritual force and soul attacks were largely maximized. The point mass, with its extreme density, was the last defense of Leyland's true soul. My true soul, Leyland subconsciously remembered the last moment before he advanced. In that instant, it seemed as though he saw the life and death of the universe, and also the rise and fall of the giant Kamoyan serpent clan. It was also at that very moment that his soul truly bonded with his bloodline to form one body, making him a true giant Kamoyan serpent warlock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 504, Edges of the World. Edges of the world. A warlock's path was one of a bloodline. However, before a warlock reached rank 3, the influence of the bloodline extended only to his body, and was not sufficient to affect his soul. Even if the two were linked, they were completely different. But after advancing to the Morning Star realm, a warlock's true spirit would have harmonized with the power of his bloodline, the two no longer separate. The reason this promotion went so smoothly is it that, besides my sufficient preparations, there was a great deal of help from the giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline? Leyland contemplated while touching his chin. The giant Kamoyan serpent of ancient times was originally a creature that could reach rank 4 at adulthood. My bloodline is incomparably pure as well. After the complete fusion with the spirit and its maturation under the radiation of the Lamia fingerbone, my body can totally be viewed as a pure-blood giant Kamoyan serpent. All these factors were key in my promotion to the Morning Star realm. Now, Leyland could obviously feel that his spirit body possessed a desolate and distant ancient aura. It even glowed a blood red on the outside. The emotional instability of the warlock bloodline can no longer pose a problem to me now that I've promoted to the Morning Star realm. It has integrated into me as my personal state of mind and emotions, instead of being under the influence of my bloodline. Leyland forced a smile, handing over the bits and pieces of the memories he received about Purgatory World and Shadow World to the AI chip for storage. Although these fragments of memories could be incomparably useful, they were likely to tempt the brutality in his heart. However, as compared to the common bloodline flaw of a warlock, this innate emotion was even harder to control. Because of how pure his bloodline was, Leyland learned a lot of things from his bloodline inheritance when he advanced to rank 4. My path as a giant Kamoyan serpent warlock has already come to an end? Leyland stood up, feeling the strong power surging in his body. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He had already advanced to the peak of all giant Kamoyan warlocks. Those like Gilbert who were older than him had just accumulated more time at the rank. Essentially, there was no difference between the two. Due to the limitation of their bloodline, rank 4 was the highest rank a giant Kamoyan serpent warlock could reach. This was the shackle of the bloodline, and was a curse no giant Kamoyan serpent warlock could escape from. Now that his future was bleak, Leyland felt lost. No matter his bloodline or the AI chip, they clearly told him that in his current state, the Morning Star realm was the limit. And this misery killed him. This was the most difficult thing for Leyland to tolerate. He was determined to reach the peak of the Magus world. The stars are boundless, the numerous worlds were even more in number than stars in the universe. Some other world definitely has the solution to this. If not, I can always find the coordinates of the Snake Dowager through the icy world of the Twilight Zone. Leyland comforted himself. His scope was a lot wider now compared to before, and he even had the ability to adventure through astral gates independently. A Magus who advanced to the Morning Star realm could cross over to other worlds on his own. The knowledge and resources they could gain through this were incomparable to the rewards from using his spirit seed. Alright, let's do it this way. I'll first lay low for a period of time, stabilizing my Morning Star realm or even trying to reach the peak. Once that's done, I'll immediately adventure through the different planes. Leyland decided. At this moment, an explosion sounded as what seemed to be the tremors of an earthquake made it through the multiple layers of defense, being transmitted to the room. This kind of effect even after being damped by my defenses? Leyland's face grew heavy. The situation outside has probably escalated to the extreme. The enemy might even have entered the city. It's time to go. He waved his hand, and a luxurious black gown was automatically draped over his body. He then disappeared from the secret room as if a shadow. If he'd failed to advance to the Morning Star realm this time, Leyland could only wait for the opportunity to escape when the city was destroyed by the enemy. Even that was not likely, because he was still being hunted by the Azure Mountain King. But since he'd already been promoted to one of the most powerful existences in the central continent, he had the confidence to try and rescue the Ouroboros clan. Looking at the genuine Morning Star domain being issued forth from Leyland, even offsetting his own, Cyril's expression turned extremely ugly, as if he was a dead person. Morning Star. This was one of the highest-ranking powers in the entire central continent. It took the protection of a Morning Star Magus for an organization to be called large-scaled, and such organizations could last for millennia. And this time, only after seeing the 3 Morning Star warlocks of the Ouroboros clan disappear did the allied armies set out to attack them. Their own side wasn't irresistible. Once a Morning Star from the other side attacked, more than half their legion would definitely be dead or injured. This was why they were very cautious to the point of being timid. Now that there is a fresh appearance of the Morning Star in the Ouroboros clan, undoubtedly it will strengthen this operation. What did he say? Morning Star? He is a Morning Star? On the battlefield, Julian's face grew dull looking at Leyland's back view and was flabbergasted. He would never have guessed that the Marquis Leyland, who had only recently advanced to the crystal phase, would break through to the Morningstar realm at such a critical juncture. It's Mentor. Mentor has advanced to rank 4. On the other side, a blood-covered Snoopy grew so excited he hugged Parker in revelry. Tanasha smiled while watching from the side. She had always been optimistic about Leyland's future, but she'd never have thought that this day would come so quickly. Compared to them, the expression of another person was very complicated. Leyland Farlier? Wasn't he searching for the astral coordinates? So it was actually a pretense for his secret breakthrough to the Morningstar realm. Inside the main control room, Faisal felt the two large force fields counteract each other and stood up from the ground, his mood very complicated. With Leyland's protection, it was possible for them to survive this crisis. And what made him feel complicated was that, be it his own painstaking effort or his persistence, it was still a joke in front of the sheer power of the other party. He was just like a soap bubble that could be burst by a mere finger. Duke Gilbert. Your student is excellent. After a long time, Faisal sighed, covering up all his disappointment and loss. Shouting himself hoarse through the communications, Ouroboros clan. Strike back. Boom, like a signal light, his command brought about an immediate change. On the battlefield, the numerous warlocks that had recovered suddenly burst forth and struck down the enemies that had come to invade until they drew back, shifting the battlefront to its initial location in no time. Faisal surveyed the battlefield comprehensively without any cheer. He knew well that the key to their victory was not here, but instead, the confrontation with demon hunter Cyril. Leyland is just a newly promoted Morningstar warlock. Can he obstruct the other party? With a worried heart, Faisal moved his gaze up above, and saw an imposing figure blocking Cyril. How about just giving up this time? Leyland started the conversation. Demon hunter Cyril was an impressive existence among Morningstar Magi, not to mention the allies waiting for him. Leyland felt the attention of several conscients watching him the moment he appeared. And one of them even had a scent of deep hatred and shock. Not only Cyril, there are at least 3 or 4 Morningstar Magi observing from the outside. The Azure Mountain King is among them. He understood the situation after a sweep of his soul force. With just you? Cyril jeered. It was not because he looked down on Leyland. But Leyland was obviously a newly promoted Morningstar warlock, while he himself was an existence who was well known for a long time in the Morningstar circles. It was impossible that he would be frightened by the words of the opponent. If he was, how could he mix in with the others afterwards? Besides, he still had some impression on this young warlock. They were the ones who caused him to fall at the last hurdle and lose a huge share of loots from the Forgotten Land the last time. The new and old hate compounded, and there was no way he would cower. Besides, even if he himself agreed, the others behind him wouldn't. This was a war that they had prepared for over a long time, and the hate had already been planted. How could they back down at his words alone? In that case, Leyland shook his head and seemed very sorry. I can only request that you die first. Crash, Leyland tried to attack first, striking like lightning. Powerful energy waves ripped apart the space and formed a huge rift. A silver spatial wave rippled, swallowing both him and Cyril. They went to the edge of the world to battle. Let's follow them. This type of battle between those at this rank is very rare. If we record it, we can definitely sell it for a sky-high price. Several Morningstar conscients communicated, but another voice chimed in. Although Morningstar warlocks have the additional power from their bloodline, I still look down on that fellow. Although Cyril has a bad personality, his nickname of Demon Hunter was rightfully earned. I also agree. I bet that Warlock will be defeated in 10 rounds. What do you think, Azure Mountain? The Azure Mountain King touched his chin and recalled the loss previously. Although he wished that Leyland could just be defeated and even killed, he still didn't speak out. You guys need to be careful, that kid is unfathomable. He. I remember now. Wasn't Azure Mountain's clone killed by a crystal phase warlock? Was it him? Another voice sounded, making the Azure Mountain King's face turn dark. Enough. The largest conscience spoke, and the place suddenly became quiet. Watch their battle carefully. The result of this battle will be the basis of our next actions. A battle between Morningstars usually lasted a long time, and it was difficult to kill the opponent completely. Thus, Leyland's strength would be the key to the upcoming battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 505, Great War of the Morningstars. Great War of the Morningstars. Although the data paints a similar picture, the magnificent beauty of the edge of the world can't ever be fully described by mere words and pictures. Leyland sighed faintly. Currently, he was in a mysterious space surrounded by darkness. Multiple silver rays of light streaked across among the stars, and it was like the universe in his previous life, boundless and magnificent. Cyril sat opposite him with gloom clouding his face. Subtle chaotic flows of turbulence struck him, but were rebounded by the layer of soul force on his body, unable to cause even the slightest of injuries. All Morning Star Magi possessed the ability to survive in the crevices of space. They relied on it to pass through the different worlds. Of course, it also depended on the grade of the crevices. The one that Leyland chose was situated at the edge of the world. The space there was comparatively stable, and the slight spatial turbulence could easily be held off by one's soul force. If, by any chance, the space encountered violent turbulence similar to that caused by ancient battles, or due to the wild and violent storms occurring within the crevices of two worlds, leave alone Morningstar Magi, even Radiant Moon Magi were likely to succumb to the force, leaving just ashes. The Scorpion Man from the icy world had met his death in that exact same manner. Clashes between Morningstar Magi caused extensive damage. A battle between two could destroy the entire continent. As such, if any Morningstar Magi desired to take revenge, they would choose to settle scores inside these spatial crevices instead. No matter how extensive the damage was, it would not affect the stability of the world. The venue of the big battle this time was the Ouroboros clan headquarters at Phosphorescent Swamp. If their clash had occurred there, regardless of the outcome, Freya, Parker, and the rest would certainly meet death. In fact, the entire Ouroboros swamp could cease to exist. Leyland definitely would not want that to happen. Hence, he voluntarily dragged the opposite party here. You're good. Cyril raised his eyebrows in rage, traces of blue current circulating between them. He felt insulted at being outschemed by a junior. Even though he didn't want to be criticized by the other Morningstar Magi for starting a battle in the main world, he felt he was entitled to choose another location as the battleground instead of being forced here by the opposite party. Cyril. This and he matter at the Forgotten Land, let's settle everything today. Leyland's voice was soft yet strangely firm. He had not let go of his grudge from when he'd almost been killed in a single blow and was forced to take refuge in the main headquarters for over a century. He'd shelved the idea of revenge then due to lacking power, but now the time had come. How dare you bring up the past? Cyril fumed as he recounted the interference of these fellows who took away a portion of the gains. If not for them, the natural resources at the Forgotten Land and the Quicksand organization would have all been his. He had also been suppressed by the 3 Morningstar Warlocks and been left with no possible means of escape. You have to account for your teacher's sins too. Cyril's silver pupils shone with a sharp icy chill. A long black pike appeared in his hand. Faint, yet audible demonic cries were sounding out from its tip, chilling to the bone. You're a brat who just advanced to rank 4, just how much do you understand about the abilities of the Morningstar realm? Prepare to accept your fate of failure. Cyril's growl was steely, rank 4 spelled Demon's Wail. He tossed out the pike from his hand. Boom, the horrific scene was like history repeating itself, when the legendary giant Argyle threw the Alspius that destroyed the sun and killed the sun's child. Violent waves of torrential power descended, and the black pike transformed itself into a ray of black lightning, streaking through the turbulent space before arriving at Leyland. Powered by a Morningstar Magus soul force, the results of the spell were earth-shattering. Demon Hunter Cyril, you are indeed worthy of your name. Leyland gasped in admiration. Unfortunately, I too am not as weak as you think. He had prepared to advance to rank 4 for a long time. During this period, he had managed to acquire some badly damaged rank 4 spell models. With the AI chip's simulations, he had managed to repair the content and skillfully grasp them. Besides, the numerous memories he'd inherited from his bloodline also net him a battle experience that was even marginally better than Cyril's. The phantom of a giant Chamoyan serpent, with large amber eyes, smooth scales, and ferocious razor-sharp teeth hissed from behind Leyland. Complying with the ancient contract, I call upon the power of the bloodline, serve me now and transform into a resolute shield. Leyland spoke with a delicate yet intense tone, similar to the hissing of a giant snake, as he chanted awkward-sounding ancient incantations. With every syllable distinct and audible, Leyland chanted the incantations before the pike arrived, completing the spell's preparations and causing everyone an eerie sensation of time disorder. Bloodline Shield. As if an existence from ancient times, a black-scaled shield that had ferocious giant Chamoyan serpent images portrayed on it appeared out of empty space. Crimson lightning still bounced across its surface. Bang! Like a clash between the sun and the moon, or the impact of a star hitting the earth, the long devilish spike that had transformed into black lightning suddenly bombarded the shield. Blood red and coal black tangled, and the explosive aftermath was horrifying. A huge spatial turbulence resembling the gushing of a tsunami struck from both sides. If it were the main world, one single wave could have left the entire Ouroboros clan completely destroyed. No way. Cyril yelled hoarsely from afar. From the connection with his soul force, he clearly witnessed the crimson point on his pike fade to its original dull color. The giant Chamoyan serpent on the shield seemed to have come to life as it opened its mouth and ruthlessly chomped the tip off the pike. The black pike cracked and violently blew up. Space itself rumbled as the turbulence started wreaking havoc. It created enormous sharp rifts that even Leyland and Cyril had to avoid temporarily. Shield strike. The huge shield collapsed like a mountain, taking aim at Cyril. With Leyland following closely behind, the attack was incomparably fierce. No way! No way! No way! Cutting a sorry figure, a defensive Cyril yelled despondently, "You're a newly promoted warlock." Why? He was clearly agonizing over his situation. Leyland was not like a newly promoted Morningstar at all, being extremely familiar with battling in spatial rifts. His ability to handle difficulties even exceeded that of Gilbert and the rest. It looks like my inherited bloodline is indeed rare. Assessing his expression, Leyland understood his display of abilities had been too outstanding, even exceeding that of the three dukes. The exceptional purity of my own bloodline must have meant that the bloodline inheritance I received is more complete. As for Mentor Gilbert and the rest, what they'd received was much weaker. The inherited memories of a creature were always stored in its bloodline. Thus, if the descendant's blood was pure, the arousal of the inherited memories would be greater, and the inheritance itself would be richer, resulting in more benefits. With the AI chip having purified his bloodline and the Lamia fingerbone supplementation, Leyland could potentially be the best of the Chamoyan warlocks. Suddenly, Leyland was clear about his fate and he had no intentions to be lax about it. Crackle, multiple black scales appeared on his right hand, morphing into a sharp blade. The runes of the rank 4 Chamoyan scales were even more simplistic and reflected only a minimal amount of light but still carried a uniquely daunting aura. Swoosh, a layer of menacing black light surfaced on the blade, and Leyland mercilessly cut across Cyril's chest. The soul force from both sides came into contact. With Leyland's formidable strength and the razor-sharp blade, he successfully broke through Cyril's innate defense. The knife-like blade left a huge wound across his chest, and blood splashed everywhere. It left a hole so large even the organs could be seen within. How can it be? Cyril attempted to cover his chest while stumbling backwards, disbelief in his eyes. How can I lose? And to a newly promoted junior? Cyril yelled fiercely, his face distorting with anger. The poise he previously possessed evaporated, and the fury tinged his silver eyes blood red. No! I have not lost. I have my last trump card. Cyril suddenly looked up, his body filled with an extremely dangerous aura. Leyland Farlier. Today I will show you what it means to be a true rank 4 Morningstar Magus. The halo of an innate spell appeared from his body before brightening. Rank 1 innate spell, Anarchic Force Field. This was followed by the halo of his rank 2 spell. By the end, Cyril's aura had risen to the maximum, and 4 unstable rings revolved around his body. This was the Morningstar Arcane Art. Forced to the edge by Leyland, Cyril he'd ended up brazenly using his final trump card. The Morningstar's final technique, the corner of Leyland's mouth curved up in a smile. His old memories of witnessing one being performed had been refreshed, and it came to life. I have one too. Restraining his smile, the brilliant red glow on Leyland's body started twinkling. First, the rank 1 innate spells, Chamoyan Scales. Petrifying Gaze. A fine layer of black scales covered Leyland's body entirely, and his pupils glowed amber. Next up, the rank 2 innate spell, Toxic Bile. A poison from the ancient times surfaced, swiftly surrounding him. Then the rank 3 spell, Intimidating Gaze. After his promotion to rank 4, the dignified aura exuded by Leyland's body had grown even more terrifying. His body had rightfully regained the power and influence of the giant Chamoyan serpent itself. He now radiated the aura of an ancient first-rate predator. Finally, the rank 4 innate spell, Bloodline Metamorphosis. Combining to form the ancient Morningstar Arcane Art, Chamoyan Serpent Transformation. The point mass in Leyland's sea of consciousness started rotating violently, with his and his soul force spurred him on. The 4 innate spells synchronized with each other, with an amplification that caused a horrifying change. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 506, Fall of the Morningstar. Fall of the Morningstar. Hiss. In the void that seemed to resemble the universe, a gigantic black serpent emerged. With a body more than 10,000 meters long, it looked like it could swat an entire star out of the way with a sweep of its tail. It was a predator at the top of the food chain which only existed during the ancient times, and was only heard of in rumors and myths. The giant Chamoyan serpent had actually descended. The huge black serpent occupying the void had large amber pupils that resembled stars, and the fine black scales on its body twinkled, reflecting its glossy texture. This wasn't a phantom that was combined with his bloodline aura using spells, this was an actual living being, made of flesh and blood, but the Morningstar arcane art of giant Chamoyan serpent warlocks was indeed this Chamoyan serpent transformation. It allowed the warlock himself to temporarily revert to his ancestral form, and turn into a terrifying ancient creature. The ancient Morningstar realm creature was still completely under the warlock's control, and he even retained his original spellcasting abilities. With the terrifying strength of the corporeal body and great magical prowess, Chamoyan warlocks at the Morningstar realm were definitely a nightmare for many Morningstar magi. Cyril broke out in a cold sweat when he realized that the large pupils were staring right at him, and the fear hidden in his deepest corners of his psyche suddenly burst out. No! No! I still have a Morningstar arcane art. I'll give it my all. At this moment, Cyril had also completed his own Morningstar arcane art. Splendid rays of light exploded forth from his body. Rank 1 innate spell, Chaos Force Field. Rank 2 innate spell, Meteor Force. Rank 3 innate spell, Celestial Explosion. Rank 4 innate spell, Rites of Turbulence. Combining to form the Morningstar arcane art Aerial Meteor. Bang, the void exploded, and an enormous meteorite that seemed like a star emerged, transforming into a streak that charged towards Leyland and fire flickered continuously in the space the meteorite traveled through. The giant Chamoyan serpent hissed, greeting the huge meteor in a great clash, just like in the legends. Above Phosphorescent Swamp in the Magus world, numerous Morningstar conscients were at a loss for words. How? How could it be? Why is that youngster's Chamoyan serpent transformation so strong? After a long silence, the strongest central thought spoke up. The strength of a warlock's innate spell is not only decided based on their rank, but also on the bloodline. The purer the bloodline, the more powerful the warlock. What you're saying is that the purity of that fellow's bloodline is even higher than that of Gilbert and the other two? Yes, it's such a regret that we didn't discover him earlier and kill him. Now that we have allowed him to grow, the central conscience sighed, feeling that it was a great pity. Seems like Cyril is bound to lose. Soon after, the numerous voices started making gurgling sounds like strangled ducks. Even the Morningstar magi watching the battle were alarmed. You must be joking. How is this possible? They seemed to have seen something unfathomable happening before their eyes, and sank into collective despair. Buzz, above the battlefield, the void contorted. Leyland changed into his black magus robe and proudly straightened himself. Upon seeing him, the numerous bloodline warlocks below finally heaved a sigh of relief, yelling forth, Leyland! Leyland! However, the shouting from the crowd suddenly stopped. This was because Leyland had lifted up a head, one that didn't even have the chance to die a peaceful death with its eyes closed. It had thin lips and silver eyes, just that they had lost their luster. This was the head of the demon hunter, Cyril. Demon hunter Cyril has already fallen in battle. Which one of you would like to be next? Leyland stood proudly on the battlefield with Cyril's head held high, and looked around. This rank 4 magus had always been held in high regard for a long time, and was even seen as a Morningstar magus. But now, he had actually fallen right in front of their eyes? It wasn't just the Magi in the allied armies, but even the warlocks of the Ouroboros clan who pinched themselves, unable to believe their eyes, and thinking that they were dreaming. The battlefield fell into a deathly stillness for a moment. When the warlocks regained their senses, they all started screaming wildly. All this while, the burden they had been carrying in their hearts was too heavy. Now that they had the chance, they naturally unloaded everything off their chests, and they even seemed to have gone a little insane. At the same time, Leyland was also communicating with other Morningstar Magi. You shouldn't have killed him. A large conscience sounded. This is a war, an endless fight to the death. Leyland refused to concede. Does this mean that you will fight us to death as well? The other party was naturally not startled by Leyland's threat. Of course not. If you still decide to continue to battle, I will abandon the Ouroboros clan headquarters and flee, then attack your territory. Leyland answered without a single bit of shame, and instead caused the other party to be caught in a dilemma. The battles between Morningstar Magi usually lasted for long periods of time. If one could not subdue the other and let him escape, no organization would be able to withstand the consequences if he came back for revenge. Leyland had already proven with his military accomplishments that he wasn't your average newly advanced Morningstar warlock. He had great capabilities, even among those at the Morningstar realm. His enemies, who were Morningstar Magi, would be able to defeat him if they joined forces, but they would have to pay a tremendous price. It would also pose a problem if he ran away after they suffered serious injuries. The risk was not nearly worth the reward. And with the possibility of a hidden danger being present, even Morningstar Magi would not attack head-on. The many conscience immediately started quarreling. Are we going to let him go just like that? He killed Cyril. Doesn't Cyril still have a doppelganger? It is only at rank 3, what use does it have? Furthermore, Cyril has bad blood with many other Morningstar Magi, and they won't let this chance slip by. He's as good as dead. No. We cannot let him go. The Azure Mountain King bore the most hatred towards Leyland. Really? Leyland's voice was transmitted to his mind directly. Dear Azure Mountain King, if the Allied armies still decide to start a war in the end, I can guarantee that the Stardust bugs will immediately be made known across the whole of the central continent. The Azure Mountain King was startled. He glanced around his surroundings. Seeing that none of the Magi discovered that he was communicating with Leyland, he spoke with less restraint. Are you threatening me? Yes, I am. Leyland answered without a tinge of modesty. Now that I am already a Morningstar Magus, you can't erase all traces of me. In comparison to you, how many people will choose to believe me? He even added another sentence at the end, which ruthlessly pierced through the Azure Mountain King's heart like a dagger. Also, I seem to have found some possibly disastrous items among your grandson's belongings. So many interesting sketches. If they are leaked, I'm afraid. Enough. The Azure Mountain King's tone went an octave higher, and he had no choice but to accept a compromise, I promise you. Even as he said this, his heart was bleeding. He understood that with such an agreement, not only would he be unable to seek revenge in the future, he would also be subjected to Leyland's threats. However, he had no other way out. After all, his strength was not even as great as Cyril's. If Leyland could kill even Cyril, using military force against him would just be a joke. Damn it! How could such a thing happen? On the ground, in the command center of the Allied troops, the Bloodline Warlocks on the entire front line were counterattacking. This made the green-haired commander hysterical, especially with Leyland having just attacked and killed a Morningstar Magus. What do we do? What do we do? Hesitation flashed across his face, and the green-haired Magus tightly clenched his teeth. Order the Kyasha beast to attack with full force, and self-destruct at the end. Even if we cannot reap the fruits of the battle, we have to make sure the other party suffers great losses. We have to at least get rid of that giant serpent puppet. The Kyasha beast and the duo serpent annihilator of the Ouroboros clan were both puppets, artificially manufactured products at the Morningstar level. Although they had partial Morningstar strength, they were unable to fully put it to use. They were not very intelligent either, and were rather rigid. But even so, the terrifying damage one could cause upon self-destruction could not be looked down upon. If Leyland didn't pay attention, forget the duo serpent annihilator, even the entire town of Warlocks would be reduced to ruin. Just like how other Morningstar Magi were apprehensive towards Leyland, but did not take action. It would not be wise for Leyland to harm the green-haired Magus just because of the damage he caused. Because threats would always be mutual. The green-haired Magus then made a decision. He fished out a necklace from his waist pouch, adorned with emerald. He was about to issue an order. At this moment, he was greeted with a fragrant smell. A figure that he was familiar with appeared behind him, and the smell of perfume lingered around the tip of his nose. Quit playing around, I'm doing something serious. The green-haired Magus furrowed his brows, but didn't push the other party away. He knew this person all too well, thus he took no precaution at all. All of a sudden, his face turned blank. He lowered his head, seemingly in excruciating pain, and saw the tip of a blade sticking out of his chest. Fresh, scarlet blood stained the knife, dripping down. A gentle voice explained next to his ear, the minister of the Dark Serpent Department, Trillis, sends her regards. You, blood foamed at his mouth continuously. He had not been wary of that female Magus at all, and his innate defense was as weak as paper when faced with that dagger. This mission was completed successfully all thanks to you. Also, don't even think about using the life entrustment spell to reincarnate, I already learnt of the location a long time ago. One last thing, your choice was a grave mistake. You really shouldn't have turned against us. The lady's voice seemed like the sweetest venom, entering the male Magus body along with the dagger. His vitality trickled away unceasingly, and even his vision was starting to blur. Soon after, a black ray of light flashed and the ring finger on his left hand was burnt to ashes. As a high-ranking Magus, and also the commander of the Allied armies, he had methods that he could use as a last resort to ensure his survival, the most important one being the life entrustment spell. This would allow him to transfer his soul to any part of his body, as long as that part still existed, he would be able to reincarnate. But what a pity it was that the other party had already seen through it all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 507, Post-War. Post-War. Boom, upon pulling out the dagger, a beautiful red-haired female magus grabbed the emerald necklace from the male magus expressionlessly. Command, GKLM. After a series of spells, the aura of the gemstone necklace burst forth, as if a miniature war giant had emerged from its core. Get as far from here as possible, beginning self-destruct procedure. After she coldly issued the command, the necklace in the female magus' hands immediately turned to ashes. Shortly after, her entire body was engulfed in a dark green flame, disappearing into thin air. The headquarters Allied army had been thrown into confusion. It instantly became a mess, and some of the soldiers had already chosen to retreat. Very good. Very good. The Shadow Snake Department of your Ouroboros clan has even infiltrated our main command post. The Conchant in the middle gritted his teeth. How would I know? In his heart, Leyland rolled his eyes. Previously, his position in the Ouroboros clan was not one where he would be exposed to such things, but it did not stop him from improvising. War is always unscrupulous. Now, it's your choice. With the current state of the Allied army, I'm afraid that even without us attacking, it will immediately descend into chaos. Leyland spoke very confidently, as if he was the one who had sent out the female spy. The Kyasha beast growled, abandoning the fight with the duo serpent annihilator as it made a run for the outer regions, causing the ground to shake vigorously. The Allied army soldiers in its surroundings became minced meat one after the other. Big chunks of flesh fell off its body even as it ran. This was the activation of the previous self-destruct command. Watching this, many of the conscients fell into a silence, then began to talk to one another soon after. Leyland smiled confidently instead. Now, they were evidently carrying out an arduous but unrewarding job, and were in the midst of hesitation. And just now, the most stubborn Azure Mountain King had been changed from opposing him to being a supporter. With these changes, the strong force that had at least 2 votes had become the one to decide between the 2 previously evenly matched choices. Indeed, after a short moment, the large Conchant emitted huge soul force waves, communicating with the many soldiers of the Allied army. After receiving orders, the Azure Rain Knights, as well as the other numerous Allied Magi, began to retreat gradually. Only the Demon Magus army, and a few other small organizations like the Arm of Vengeance, held their positions with a look of helplessness on their faces. You have won this time. The large Conchant spoke from opposite him. Thank you all. I only need to preserve the core territory, which is Phosphorescent Swamp. As for this war, pin the blame on the City of Sins, Nephas, and that Arm of Vengeance. Leyland quit while he was ahead, speaking with a slight bow. What he meant was to maintain the current situation, make the opponent hand over all the territories they were occupying, and not to look into the responsibilities of other forces. Leyland had considered things thoroughly. Because of the support of the 3 dukes, the Ouroboros clan could originally hold such a large territory. Now, with him alone, the results of this war were considered a success. Furthermore, with his current frail strength, forming rivalries with so many Morning Star forces was unrealistic. He could only assign a few scapegoats to settle the problem. The Arm of Vengeance was originally a predetermined choice. With the addition of Nephas, which had already lost its Morning Star protection, it was enough. Very well. You have made the right choice. A hint of rare gentleness floated in the Conchant's voice. I believe in the future, we will become good friends. The interactions between those at the Morning Star realm was this simple. Once they realized they could not completely annihilate the other party, it was very normal to humble themselves to form good relationships. 2 great forces in heated conflict could sometimes bury the hatchet the next day. All of this was definitely not unlinked to the Morning Star Magi backing them. If not for Leyland coming out of the blue this time, how would these starving wolves have been so easy to convince? Perhaps the entire Ouroboros clan would have been swallowed up without any remains. Swoosh, many conscients disappeared, and only at this time did Leyland slowly heave a sigh of relief. He knew that, at least for now, the Ouroboros clan had crossed its predicament. Sir Leyland! Sir Leyland! Sir Leyland! On the ground, many of the bloodline warlocks had injuries on their bodies. As they watched the Allied army retreat, they could not help but rejoice. Especially upon seeing Leyland's gaze, it was as if they had seen a deity. Faisal, who saw the scene, could only smile bitterly to himself. He knew that from then on, the entire Ouroboros clan would probably fall into the hands of the Morning Star warlock floating above. Ugh! Where is this? Freya groaned. After waking up, she looked at the familiar ceiling with a little disorientation in her eyes. Suddenly, the devastating Great War, the blood and flesh flying all over, the appearance of a Morningstar Magus emerged one by one in her mind. At the end, was that pair of gentle eyes. The chief has awakened. The two pretty maids at the side noticed Freya coming too, and they immediately rejoiced, scurrying out. After a moment, Freya, who had regained her usual astuteness and capabilities, tidied up her clothing and sat by the bed. Listening to the many elders who had rushed here, as well as Julian's narration, her tiny lips slowly spread apart. That means Leyland. Oh no! Sir Leyland has already advanced to rank 4, to the Morningstar realm? Freya muttered, unsure of the feeling in her heart. Previously, it was because she had been driven by Leyland that she went into seclusion in order to cultivate and advance into the crystal phase. She had originally thought that she had shaken him off, but little did she know that Leyland would display such great strength at the crystal phase after that, even advancing before her. Now, he had even broken through the Morningstar bottleneck directly, achieving the dream of many of the Central Continent's Magi, rank 4. Furthermore, he had even killed demon hunter Cyril in one blow, and with a determined stance remedied the Ouroboros clan's perilous situation. So, without me even realizing it, the gap between us has already grown so large? Freya's eyes grew hot, almost tearing up. However, after having trained for such a long time, she was able to hold it in by force of will, not exhibiting the slightest bit of emotion on her face. Yes. According to Sir Leyland's previous diagnosis, your spiritual force is exhausted. You require more rest. Julian looked at Freya carefully, making eye contact with most of the clan elders. Deep in their hearts, they were extremely impressed by Freya's previous support for Leyland. Now that he had been promoted to the Morningstar realm, even obtaining the great power of making changes the Ouroboros clan, he would definitely favor their clan in the future. Even, some elders stole glances at Freya. Because she was seriously injured, Freya's face was slightly pale, yet it did not cover up her touching expression. It was a pitiful look. If this clan leader could mesmerize Sir Leyland, wouldn't the clan be able to introduce a Kamoyan bloodline of the Morningstar rank? Just the mere thought of it made these elders flush red, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. No need, I'd like to see him. Freya took the thick fur jacket, draped it over her shoulders, and walked out. The physique of a crystal phase warlock was beyond one's imagination. With only a short rest, Freya's body was more or less recovered, posing no problem for her to move around on her own. Julian wanted to follow her initially, but was stopped by an elder with a strange smiling face. The heart of the Ouroboros clan's regime was originally a senate formed by the 3 Morningstar warlocks. However, with Leyland as the only one left, he could naturally decide everything as he wished. He no longer worked in his own manor, but in the most luxurious hall in the headquarters. Many high-ranked warlocks bowed humbly, awaiting orders from the young magus on the throne. Dark Serpent Section, the military, the technical department. 57 marquises, as well as many earls and viscounts, have announced their loyalty to your highness. They are all willing to follow your highness, and revere your highness as the highest veteran of the Ouroboros clan. A smile of flattery hung on Faisal's face. Like the most loyal dog, his back was hunched almost 90 degrees as he reported to Leyland. Very good. Leyland was now wearing a platinum robe embroidered with a fierce black serpent. In the vibrant lights and colors, even the totem of the giant Kamoyan serpent was on the robe. At the sides of the robe, many runes were sewed on with thin golden thread. The robe itself was a low-grade magic artifact. And Leyland, who wore it, seemed much more majestic for it. Being on the throne was like being the central power of the universe, and it had him brimming with dignity. As he watched Faisal and the other warlocks giving him an abnormal amount of respect, a playful smirk curled up at the corner of Leyland's lips. Ever since the war ended, these warlocks immediately crowned him lord, showing the utmost respect for him. The strong rule, this had always been a fundamental truth. Furthermore, with Leyland's current strength and the reputation of saving the clan from its perilous situation, even if they disagreed, he could force a massacre upon his subordinates. By that time, things would no longer be as simple as handing over power. Hence these warlocks were very obedient, fearful of Leyland finding their weaknesses. Thump, after Freya stepped into the hall, 2 rows of warlocks immediately stared at her, giving forth a pressure that even she could not endure. Blood Serpent Marquis Freya greets Sir Leyland. Freya was also unsure of the feelings in her heart, and she just bowed respectfully. Everyone except Freya, leave. Leyland nodded. The 2 rows of warlocks immediately exited in an orderly manner, shutting the door silently to make space for Leyland and Freya. What's wrong? Leyland stepped down, watching the slightly strong-headed yet confused and fearful Freya, accurately capturing the trace of fear deep in her eyes. You really are different now. Freya muttered softly as she watched the heroic young warlock before her. From his aura that was as calm as the ocean that had an extraordinariness to it, one could tell that he had really advanced to that far-fetched Morningstar realm, and was probably even stronger than her mentor. It was just that, such a powerful Leyland gave Freya an urge to cry instead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 508, Taking Action. Taking Action. With a sweep of his soul force, everything regarding Freya was revealed in front of Leyland. Your injuries are pretty much healed up, though your sea of consciousness still needs nourishment. I recommend the Giant Serpent's Spirit Potion. There are already very few Crystal Phase Warlocks like you in the Ouroboros clan, Leyland sighed. After the Great Battle, the 10 or so Crystal Phase Warlocks had dwindled in number to a pitiful 7 or 8. Even Leyland's senior, Lucian, had been unlucky enough to lose his life at the hands of the Plant Legion. In a situation like this where there were few trump cards remaining, Leyland knew that even though he was in charge, every single Crystal Phase Magus was a precious resource. Many thanks, my lord. Freya bowed, seemingly very solemn. Oh, right. One more thing. I hope the Blood Serpent family can help me arrange for my Morningstar ceremony. Morningstar Magi had very high statuses in the central continent, especially since it was so difficult to advance. Every instance of it was a joyous matter worthy of celebration with a huge circle of friends, and was even a grand ceremony for the entire continent. Based on conventional practices, each appearance of a Morningstar Magus meant that there had to be something like a ceremony. This was an announcement of power, which was even more important for the Ouroboros clan, given its current state. The Bloodline Warlocks, who were in a state of chaos, were in desperate need of a burst of motivation. It shall be my family's honor to do so. Leaving it to her family meant valuing her. Whatever it was, this was beneficial to the Blood Serpent family. As the leader, Freya could not reject them, nor did she have any reason to do so. I am also planning to release another piece of news during the ceremony. Watching Freya, who was biting her lips with an odd look on her face below him, Leyland smirked. What is it? After the ceremony, I shall organize a huge wedding and marry you into my family. The words that left Leyland's mouth were earth-shattering, leaving Freya completely stunned. Marry into your family? Freya repeated it like a mantra, her childlike features perplexed. Leyland was a warlock who had recently joined and basically had no support from any bloodline families. Yes, the Farlier family. Although there's only me on the central continent for now, I believe we'll become the first family of the Ouroboros clan. We'll even become the best of all bloodline families. Leyland touched his nose. Though he was the only warlock in his family and it seemed pitiful, Leyland didn't care. After all, how could a family with a Morningstar Magus be common? With his pure bloodline, the chances of his descendants advancing were much higher than for other warlocks. In no time, it would be capable of becoming the greatest family in the Ouroboros clan. The central continent was much too large. Though Leyland now held control over the Ouroboros clan, he needed to develop an organization that was uniquely his. How could there be anything that could beat a family he created himself? Others would have another layer of bloodline restrictions, and this would count as insurance for himself. In addition, he who had already reached the Morningstar realm no longer had to worry about the leakage of information regarding the purity of his bloodline. He now held enough strength to protect himself. Since he needed a female warlock to spread his bloodline, Leyland naturally chose Freya. First of all, she was clean and honest, and treated him well. She looked pretty as well. What else was there to hesitate over? What if I reject you? Freya bit her lips, slightly unwilling. Though she liked Leyland, she didn't want things to go this way. You can't reject anyway. I rule the Ouroboros clan. Leyland's tone could not be questioned. The rims of Freya's eyes reddened, and she lightly grasped Leyland's hands. I know you're unwilling to do this because you're hoping I'll marry into your family instead of the other way around. Is that right? Leyland completely saw through Freya. Deep inside, Freya still hoped to bring Leyland into the Blood Serpent family, but this was obviously not possible. The Leyland right now would definitely not agree to this at all. Even before he advanced, he would only get others to do as he wished, and there were never instances of others getting him to do something. One had to acknowledge that Leyland was a male chauvinist. He would marry Freya of his own accord, and not because he was thankful towards her. And he would definitely not marry into her family. You know all this, but why? Freya raised her head, face glimmering with tears as she protested. Seeing her reacting this way, Leyland knew that she had pretty much made up her mind, and couldn't help but chuckle, because I am stronger than you. This is what you're destined to do. Strength ruled the Magus world. This was an undisputable truth. Since Freya had completely given in, Leyland softened his tone and began to console her. Don't worry. I will naturally take care of your family. When we have many children, I can even send a son over to the Blood Serpent family. This was an attempt at pacifying her. Since Freya had done so much for Leyland, he had to pay her back. However, Leyland's nature was such that he had to take the initiative, instead of being begged to act. Upon hearing this guarantee, Freya nodded, finally at ease. Leyland could tell that Freya had nodded slightly and agreed, and laughed heartily at that. The battle that happened at Phosphorescent Swamp swept through the central continent like a whirlwind. In particular, Leyland's exceptional and powerful appearance, from how he had killed the demon hunter Cyril and caused his fall, increased the enthusiasm towards the situation till the extreme. Demon hunter Cyril was not a nobody, even amongst the Morning Star circles. Rather, his strength had been proven to surpass the masses, and as a newly advanced Morning Star warlock, Leyland had been able to cause his downfall. Such strength immediately led to the dread of other Morning Star magi. From the outside, it seemed like not only had the allied armies that had attacked the Ouroboros clan completely withdrawn from key regions such as Phosphorescent Swamp, they had even drawn a certain line of isolation, seemingly wanting to avoid conflict. After the fall of the main body of Morning Star Magus Cyril, Nephas, the city of Sin, fell into a state of confusion. The Magi there weren't good people from the start, and mostly comprised of vicious bandits and those with death warrants for them. Without Cyril's suppression, the place grew rife with violence. The areas surrounding Nephas gradually descended further into chaos as news about the death of Cyril's clone came in, confirming his fall. In that period, spells flew everywhere in the city, and the architecture was engulfed in a sea of flames. As many demon magi gleefully broke into Cyril's Magus Tower and were prepared to loot the place as they wished, a large number of elite Magus armies suddenly descended upon them. Under the suppression of the Magus army, as well as with a Morning Star Magus help, the chaos in Nephas died down. After losing the deterring power of Cyril, the defenseless Nephas had basically turned into a giant gold mine, attracting the interests of many Morning Star magi. This was especially true for those few Morning Star magi in the original allied army. In the name of their comrades, they dispatched forces and took over the city, making up for all their previous losses. By the time the matter with Nephas had died down, an even more startling piece of news spread throughout the central continent. The one who had caused Cyril's fall based on his own strength, and thus protected the Ouroboros clan, the Morning Star Magus Leyland Farlier, had invited many friendly organizations to his Morning Star ceremony. In response to this invitation, many large-scaled organizations who had intentionally kept a distance due to their disdain towards the Ouroboros clan saw a chance to repair this relationship and sent people to attend. Other organizations also saw the ceremony as a great chance to figure out the situation within the Ouroboros clan, and to better understand Leyland's strength. They, too, sent out spies or envoys. During that time, numerous magi hurried towards Phosphorescent Swamp, causing the swamp to be bustling with life, a huge contrast from the normal deathly silence. Within the city headquarters, Leyland reclined on the couch comfortably, listening to the female Magus reporting from beside him. The messengers we sent out have mostly returned with positive replies. Most of the emissaries of those organizations have already set out. Recently, Phosphorescent Swamp has not been very orderly. Though preparations for the ceremony are completed, I think it's necessary to prepare a few emergency contingencies. Freya leant against the couch while holding countless files and wearing a pair of frameless glasses, seemingly very busy. Let's do as you say. Also, the Bloodline Warlocks from Spirit Circle and Wind Wolf Lair are about to reach headquarters. You need to take some time out to meet them. After finishing her report, Freya laughed delicately and moved away from the couch, leaving quickly. After she left, Leyland's expression turned serious. He put on white gloves and produced a broken sword. This sword had the style of casting in ancient times. It was cold and sharp, and even time could do nothing to weaken its firmness. There were even traces of golden-colored blood on the blade. I never expected for the bloodline of the sun's child and the wing of the sun to reach my hands. Sensing the powerful bloodline strength on the sword's hilt, a hint of a smile revealed about Leyland's lips. This broken sword was one of the treasures from the Azure Mountain auction. Cyril had shamelessly used his status and pressurized others so he could purchase it. Leyland had really wanted to get his hands on it, but for one he did not have enough magic crystals. On top of that, he did not dare go head-to-head with Cyril. However, this was no longer an issue. Even Cyril's main body had fallen at Leyland's hands. The items he had hoarded and brought along on his body had naturally been kindly accepted by Leyland. Besides many precious materials and countless magic crystals, what he'd really desired was this item. Beep. Top-grade meditation technique, Wing of the Sun recorded. The AI chip transmitted. Hopefully it's useful for Kamoyan's pupil. Leyland sighed, keeping the giant sword well. Kamoyan's pupil was merely a high-grade meditation technique with the 4th level as the limit. It was impossible to progress further. For Leyland, this was absolutely unacceptable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 509, Celebration. Celebration. Based on the traditions of the central continent, high-grade meditation techniques had a minimum of 4 levels, allowing magi to enter the morning star realm. Top-grade meditation techniques needed to have 6 or more levels, allowing magi to understand the path to the breaking dawn. Kamoyan's pupil had merely 4 levels and was considered the bottom of the pack among high-grade meditation techniques. Leyland naturally hoped the AI chip could simulate the rest of the levels. Leyland had been trying to solve the issue of the bloodline shackles since advancing to the morning star realm. The simulation of meditation techniques was very important. The Wing of the Sun was also a meditation technique for bloodline warlocks, and there were 6 complete levels. It would surely be extremely helpful in completing Kamoyan's pupil. Since he had the bloodline of the Sun's child as well, he could attempt to purify it. Though the Oakheart clan had already confirmed that the bloodline had lost all vitality, Leyland still had some confidence that he could restore it. The ancient Sun's child was a being that could reach rank 6 when it matured. It was even a fixed sun for multiple small worlds, and was, therefore, the best bloodline Leyland had gotten to date. With this, I can begin the bloodline experiments. After advancing to the morning star realm, many ancient bloodline experiments, and things like the interplanar experiments, could be undertaken independently. Leyland was extremely eager to spend all his time on this. However, he still took some time to meet the emissaries from Spirit Circle and Windwolf Lair the next day. It wasn't only the Ouroboros clan that held bloodline warlocks in the central continent. There were other organizations and families that had inherited ancient bloodlines, forming a giant alliance. However, the 3 morning star magi of the Ouroboros clan had disappeared all of a sudden, resulting in a drop in their value. Hence, no aid had been given. Leyland understood this very well, since even when saving allies, one had to see if they were powerful enough. Otherwise, they would only be bringing trouble upon themselves. Besides, the various warlock organizations weren't exactly tight-knit. There were conflicts, and a loose alliance was basically as good as a non-existent one. Of course, things were different with Leyland's ascension. It was especially so after he displayed his strength. All these former allies rushed forth to mend their relationship. Spirit Circle and Windwolf Lair were the 2 largest bloodline warlock organizations that the Ouroboros clan was close to. Sire Leyland is so young. This was entirely out of my expectations. The moment they met, the 2 warlocks were blown away by the plentiful life force brimming in Leyland. Magi obviously did not rely on appearances to determine age. They usually had their own unique methods to determine it. However, no matter which angle they looked at him from, Leyland was extremely young. He was not like those magi who were approaching their end and looked young from the outside, yet held a rotting scent. The 2 of you, please. Leyland was now dressed in a platinum robe that was a piece of magic equipment, giving him a more elegant aura. With his experience in controlling places like the Twilight Zone, he had already developed a distinct aura of a ruler in how he treated others, which made him all the more convincing. Meanwhile, while the 2 emissaries were stunned at Leyland's age, Leyland himself was also shocked. He could feel the energy of the point mass on these 2 emissaries. In other words, they were actually morning star warlocks as well. Looks like these 2 organizations are taking this very seriously. The smile on Leyland's face became even more welcoming as he invited the 2 warlocks to the couch in his room. Freya brought 3 cups of coffee over, bowing to the 3 of them unreservedly as she quickly left. By the way, I've yet to ask you for your names. Leyland smiled as he spoke. Oh, look at me. I was so surprised when I came that I didn't introduce myself. How impolite of me. A magus with countless tentacles on his face that looked like a giant octopus had palmed his forehead with a tentacle and answered, I'm Paul, from Spirit Circle. Sir Paul. Leyland nodded in recognition, seeming serious. The bloodline Spirit Circle had inherited came from a strange creature, the spirit-sucking oddity. It was said that this being not only had a unique spirit body, it even enjoyed sucking the brain juices of intelligent beings, and had the strange ability of peeking at someone's spirit. What caused countless bloodline warlocks to rip their hair out in frustration was that this spirit-sucking oddity was no bloodline creature. However, the original spirit-sucking oddity warlock had fused the ability of this creature into his own bloodline and passed it down, resulting in this strange branch of bloodline warlocks. This branch was named the Spirit Warlock and had a very special strength. They were more partial towards attacks on the mind, and it was difficult to resist them. At this point, Leyland couldn't help but look into his eyes. On the giant octopus head were a pair of dark eyeballs with no pupils, looking like a dead fish's eyes. However, the moment their gazes met, Leyland felt as if his heart was being stripped and laid bare before him. Wang, the point mass in his body rumbled, and soul force swept through. The discomfort instantly vanished, and Leyland immediately put on his guard even though he smiled at the other party. "I am Philip of the Wind Wolf Lair." "Greetings, sir." The other was a middle-aged, burly white man. His face and body were filled with hair, and his sideburns were very straight. Compared to spirit warlocks, Wind Wolf Lair was an orthodox bloodline warlock organization that had inherited the bloodline of the ancient wind wolves. They were exceptionally sensitive towards wind elemental particles. On top of that, Wind Wolf Lair was a very well-known bloodline warlock organization in the central continent that maintained good relations with other warlocks. They had very deep roots. "Sir Philip and Sir Paul." Leyland nodded. "It is my honor for the two of you to attend my ceremony." Whether it was Leyland or the other two warlocks, all of them were very satisfied. Though there weren't any deep discussions, this was a good beginning. After that, however, Leyland could not bring himself to feel happy, as the two warlocks brought him shocking news. Jupiter's lightning? After unexpectedly finding out who was responsible for attacking the Ouroboros clan, Leyland's expression turned grim. Even if he hadn't been privy to the knowledge among the Morningstar Circle before his own advancement, even he had heard of this organization's fame in the central continent. Compared to organizations such as Nepha's and Azure Mountain City, Jupiter's lightning was even more tremendous, and perhaps even surpassed the Ouroboros clan. It was a shadow that loomed over the continent, and was perhaps more similar to a bandit guild. It regularly took on assassinations, bounties, and the like, preferring to stir up chaos and exploiting it. The reason why they were so fearless was due to the manipulator behind them. It was a Radiant Moon Magus. A Radiant Moon Magus was also a great rank 5 Magus, and they were even rarer than Morningstar Magi, as well as much more formidable. In the entire central continent, there were probably less than 20 of them. It could be said that besides the few Breaking Dawn Magi there were, the rest of them split the central continent amongst themselves. Hearing that Ouroboros clan was being targeted by such a person, even Leyland couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Paul and Philip exchanged a glance and, noticing Leyland's peaceful expression, nodded. "Don't worry. As allies, we will provide a certain amount of assistance, such that at least the Radiant Moon Magus will likely not deal with you personally." "Do you mean that if the other Morningstar Magi of Jupiter's lightning attack, I have to take them all on myself?" Leyland rolled his eyes inside, but his expression was that of gratitude. "Thank you so much." In reality, he had serious suspicions that these two organizations wanted them to fight. Perhaps they had been the ones to provoke Jupiter's lightning, and yet were now pretending to take the brunt of the damage for the Ouroboros clan, and were insincere about sending aid. Of course, he was no child and would not believe everything these Morningstar Magi told him. He would only trust them after performing his own checks. This was a very simple matter. Though he was unfamiliar with the Morningstar's conscience, he had already recorded the aura fluctuations. With more Morningstar samples, he would be able to make comparisons. He even had a spy like the Azure Mountain King, so information was not an issue. At the thought of the Azure Mountain King, Leyland's gloomy mood was lifted, and he began to anticipate Ascension ceremony. Boom. Boom. Boom, star. Countless giant fireworks exploded in midair. The headquarters of Ouroboros clan had been painted over, and now no longer had any traces from the battle. There were even fresh flowers and streamers along all the pathways. The guests from the other organizations in the central continent all had sincere grins on their faces. Under the guidance of the warlocks of Ouroboros clan, they headed towards the heart of the city. This was a palace that had been constructed in a hurry for Leyland, the location of the ceremony. In order to curry favor with the only Morningstar warlock in the organization, as well as the husband of their family's leader, the Blood Serpent family warlocks had done all they could and arranged everything tidily. They had even gone out of their way and brought out lavish liquor and delicacies, many of which were unique resources in the Magus world that could increase spiritual force and the effects of meditation. There were so many that they seemed dirt cheap, and it resulted in looks of admiration and surprise. Many guests were gathered in a hall, though they were separated clearly into tens of little circles. Bloodline warlocks and magi had 2 large circles, and within those, another 10 or so were formed based on various factors like power, ranking, level of intimacy and so on. The warlocks and magi were like the ladies and gentlemen of high society, conversing courteously and occasionally toasting each other. The atmosphere was harmonious, and it was unthinkable that some of the people here had been eager for the death of the other party just a few days ago. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 510, Assuming the Post. Assuming the Post. It's time to start the ceremony. Parker's tone conveyed his high spirits and excitement. He was wearing the suit of a compere, and his hair was sleekly styled. His previous investment at this time had gained him the most returns. Leyland was advancing at the speed of light, far beyond his own predictions. It made him feel like he was in a dream. With unanimous joyous cheers, Leyland stepped on the flower petals laid out on his path as he entered the hall, wearing a magical robe with a gold crown on his head. At the same moment, an overbearing and horrifying force similar to that of an ancient beast was slowly released from his body. From his eyes, one could faintly see the image of an enormous black serpent which was several tens of thousands of meters long. Morning Star. The formidability of a true morning star made many magi and warlocks bow their heads respectfully to welcome him. Some of the sullen emissaries were also so overwhelmed by his aura that they too bowed, albeit rather unwillingly. In accordance with the rules, warlocks of the Ouroboros clan who are promoted to the Morning Star realm will fundamentally acquire the noble title of a duke. Congratulations to you, Duke Farlier. Faisal stepped up and ceremoniously handed a snake-shaped scepter embedded with jet-black crystals to Leyland, who accepted it effortlessly and raised it up. Numerous bloodline warlocks stood up and bowed in salutation. Greetings, Duke Leyland. This was a tradition of the Ouroboros clan, something shared by many other Magus organizations. Yet, for Faisal himself to do it meant that Leyland had already succeeded in suppressing internal strife. Seeing this unfold, many influential emissaries were left in deep thought. The ceremony shall begin. Parker yelled after Leyland was seated. The emissary from the rustic woodlands, Lewis, greets Duke Leyland. An old fellow dressed in a red suit took the lead and saluted Leyland. The Lord's promotion to the Morning Star is a grand occasion for all of us in the central continent. This is a gift from our master. The entourage standing behind him lifted the cloth off a tray to reveal a rock shimmering with brilliance. An astral stone. Such a huge astral stone is rare indeed. The rustic woodlands is so magnanimous. The comments from the surrounding visitors were incessant. Leyland nodded his head and smiled, evidently very pleased. Such opportunities to receive free gifts without obligations were always welcomed. I have just been promoted to the Morning Star, and my need for astral stones is undeniable. Thank your master on my behalf. Leyland expressed his contentment, and the emissary was delighted. He bowed again and retreated. Duke Leyland. I am the emissary from the Faller family, and I present to you a personalized private ride, the Colossal Serpent. Another emissary stepped forward and presented a core controller. In the middle of it, an image of a private airship could be seen. The detailing and ornamentation of the warship structure were vivid and thorough. That is very considerate of you. Leyland nodded his head. The Faller family controlled the entire airship network. They also had the support of the Monarch of the Skies, and gifting every newly promoted Morning Star their very own airship was their tradition. As such, Leyland voiced, I thank the kindness of Chief Faller and the Monarch of the Skies. Perceiving Leyland to have understood their intentions, the emissary respectfully bowed and retreated. Almost immediately, yet another emissary stepped forward. The etiquette for this ceremony was complicated, but Leyland still had to receive them one by one and express his own goodwill. It would be extremely important and beneficial for the Ouroboros clan. Leyland was brimming with enthusiasm and was all smiles. He conversed casually with many of the emissaries with ease, showing no impatience. At this time, a magus with a head of brown hair who was wearing a silver robe stepped forward. Impressive undulations emitted from his body without restraint. He clearly lacked manners, and was disrespectful in front of Leyland. You've come with ill intentions. Leyland's eyes narrowed and he glared at the magus. Greetings, my lord, from Collins of Jupiter's Lightning. Collins straightened his back and looked straight into Leyland's eyes without a hint of fear. Collins is one of the more able ones in Jupiter's Lightning. He clearly wants to test Leyland's strength as a baseline comparison, Paul remarked from the side, smiling at Philip with a wineglass in hand. Collins' abilities are not comparable to Cyril's. Shall we give him a helping hand? Philip rubbed his fist, his eyes glistening with ambition. There's no need. Duke Leyland is very powerful, do not ever underestimate him. Paul's deadfish eyes glimmered with a smile. The atmosphere inside the hall didn't seem right. All the emissaries' eyes were locked on the confrontation between the two Morning Stars. Since it was a celebration, Leyland and Collins did not go overboard. On the surface, it looked like they were just staring at each other in the face. However, a ruthless crossword fight between the spiritual domains had already unfolded unknowingly. A few minutes later, the colors started to drain from Collins' confident face, and beads of sweat appeared on it. Witnessing the scene, the other magi thought they had seen a ghost. Paul and Philip exchanged glances, and both broke out in smiles. Oh! A moment later, Collins scathingly stumbled a few steps back. Although there were no differences in his expression, the imposing aura on his body had disappeared. Leyland, on the other hand, continued to sit upright. No one could tell what he had in mind. "This is a present from our chief." Collins no longer dared to look Leyland in the eye as he presented the gift. Soon after, he left in haste. All the magi who witnessed this silent confrontation grew more fervent about Leyland. The revelry lasted until midnight. After receiving bountiful gifts, Leyland began conversing about his experience during his advancement. It was, in a way, his means of imparting knowledge. Many of those present were rank 3 magi after all. Leyland was forthcoming, pointing out mistakes made during the construction of the point mass, as well as other general tips. Many rank 3 magi were intoxicated by this essential information, and even some morning stars fell into deep thought. When it was time to disperse, many felt reluctant to leave. After the banquet was over, Leyland chose not to rest, and instead, headed out to meet another guest in a private room. "Distinguished Azure Mountain King, we meet again." Leyland smiled calmly and sat opposite the Magus. The person here was certainly the Azure Mountain King. He possessed the same appearance as his clone, with blue hair and a pair of starry eyes. He had not come to the ceremony representing Azure Mountain City, and instead snuck in on the pretense of a diplomatic mission. He'd felt threatened by Leyland. "You can call me Zach." The Azure Mountain King spoke in a deep tone, without any further intentions of undermining Leyland. "Alright, distinguished Zach, let's talk about the compensation that you have to make with regards to my territory." Leyland leant back on the sofa, intertwined his hands. He was unusually relaxed. Opportunities for such extortion, where one took advantage of another's weakness, were very rare. "Sure. Your people, your land, and any other losses, I'll pay you for it all. I'll even pay double, as long as you promise not to leak the matter of the stardust bugs," Zach said frankly. He only yielded to Leyland as Leyland knew his biggest secret. If this information was leaked out, the entire Oakheart clan would be faced with imminent disaster. Even his own life would be in danger. Leyland was well aware of this. But he also knew that the destruction of the Oakheart clan, and the fall of the Azure Mountain King, would not net him any benefits. On the other hand, such extortion had the potential for a lot of profits. As such, he didn't mind letting Zach leave, as long as he paid his due, of course. "Let's not talk about the territory for the time being. You destroyed my Magus Tower. Shouldn't you compensate me with another?" Leyland laughed with a hint of profoundness. "Consider it done. I will build you one that is exactly the same." The Azure Mountain King replied with a rich and overbearing tone. "Oh. No. I think you misunderstood something." Leyland swayed his finger. "What I need is a Magus Tower that corresponds to my current status. Do you understand?" "What?" Zach took a cold breath, and immediately blurted out, "Impossible. This is extortion." Although Leyland's previous Magus Tower was of considerably high quality, it was only fitting for a rank 3 Magus. In the central continent, anything that catered to the Morningstar rank would cost more, especially so for the Morningstar Magus Tower. The construction cost of a Morningstar-rated Magus Tower would be at least 10 times more than that of Leyland's previous Magus Tower. Even if he were to sell his territory, it could not even cover the cost of building one level of it. Leyland's request was like a lion biting a huge chunk of meat off the Oakheart clan's body. Based on Zach's proposed bill of compensation, the Oakheart clan wouldn't suffer a huge loss. But to build a Morningstar-rated Magus Tower? Even if Leyland were to decline all the other compensations, this request alone would still be outrageous. "Indeed, I am extorting you. Didn't you know?" Leyland mockingly laughed. "Compared to the matter about the stardust bugs and the whole Oakheart clan being erased from this world, I think it's a good deal. With the accumulated wealth of Azure Mountain City, there should be no difficulty in constructing one such Magus Tower, right?" Being reprimanded by Leyland, Zach's face hardened as he gritted his teeth in anger. "Fine. That's the way." Leyland smirked, obviously pleased. His expression immediately turned from one of hostility to that of friendliness, and this made Zach perplexed. "Other than the Magus Tower, I have no other requests, so long as you assist me in building an astral gate." Having sensed the limits of Zach's tolerance, Leyland naturally and pursued further benefits without scruples. After all, Zach wouldn't suddenly appreciate him if he lowered his requests, so he could just as well get a hold of as many benefits as possible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 511, Attitude. After some haggling, Leyland and Zach finally reached an agreement. The Oakheart clan would bear the burden of building a Morningstar-level Magus Tower, as well as provide him with all the resources for an astral gate. In return, Leyland guaranteed that he would never divulge information regarding the Stardust bugs in any shape or form. The two of them had even made an oath under the trial's eye, which was at the request of the Azure Mountain King. However, he did not notice the look of mockery in Leyland's eyes. After that, Leyland got Zack to narrate the details of the Allied army's attack on the Ouroboros clan from start to end. After receiving this information, his eyebrows furrowed. Jupiter's lightning. After sending Zack away, Leyland half laid down on the couch, massaging his forehead and sinking into deep thought. I never expected it to be them. Why would a haughty Radiant Moon Magus have any interest in the Ouroboros clan? Before Gilbert and the others reappeared, nobody would be able to give him an answer. Leyland himself could only make wild guesses. Most emissaries had yet to leave after the end of the ceremony, when another monumental event occurred. The Morning Star Warlock, Duke Leyland, had announced his engagement with the leader of the Blood Serpent family, Freya. Bloodline warlocks were generally very picky when it came to picking partners. This would affect the passing on of bloodlines, and determine the rise or fall of a family. The engagement of a Morning Star Warlock implied that new Kamoyan blood would spread, forming another formidable family. Though there were only two people in the family, Leyland and his fiancée, nobody could deny the strength of a family with a Morning Star Warlock within. Based on some faint rumors, Duke Leyland's bloodline was unbelievably pure, and perhaps even surpassed that of the other three Morning Star Warlocks. His fiancée was also of a prestigious Kamoyan family, and her bloodline was pure. The emissaries and warlocks could envision an exceptionally powerful Kamoyan family rising to power in the Ouroboros clan. Though they were cursing within, these emissaries all looked elated at Leyland's engagement, and gave their sincere blessings to them. Only after the engagement ceremony was over did the emissaries of the multiple organizations leave Phosphorescent Swamp. They had seen far too much at this celebration and ceremony, and needed to report back to their masters. Leyland could finally relax, handling some miscellaneous work. Your Grace. On the way, many warlocks stepped aside when they saw him from afar, bowing to him from the sides of the road. Leyland's expression remained solemn. At most, he sent a nod of recognition in the direction of high-ranked warlocks, his movements revealing boundless dignity. His status in the Ouroboros clan made it such that he could move without obstructions. He headed for a building that seemed like a beehive, formed of countless giant laboratories. This was the headquarters of the technical department. Upon noticing Leyland's arrival, there was a flurry of activity at the entrance. Shat, who was wearing glasses, was escorted by warlocks donning large white gowns as he welcomed Leyland. It made him feel as if he had returned to the research centers in his previous world. Your Grace. Shat bowed respectfully. He was extremely grateful towards Leyland. If not for his advancement, the Ouroboros clan would probably have been done for. Bring me to the Astral Gate. Leyland said indifferently after a nod. He then followed Shat as they went in deeper. After passing through the layers of isolation and detection spell formations, Shat brought Leyland before a gate formed entirely of astral stones. The entire gate emanated a starry radiance. The innermost layer actually possessed a stony surface, and there were multiple bright runes floating above the surface of the stone gate. This is Lord Emma's Astral Gate. We've moved it here, Shat sighed as he took off his glasses. We've determined through multiple experiments that there is no problem with the gate itself. However, there was an unknown interference that stopped us from locating the coordinates, making the second attempt at finding the coordinates even more difficult. What level of power do you think is needed for this to happen? Leyland's eyes shone as he asked. I'm afraid, Shat's temperament suited research perfectly. He explained things as they were and did not beat around the bush. Only interference from a Radiant Moon Realm Magus can cause the three elders to make an error in judgment. Radiant Moon Realm. A great rank 5 Magus. The moment the words exited Shat's mouth, the rest of the researchers all trembled, evidently feeling weak. Just a Morning Star Magus was enough for the Ouroboros clan to be on the verge of being destroyed by the Allied forces. What if a Radiant Moon Magus were to do the job himself? The bleak future immediately caused these high-ranked warlocks to tremble in fear. Don't be so negative. Leyland patted Shat on the shoulder. Just focus on saving Mentor and the others. You must work hard on this. Understood, Your Grace. A hint of shame appeared on Shat's expression as he lowered his head deferentially. Initially, he had boldly bragged that he could find the coordinates within 5 days. However, multiples of that time period had passed, and he had yet to determine which world Gilbert and the others were trapped in. Every time he was about to find the coordinates, he would be obstructed by berserk spatial turbulence, barring him from finding the real location. If there was the slightest discrepancy in the coordinates, the two areas could be millions of kilometers away from each other, being two separate worlds. With trouble both internally and externally, the warlocks would definitely not dare have Leyland take the risk. On top of that, they had no clue if Leyland would listen to them. In actuality, even if they had determined which world Gilbert and the rest were lost in, Leyland might not aid them. Since they had already determined the other world was a trap set up by a radiant moon Magus, how could he go in like a lamb to the slaughter? Leyland was not so selfless as to take this risk. I should find a chance and take care of those warlocks. Leyland touched his chin, eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. Those who had been urging him from the shadows to save the elders were not anyone else, but the many descendants and students of the 3 Morning Star warlocks. Of course, they did not dare request anything of Leyland in the open, but as long as there was no evidence, they were bold in their discussions. In Gilbert's case, Leyland was one of them and they thus had the least complaints. With Emma, Freya was a mediator and they were less impatient. Only the students and family of the other Morningstar warlock pressed him on, and Leyland was preparing to make use of them. He was no saint, and would not save others and then give up his power to be shared. And yet, Gilbert was his mentor and had taught him much. Thus he would save him, but now was not the time. Leyland was confident that with a bit more time, he could set up his own authority and spread his influence. By the time the 3 Morningstars were back, they would not be able to affect his status. Hence, he had to make use of this time. Though he could use his strength and force everything, Leyland did not want to end up with an Ouroboros clan that was divided. Shat's report was exactly to his liking. This way, it was not because he was not trying hard enough, but that he was lacking information and had no way to do this. Leyland had long since secretly determined their coordinates. But for his own purposes, he had kept mum until now. After consoling Shat and the other members of the technical department, Leyland returned to his castle. There, 2 precious guests needed to be attended to. Lord Paul, Lord Philip, sorry for the long wait. Leyland apologized to the 2 Morningstar warlocks. After the other organizations had left, these 2 emissaries had stayed behind for some unknown reason. As they were Morningstars, this was also good for Ouroboros clan, which was why Leyland had no complaints and was so welcoming towards them. We only just arrived as well. Duke Leyland must have investigated thoroughly, right? Paul grinned, the beady eyes on the octopus head seemingly able to see into the Leyland's soul. Yes, Jupiter's lightning. They went too far. Leyland clenched his fists, face flushing red and showing his anger. Through the investigation of the Shadow Snake Department as well as the Azure Mountain King's story, he had confirmed that Jupiter's lightning was behind this. In this case, he would not reject the good intentions of these 2 Morningstar warlocks. I'm going to be frank with you. That radiant moon Magus of Jupiter's lightning has been finding us bloodline warlocks an eyesore and caused conflicts with the Union. Even the organizations backing us are in a cold war with them, Philip said. The burly werewolf smiled wryly. Leyland vaguely understood their meaning. The intentions of these Spirit Circle and Wind Wolf Lair warlocks was to seek external aid. However, he would definitely not reject them. Radiant Moon Magi were not existences he could deal with as of yet. If he could pull someone else over to contend against them, the pressure on him would be slightly lesser. For this reason, Leyland did not seem to even hesitate as he exclaimed, if there's anything you need me for, just say the word. While that was what he had said, Leyland would not be so stupid as to rush to the front lines without any benefits. Paul and Philip exchanged a glance and saw the elation in each other's eyes. No matter what it was, Leyland's attitude meant that this trip had not been made in vain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 512, Revitalization of Bloodline. Revitalization of Bloodline. Of course, we hope you can form an alliance with us. We wish to take on Jupiter's lightning together. Philip interrupted, with your current status as Duke, you can definitely represent the Ouroboros clan. I need to think it over. After all, there are many seniors who I need to pacify. When it came to proper business, Leyland seemed to draw back. Paul silently cursed at Philip for being too hasty, and also Leyland, for not being willing to be more open until he saw benefits. He merely continued smiling, which was difficult enough with his octopus face. Duke Leyland, you don't know this yet, do you? We Morningstar warlocks organize a gathering every once in a while, where everyone will exchange information. Sometimes, we even have trade meetings. This gathering is only for bloodline warlocks, who must be at least at the Morningstar level. Someone even needs to vouch for them. A few elders from Spirit Circle and Wind Wolf Lair will attend as well. How about we continue the discussion there? Gathering? A gathering amongst Morningstar warlocks was still very attractive to Leyland. Furthermore, he was not worried that their leaving the Ouroboros clan would bring any harm to them. To be frank, the Ouroboros clan's safety all depended on him. As long as he was fine, it would be well fortified even if there was nobody here guarding them. If anything happened to him, the Allied armies would immediately level the place. In fact, if he managed to slip out of headquarters without being seen, it would put his foes under a lot of pressure instead. With this in mind, Leyland answered, "Sure. When the time comes, please notify me." Seeing Leyland agree, Paul heaved a long sigh of relief before he laughed in answer, "I'm sure that our other comrades are eager to see an up-and-coming youngster like you." It looked like this gathering was a small circle where bloodline warlocks interacted. Watching his expression, Leyland nodded inside and began to anticipate the gathering more fervently. Since everything was settled, Paul and Philip had no reason to stay longer. They chose to leave. With how hurried they seemed, Spirit Circle and Wind Wolflair had probably fallen on hard times. As important deterrents, they would not have been able to squeeze out the time to attend if not for Leyland's ceremony. "We're rich, my lord." Within the hall, Parker's eyes glinted as he gazed at the account book in his hands. Just the gifts from the other organizations is equivalent to dozens of fiefs. But of course, you only ascend to the Morning Star realm once. And it's a good time for other organizations to form good relationships with them. Though Leyland seemed as calm as an ancient, and used well, he was actually very happy. He just kept it in. At the same time, he had gained a better understanding of the great status Morningstar Magi held in the central continent. The destructive power of a Morningstar arcane art was far too high. If a Morningstar Magus were to let go of all qualms and act as they wished, the geography of the entire central continent would be destroyed. Radiant Moon, and even Breaking Dawn Magi would regret the damage caused. As a result, every time a Morningstar arose, everyone would express their goodwill, and intend to be on good terms with each other. These were actions that large organizations were used to. The moment I stepped into this realm, everything changed. Leyland sighed to himself, the look in his eyes even more intense. What would the scenery be like after the ranks of Radiant Moon or the Breaking Dawn throne? In his eyes, rank 4 was far from the limit. His goals were on higher peaks, and he did not pay attention to even the shackles to his bloodline that had troubled bloodline warlocks for many years. Of course, he could overlook his opinions while strategizing, but tactics needed to be done properly. Hence, he sent Parker away and ordered for all his gifts to be stored. After handing over the important items, Leyland returned to his laboratory. He was now the highest power in the Ouroboros clan, and could mobilize all resources. The laboratory he used was the best they had, which was usually reserved for Gilbert and the other two. This was just another one of the many advantages. That was not all. The treasury of the Ouroboros clan was completely open to him, and the treasures accumulated over thousands of years by a large-scaled organization such as this had Leyland's eyes going green in envy. The first thing he did was to take a pile of astral stones and keep them in his spatial pouch. Though the Oakheart clan had agreed to build him an astral gate, it was better to have more astral stones in reserve. After all, passing through planes required the usage of astral stones, which was why they were so highly valued. They had always been a strategic class resource. Beep. Ascertaining identity. Welcome, Duke Leyland Farlier. After passing through the stringent aura detection system and numerous disinfecting procedures, Leyland finally stood in a room seemingly cast entirely in crystal. The translucent crystals emitted beautiful light, and the area was spotless and unbelievably glossy. Seeing the data the AI chip provided, Leyland couldn't help but sigh. Though the strength setup is different, in terms of disinfecting and dust, it can achieve the same effect. Such an environment was extremely similar to the sterile laboratories in his previous world. Ancient Magi were no fools, so how would they not have noticed the effects germs and the like could have on research? Even without scientific methods, they could use magic to achieve the same effect. Within a giant glass container at the heart of the laboratory, a broken sword was soaking in a translucent green liquid. This was the same blade that held the bloodline of the Sun's Child and the Wing of the Sun meditation technique. Numerous transparent air bubbles could be seen arising from the hole-filled dull blade, and only the area with the blood was glowing brightly. He'd already recorded all the information about the Wing of the Sun through his AI chip. The only thing left of value was the blood, which he had yet to extract. The golden blood was like warm light as it slowly grew on the sword, somehow moving automatically as if breathing. As expected of the blood left behind by a rank 6 creature. Even if all its vitality has been lost, a slight simulation from the external world allowed it to regain its instinct. Leyland was full of praise. The ancient Sun's Child was at the peak of Breaking Dawn, and was an existence he could only look up to. Just a single drop of blood could multiply, enough to form life. If it placed its spirit branding inside, an almighty ancient being could definitely revive itself from just a droplet of blood. The bloodline of the Sun's Child was that terrifying. Of course, confirmed by the appraisal of top-notch masters, the bloodline of the Sun's Child on the blade had long since lost its vitality and was impossible to stimulate. This breathing movement was only an instinctual reaction and not a display of full revival. If the bloodline of the Sun's Child could be made use of, the broken sword would not have been sold off at such a low price. Even if the Azure Mountain King, Zack, had to fall out with Cyril over it, he would definitely use force to keep the bloodline. However, for Leyland, who was an expert in ancient bloodline experiments and had the support of the AI chip, it wasn't an impossible task to stimulate the revival of the bloodline. He was now gazing at the broken sword in the glass container, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. The restoration is coming along quite well. I can begin the second phase. He, who had acquired the research data of the Quicksand organization, had grasped the finest technology of the ancient era. This naturally included many methods to restore bloodlines. At that point in time, due to his lack of strength, he could not display all his skills. Many of the methods required the coordination of soul force, and Leyland, who had only been rank 3 at the time, would only be working in vain. Now, however, this was no longer an issue. Soul Web. Threads of black soul force brought with them a simple radiance as they shot out from between Leyland's brows, forming a web-like structure that disappeared into the green solution. Large amounts of fine runes with unknown functions emerged from the thin web. The soul web seemed to have no effects on the broken sword and went straight through the blade. However, the golden blood seemed to be attracted, gathering onto it. Minutes later, all the blood on the broken sword had been shifted to the soul web, causing it to turn golden. Gulu. Gulu, as the last thread of golden luster left the blade, the metal immediately corroded into nothingness in the green solution, leaving no residue behind. It was only made of the plainest materials. Only because of the will of the Sun's Child had it been preserved for over 10,000 years. The moment the blood is removed, it instantly reverts to its original form. Leyland's eyes shone, no longer focused on the sword. All his attention was focused on the soul web, as he manipulated the golden web to float over to another large breeding pool. Countless loach-like long fish poked their heads out of the dim yellow pool, translucent bubbles being spat out from their lips. These were blood-sucking loaches, and were rarely seen bloodline creatures. All the reserves of the Ouroboros clan were stored here. Go! Leyland controlled the soul web until it was atop the pool. Drop by drop, the golden liquid fell, being devoured by countless blood-sucking loaches that were trying to outdo each other. Water splashed everywhere in the cultivation pool, and Leyland watched the changes in the loaches without blinking. Golden threads appeared from the stomachs of these blood-sucking loaches. Then, their eyes rolled back and they began floating in the pool. The bloodline of a rank 6 creature is too powerful for these loaches. Leyland shook his head, but did not stop the experiment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 513, Morningstar Magus Tower. Morningstar Magus Tower. Threads of golden radiance emanated from the carcasses of the blood-sucking loaches and were then swallowed by other loaches which had not managed to get the blood the first time. This process was repeated as the loaches died. Leyland watched on expressionlessly. After 3 rounds, where the blood-sucking loaches could hold on for longer and not die immediately, the golden bloodline seemed to have become more reserved and guileless. Looks like I can continue. A look of excitement appeared on his face. As long as this was successful, there was hope to stimulate the revival of the Sun's Child's bloodline. Maintain this process and ensure there are no less than 20 blood-sucking loaches in the cultivation pool, Leyland ordered the spirit genie. Leyland knew this would take a long time. After observing for a while longer, he left the laboratory for his castle. He now had many tasks to direct, and while troublesome, it was the best way to exert his authority. Though the students and families under the Morningstar Warlock's care all hoped Leyland would act as soon as possible and rescue their mentors and family leaders, they did not dare exhibit their wishes openly. They were also extremely afraid of contradicting Leyland, all doing as asked to the best of their abilities. Even when Leyland took all the astral stones in storage, they did not say a word. It had to be said that these warlocks knew their place. Even so, Leyland could not be bothered to bicker with them over trivial matters. Besides, with his current strength still inadequate to deal with Jupiter's lightning and radiant moon magi, he needed to save the dukes first to increase the strength they had on their side. The issue of when this would happen would depend on him. This was not just about gaining power in the Ouroboros clan, but also to avoid the trap set up for them. If 3 Morningstar warlocks could disappear, Leyland would not be an issue at all. Leyland was well aware of this fact, which was why he did not dare make a move until he made sense of the situation. Your Grace, there's a female magus claiming to be from Azure Mountain City here. Also. Faisal bowed, with none of his high spirits from before. Humility had taken that place. Ever since Leyland had exited his secluded cultivation, he had been maintaining this attitude. He'd even been the first to side with Leyland, and Leyland relied on him heavily. Also what? Leyland found the puzzlement on his face laughable. She also said, she's here to help my lord construct a Magus Tower. Azure Mountain City used to be the Ouroboros clan's enemy. However, they were now coming over trying to get into Leyland's good books. Faisal had lived for over 600 years, but even he seldom met with such a situation, which led to his confusion. In that case, I don't need to see her. Help me choose a good location in the headquarters. My Magus Tower shall be erected there, This had previously been decided upon with the Azure Mountain King, and he was merely going through with the agreement. Leyland did not pay much heed to these matters and waved his arms, sending Faisal away. The reason he had not built the Magus Tower at headquarters originally was because he was afraid of being made use of. However, things were different now. He was the one ordering others to work, and nobody would come and bother him. Leyland naturally wanted the Magus Tower to be located in headquarters now. What's wrong? Leyland asked Faisal, who stood in the same spot, eyes full of mixed emotions. Though these were just a few simple words, Faisal felt cold sweat running down his spine. Leyland was now no longer a marquis he had jurisdiction over, but a great elder. He was the highest authority, the commander of the entire Ouroboros clan, a Morning Star warlock. Every one of his titles was like a huge mountain weighing down on Faisal's heart. When all these identities gathered on a person, this person was someone he definitely needed to look up to. It's like this. Your Grace. My family, the Dos and Alka families, and the others are all willing to contribute to my lord's Magus Tower. Faisal gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. From his perspective, it seemed that Leyland had accepted offerings from outsiders, which was a very dangerous sign. It signified that he had lost all trust in all these traditional, well-known bloodline nobles, which was absolutely unacceptable. At this thought, he could not help but begin to reproach his own allies. Though saving the elders was extremely important, they could not be so hasty. As expected, it resulted in this terrible result. Faisal could not help but begin to envy the Blood Serpent family. As long as Freya was still around, Leyland's relationship with them was secure. There were even rumors that Leyland would have one child inherit the Blood Serpent's marquis position, which immediately resulted in the envy of multiple bloodline families. The bloodline of a Morning Star warlock, and especially that of Leyland, who was unbelievably talented. His bloodline was said to be extremely pure and something many bloodline families did not dare hope to have. However, the Blood Serpent family had gotten this so easily. It seemed that in the next few hundred years, the Blood Serpent family would definitely rise sharply. Of course, it would be under the lead of the Farlier family. Thinking this, Faisal could not help but sigh inside while simultaneously beginning to wonder if there were female warlocks like Freya in his own family. Good. Go and discuss with Azure Mountain City. Since there were people in a hurry to send him money, Leyland obviously accepted it. With the cooperation of so many families, his Magus Tower would be built more quickly, and its quality could even be raised. Why would he have anything against this? Watching Faisal fall back so fearfully, Leyland couldn't help but laugh. Only trying to mend relationships now? How could sly old Leyland not know what he was thinking? He never had plans of having anything to do with those families, and this was the situation. This peaceful life continued for a few months. In these few months, the Ouroboros clan's surroundings were calm. He had the few key regions in the phosphorescent swamp in his palm, while the allied forces seemed to have some worries. With both sides showing restraint, the region completely regained its peace, and the fires of war seemed to have been put out. However, only Magi who saw things long-term could see the undercurrents under this calm surface. In the headquarters of Ouroboros clan Warlock City, a giant and awe-inspiring Magus Tower was slowly constructed, full of dignity. Many high-ranked warlocks and Magi were all crowded around the tower whose structure had just been completed, and began work on the details. Every lower-ranked warlock would bow slightly as they passed by, eyes full of reverence as they glanced at the Magus Tower. This was the Morning Star Magus Tower, where their pride lies, of the Morning Star warlock, Leyland Farlier. Your Grace. The main body of the Magus Tower has been completed, and it has also been connected with the cores of all the other Magus Tower in the headquarters. It has the highest authority. Faisal tried to curry favor as he spoke, while Leyland had his hands behind his back, watching his own Magus Tower with interest. Compared to the Magus Tower he had constructed himself, the resource consumption of this Morning Star Grade 1 was terrifying. It could be said that the price could not be measured in magic crystals. If not for taking advantage of the huge reserves of the Azure Mountain King, as well as the generous offerings from the old bloodline families, this would not be so successful. How much more time will we need? Leyland watched the Magi that looked like ants floating at the sides of the Magus Tower, numerous runes flashing in their hands and entering the Magus Tower. He could not help but frown. There was someone he knew among the ones working on the tower. It was the host who he had seen at Azure Mountain's auction. However, Leyland had no intentions of going forward to meet the said one. He now had a different status, and it wasn't as if there was anything to say even if he went there. Faisal produced a white handkerchief and wiped his cold sweat before he spoke. The main body of the Magus Tower is the easiest part to construct. As long as there are enough materials, work will be completed quickly. However, the embedding of the spell formations, and especially the construction of the energy pools as well as the design of the tower genie needs to be done by you personally. Just the preparation for that will take 10 years, and that's the fastest. As I expected. The blue rays vanished, and Leyland's eyes returned to black, seeming warm. I will be out for a period of time. Handle the matters at headquarters with Freya and Parker. If there are major issues, the majority decides. Though secret imprints could be used for communication, they did not extend to a wide area and could easily be intercepted and listened in on, or even used to determine locations. Hence, Leyland typically did not like using them. My lord, you're leaving? Faisal's eyes widened, and he even forgot to wipe off his sweat. Yes. There is a bloodline organization gathering for the upper class. Lord Paul from before invited me. There was nothing to hide, and Leyland admitted this easily. He also had thoughts of exploring the central continent. In the past, he had had too little strength, but after attaining morning star power, he could go to many places in the central continent. It's very important to be on good relations with other bloodline warlocks. Faisal expressed his approval of this and spoke with some regret. It's a pity that we can't be involved in interactions between Morningstars, and can't provide you with any useful information. Faisal was merely a student, and him knowing which organization Zurabaro's clan was on good terms with was already a lot. As for which high-ranked organizations the Morningstar warlocks of the Uroboros clan were close to, or who their foes were, and who was only friendly on the surface, all that was a shot in the dark. At this crucial moment, he did not dare give suggestions, and Leyland could only make his own judgments. If not, if anything were to happen, he would not be able to take on the repercussions. Don't worry, I will judge for myself. Leyland nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 514, Phenomenon in a Small Town. Phenomenon in a Small Town. The sun slowly sank beneath the horizon, the sky a brilliant blend of red and orange. With twilight looming, the town looked shabby and dilapidated. At the only inn in the heart of the small town, a boiling cauldron of voices could be heard. The aromas of different wines and barbecued meat mixed with the musky smells of sweat and body odor as it permeated the air. As the night was chilly, the hotel had long shut its windows and doors. Even the cracks were closed up, thickening the smell inside further. But the drunk patrons with their flushed puffy faces and the exhausted travelers didn't mind it at all. In such weather, so long as there was a place to keep them warm, allowing them to enjoy some strong wine along with some barbecued meat, they would feel like they were in heaven. Master, your meal. A heavy-set kitchen lady efficiently brought forth a few dishes and served a customer. There was only one young man at the table and the kitchen lady only stepped away after stealing a glance at him, blushing with satisfaction. A Breaking Dawn lord. Such a handsome man, he must be a noble lord. Leyland couldn't be bothered by the kitchen lady's thoughts. His eyes were fixated on the sumptuous meal set in front of him, yet his mind was wandering elsewhere. After he'd given the orders, and made the necessary arrangements for the entire Ouroboros clan, he had begun his own journey. As he wasn't pressed for time and hadn't had the opportunity to venture far previously, he planned to take his time to explore the vast central continent, which was filled with a fascinating mix of various odd ethnicities and mixed bloodlines who coexisted with other humans. The geographical landscape was also much more confusing. Coupled with the pollution of the radiation of some high-ranking magi, it was no wonder that almost every location seemed bizarre and puzzling. Abandoning the convenience of traveling by his airship, Leyland had to admit that with his current walking pace, to cover the entire central continent, he would have to use at least a century as his unit of measurement. There were many bizarre scenes along the way. However, as Leyland had already been promoted to the Morningstar realm, his scope of vision was extraordinary. Thus, under the probing of his soul force, the number of scenes that he could not understand were greatly reduced. His current urge to venture to this small town was to seek out a rumored marvel. Leyland's supposed leisurely ventures were not for recreation. He wanted to research these odd phenomena to strengthen his AI chip's analyzing capabilities by accumulating more information in its database. Leyland pondered about his current situation. Leyland Farlier, rank 4 Warlock Bloodline, Giant Chamoyan Serpent, complete form, strength, 50, agility, 45, vitality, 65, spiritual force, 503.7, magic power, 503, magic power in synchronization with spiritual force, soul force? After advancing to Morningstar, limitations of calculating soul force relatively based on spiritual force data started to surface. As the AI chip lacked the necessary data on soul force, it could not successfully compute the soul force statistics, which somewhat frustrated Leyland. Before a Magus reaches rank 4, they depend on their of meditation technique to accumulate spiritual force. However, after rank 4, other aspects of the soul get involved. My Kamoyan's pupil can't be regarded as an advantage anymore. Leyland sighed. His meditation technique was way too low level, and the information that he had gathered was actually from the wing of the sun. As compared to spiritual force, the training of one's soul force was complicated and profound. Even the wing of the sun was not able to completely elaborate on the details, let alone allow the AI chip to reinforce to the highest standards. As such, Leyland thought of his previous research into spiritual bodies. Through that, he could accumulate statistics and information on the power of souls in an attempt to complete his own database. After some thought, Leyland couldn't help but scrutinize the two columns at the sides. Kamoyan's pupil meditation technique level 5 derivation progress, 6.92%. Soul force database completion, 26.8%. Ugh. Such a heavy burden with a long way to go, Leyland smiled wryly to himself. Aside from the derivation of the meditation technique, the Kamoyan's pupil had only 4 levels to begin with. This was the boundary that many giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks failed to break through. Based only on the AI chip's simulations, Leyland ambitiously wanted to challenge the uphill task of compiling his own 5th level with 0 resources. And the collection of the database on souls was even more difficult. Once the point mass was condensed, one could purify and advance spiritual force into soul force. Looking back, Leyland's past research as an acolyte and a rank 1 Magus was such a joke. The scientific law of life and death of one's soul was not easily identified. At many times, there would be a theory that ruled the system on one day, yet on the next day, it would become obsolete and be overthrown. The rules and regulations of developing one's soul are really deceptive. Leyland was evidently upset. In fact, the souls that he met were not exactly souls, just some remnants and unwilling fragments of memories that were the result of energy transformation. Hence, even if that information proved to be of some use, it could only be a reference. Only after the promotion to Morningstar and acquiring soul force would he be better equipped to start a further exploration of the soul. And that was what Leyland was striving extremely hard and advancing for. All in all, the physiques of the humans in the central continent were much stronger than the ones in the south coast and twilight zone. Also, with the abundance of energy particles, the probability of dead spirits transforming into souls was greater. Coupled with the mix of radiations of many high-ranked magi everywhere, this place gave off the feel of a very primitive and complicated place for spirits. Whenever such an environment surfaced, Leyland would hit the town to collect data. That was the reason for Leyland's presence here as well. Every year during hazy winter nights, a spirit wave phenomenon occurs at midnight, he mumbled to himself. At the same time, he acutely felt many pairs of eyes peeking at him, making him laugh to himself. Seated alone with a huge spread of delicacies and yet eating none of it, he was attracting the wrong kind of attention. After some thought, Leyland picked up his cutlery. The central continent's standard of living had always been higher than that of the other regions. Even a hotel in a small town served food that was considerably more delicious. Not only did they serve a glass of honeyed wine, they also served white bread and steak. The steak was tenderized with baking soda and a mallet, making it extra tender. Coupled with some honeyed wine, it tasted rich and mellow. Observing that Leyland had begun to eat his food, the drunk patrons either shot him a glance or cursed him under their breath and thereafter turned their attention away from him. A faint light glowed from the depths of his pupils. Even at this small hotel, there were some magi present. It seemed like they had been attracted by the same spirit wave phenomenon. With a sweep of his soul force, he was able to immediately identify a few black shadows in the corner. A pair of grandfather and grandson seated next to the counter also caught his attention. A few rank 2 magi, and another rank 3 vapor phase, not bad. As a Morningstar Magus, Leyland was now qualified to scan these magi. And because he was able to restrain the energy undulations on his body to its point mass, Leyland was regarded by those present at the hotel as an ordinary knight in training that had happened to set foot in this town. No other oddities were detected. The pair of grandfather and grandson caught Leyland's attention the most. After all, for a rank 3 vapor phase Magus to bring along his grandson for such an outing, there must be something important. And if it was indeed related to the spirit wave, Leyland was even more interested in finding out about it. The grandson tagging along with the elderly Magus looked to be about 13 or 14 years old. With a pair of wine-red eyes and golden blonde hair, he was very adorable. Judging by the freckles on his face and energy in his darting eyes, it was clear he seldom ventured outdoors. All these magi can't be here just to view the phenomenon, right? Leyland stroked his chin. Although the spirit wave was a magnificent sight, he was sure there were no other benefits. With the exception of idle individuals like Leyland, who came specially to collect data and check the spirit wave out, the number of magi who came forth had greatly reduced in recent times, and highly ranked ones like this old man were a rare sight. He. Spirit wave is about to begin, I am going to strike it rich this time. That's right, I have been waiting for this. Wearing shabby clothing, the drunk patrons were yelling at the top of their voices. Some of them were adventurers, some were mercenaries. Others were gold panners and such. They had all gathered to try their luck. Although the spirit wave had no huge instrumental use for the magi, it was still considered a goldmine for the commoners. And along with the huge amount of rubbish and remnants left after every spirit wave, there was bound to be some good stuff. If one could find it, they might very well have a windfall. This was one of the reasons why the small town was still in existence. Otherwise, although the spirit wave posed no threat, the commoners would have found it difficult to be neighbors with a mass of spirits. Other than magi, no other would have such courage. The oppressive, loud chiming of a copper clock rang. Many of the tourists were jolted awake. Even those blurry-eyed drunkards were nudged awake by their companions. The midnight bell has tolled. The midnight bell has tolled. Many adventurers called out in excitement as they started to wipe and polish their weapons. These weapons had no effect on the spirits and were also not meant for dealing with them. In the face of such enormous treasure, the ones they had to be wary of would be one another instead. Let's go. The old magus picked up a napkin to wipe his hand. His movements were elegant and relaxed, evidently having undergone training. On the other hand, the young grandson was still rather stiff. Leyland followed the crowd and stepped foot outside the hotel. At this moment, a full moon hung in the middle of the sky. A thin layer of fog surrounded it and blurred the moonlight, forming a silvery white halo. The chilly wind whistled. The northern air in the night was known to be bone-chilling. Gushes of white vapor could be seen emerging from the adventurers' noses and mouths as they breathed. Many doors in the small town suddenly slammed open and a crowd started pouring in. A majority of the crowd were well-built men. Some of them looked ferocious while others were old with multiple scars on them. They were carrying baskets or knapsacks, weapons in hand. In short, they were all well-equipped, one way or another. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 515, The Tomb. The Tomb. The residents of the small town were evidently prepared to join the army of scrap collectors. This might also have been the reason why they decided to live here, or their aim in being here. At the same time, they were very unfriendly towards the foreigners who stayed in the inn, casting grave and stern looks at them from time to time, clearly treating them as prey. As compared to the residents, who were great in number, the adventurers and mercenaries were outnumbered and divided. They gathered together, and couldn't help but grip tightly onto the cleavers and swords they held. Although they knew that the others did not harbor good intentions, these people who they could consider one of their own made them feel more at ease in comparison to the sea of residents outside. It was fortunate that although the two groups of people both shot glares at one another, they didn't land themselves in a more heated conflict before the spirit wave could begin. At this moment, a bizarre energy wave spread across the town, sending chills down everyone's spine. As for Leyland and the other magi, the feeling was more distinct. Its beginning, Leyland gazed at the haloed moon in the sky. According to the AI chip's readings, the intensity of a type of dark and cold energy waves was rapidly rising. So much that the region around the small town seemed to be enveloped in what seemed like a domain barrier. The Morning Star realm? No. Its intrinsic qualities slightly fall short, it can only be a force field belonging to rank 3 magi at most. The appearance of such a barrier made Leyland's pupils contract, but he relaxed soon after. It's appearing. At this moment, a voice sounded, trembling either due to dread or excitement. Leyland followed the crowd. Numerous rays of light that resembled shooting stars converged into a long, glittering river, flowing slowly from the perimeter of the small town. Brilliant rays with resplendent streaks splashed across the horizon. Leyland's eyesight allowed him to see the items in the rays of light clearly. A single yellow leather shoe flew past, with tiny white wings on each side. The shoelaces were left on the side in a mess, yet the tip of the shoe was polished and shiny. Behind the leather shoe was a black walking stick, likely processed directly from some sort of vine. Similarly, it was flying with the wings below its handle. What is this thing? Leyland looked baffled. Soon after, he also saw a rag doll, a shabby table and chair, and other items fly past, such as the kind of flower vases that were usually placed on counters. Is this a gathering of dilapidated commodities? He was speechless, but still commanded the AI chip to record the scene and monitor the energy waves. After the junk flowed away along the river, Leyland could no longer bring himself to laugh. Right behind the flow of light, a faintly discernible white line gradually drew nearer. When it came closer, he could see numerous unfeeling faces. They had long, jet-black hair, and were clothed entirely in white, slowly walking over along the ray of light. Perhaps walking would be an inaccurate description, because a cloud of mist hung under their feet. Their entire beings seemed to drift forward continuously while suspended in mid-air. Although the adventurers and mercenaries next to Leyland had long heard about such a phenomenon, their legs still trembled with fear. They couldn't even keep their jaws shut, and the sounds of teeth chattering could be heard as they shuddered. In comparison to those people, the residents of this town ought to have gone through this before, and had experience. Although their faces were also deathly pale, they could still compose themselves, and were not humiliated. The densely packed silhouettes converged to form an enormous tide, which surged up violently next to the small town. Leyland stood at the side, solemn as his AI chip frantically recorded the data. There are so many spirits. Perhaps something major once happened in the vicinity, and it might be related to high-energy radiation. In actual fact, many of the strange sightings observed across the entire central continent were caused by battles between high-ranking magi or contamination by radiation. Such phenomena usually did not die out even after thousands upon thousands of years, and instead expanded outward unceasingly, vying over territory with the humans who lived there. Hence, the prevention and cure of such contamination was a hot research topic for many of the large forces. Numerous white phantoms squirmed towards a particular direction unhurriedly. Among them were males and females, children and the elderly, yet they were all expressionless. Their hair was let down, and covered their pupils. Such an odd phenomenon made even Leyland's scalp tingle. Souls have always been seen as something highly bizarre and idealistic. In his quest for more knowledge, he had no choice but to carry on. At this moment, the grandfather and grandson he had been observing with his soul force suddenly made a move. Upon seeing the wave of numerous spirits, the elderly magus seemed excited, and fished out a yellowing notebook. He appeared to be making comparisons, and even left the town secretly. On the other hand, the other rank 2 magi exchanged looks, then went to their separate corners and took out various materials from their robes to display on themselves. They are likely trying to use the power of the spirit wave to alchemize the magic items that are coming through. Leyland's alchemic skills were high enough for him to be a grandmaster. With merely a slight glance, he immediately found a clue. Feeling that it was beneath him, he snorted coldly and didn't bother about it. He thought of leaving a phantom at where he was, while he himself would slip into the cracks of darkness so that he could follow the grandfather and grandson out. In the notebook that the grandfather had taken out earlier, Leyland had seen something incredible. If that's really the case, it will be interesting. A brilliant light flashed in Leyland's eyes. Grandfather. Are we really going to be around these spirits? The grandson was only a cowardly acolyte. Seeing the translucent spirits, he tugged the elderly magus' sleeve in fear, his face pale. These spirits are of the lowest level, and aren't likely to attack. What's there to be afraid of? The old magus reproached, seemingly feeling a little helpless. Although his grandson had pretty decent innate skills, he didn't have much courage to speak of. But we're about to integrate into the sea of spirits directly. Once they discover that something's not right, they'll definitely rip us into pieces. The old man's reassurance did not calm the young boy down, but instead made him more fearful. If we don't integrate into the spirit channel, how will we get to the tomb and obtain that? An unyielding look was written across the old man's face. He grabbed his grandson's arm, then took out a few scrolls and ripped them apart. Buzz, upon ripping open the black scrolls, the pair was enveloped in a dull white glow. After the radiance dispersed, both of their figures started to become ghost-like, and they even emitted energy waves similar to those of spirits. The hostile glares that the spirits had been shooting at the pair also vanished immediately. Done. The elderly magus, who was becoming translucent, patted his chest. This is a spell that has been passed down our family for generations, which can make these spirits temporarily view us as their kind. Seeing this, the boy was finally at ease, and squeezed into the stream of spirits together with the old man. What an intriguing spell! A ray of light flashed in the air, and Leyland's silhouette appeared. It's unlike the traditional spells from the central continent, and instead has a style reminiscent of the astral plane. Although the spirits were rich in number, most of them were of very low rank. They were absolutely incapable of detecting any flaw if a Morningstar magus chose to conceal himself deliberately. It was only until Leyland integrated into the spirit wave that he finally felt different. Space. It's the power of space. No wonder that guy called this place a spiritual channel. Leyland muttered under his breath. And he realized the path that the spirits were taking was oddly isolated from the rest of the central continent, forming a special channel. Here, even if something was visible to the naked eye, it might actually be as far as hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. If one could grasp the rules of this channel, they would be able to use it to do things that many magi would think unimaginable. The old man ahead seemed very familiar with this place, and dragged the young boy along, advancing quickly. A blue light twinkled in Leyland's eyes as he followed them closely. He's using the spirit channel to hide something. I'm sure he must have been a morning star before his death. The further they went down the path, the more serious Leyland became. There were many dangers here that even he would be unable to ignore. If not for the fact that there was someone leading the way in front, he could not be sure if he would make his way through successfully. There were fewer spirits lingering around at the back of the wave. A silver ray of light had appeared on the ground, and the old man was walking on it together with his grandson. The minutes ticked by, and when they finally arrived at a particular site, ecstasy spread across the old man's face. Found it! Leyland's footsteps came to a halt. The elderly magus in front of him was standing under a huge butternut tree. The enormous forks in the branches formed an eerie symbol with 3 heads. Upon seeing this tree, which seemed like some sort of landmark, the old man choked up in agitation, even shedding a few tears. We finally found it. The ancestral tomb. Right here? The young boy looked at the forked and ostensibly demonic branches, as the silver moon shone with an oddly nefarious glow, making him shrivel in cowardice. Yes, right here. The old man was so excited that he nearly broke into a dance. Our family cemetery is almost always hidden in the spatial rifts. Only when the spirit wave hits once every 100 years can we pass through the spirit channel to get here. A blazing radiance lit up in his eyes. In the tomb lies the meditation techniques and magical equipment belonging to our ancestor. Just these items are sufficient to revive our family. If that's the case, why didn't our ancestors just leave this behind? The young boy asked doubtfully. I'm not too sure myself. Anyway, this tomb is our family treasure, that's for sure. The old man seemed a little baffled himself, but it would soon be replaced by an even greater madness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516, Gargoyle. Gargoyle. All my efforts in coming here are for your sake. The old man watched his grandson lovingly. You have the best talent in our family. As long as you have a high-grade meditation technique and magic artifact, advancing to rank 2 and rank 3 will definitely not be an issue. You even have hope of reaching Morningstar. The old man was so emotional that he trembled, on the verge of spitting froth. This immediately caused Leyland, who was hidden, to roll his eyes. He was the most qualified to talk about the difficulty of reaching Morningstar, and this old man was just spouting nonsense. If one could reach Morningstar with just better talent and a high-grade meditation technique, the continent would not have so many crystal phase magi who had lived out their lives without being able to advance. However, Leyland did not think them completely wrong. The many planes were so vast, and if their ancestor really had some method of reaching the Morningstar realm unimpeded, it could very well be possible. But, the young grandson seemed to hesitate, seemingly not believing in this judgment. If not for the tomb of his ancestor, and his blood-related grandfather bringing him here, he might even have had plans of leaving. Awakening the ancestor's spirit and honor with my blood and heading towards the door of success, with hell as the final destination. The old man took a silver-white dagger and sliced his wrist, dripping the blood on the roots. He continuously chanted something, as if conducting a solemn ceremony. With the blood spreading everywhere, coupled with the eerie surroundings, the young boy shrunk back. Grandpa, look! All of a sudden, his pupils shrunk and he tugged at the old man's sleeves while beginning to yell. Following his gaze, the blood on the tree roots had been absorbed by the soil and roots quickly. It was as if water had been sprinkled on a sponge. This is a defensive mechanism that our family set up. Only the blood of the descendants, coupled with the correct chants, can open it. The old man spoke slowly. However, Leyland's eyes lit up with suspicion. A bloodline lock. A bloodline lock again. Could they be a warlock family? They don't have any warlock undulations on them though. Voila, after absorbing the old man's blood, the giant walnut tree's messy arrangement of branches began to tremble, and the trunk turned a bloody red. Kacha, all of a sudden, the middle of the trunk cracked apart to form a hole, and a passageway that led downwards could be seen. Follow me. The old man walked ahead, and the young grandson followed closely behind, hands tugging tightly on the old man's sleeves. He appeared terrified. Leyland bowed his head in thought for a moment, but eventually followed behind them. The passage was short, and in no time they reached a tomb. The old man lit an oil lamp in the middle, and under the dim light the tomb presented itself to Leyland. This underground room was very small. There were 2 gargoyles at 2 ends, seemingly standing guard over the place. Between the 2 gargoyle guards, a stone coffin appeared before them, with sealing runes on the surface. The young man's teeth began to chatter as he pulled at his grandpa's sleeves tightly. There's nothing here at all. Let's leave as soon as possible. I have a bad feeling about this. What are you afraid of? The old man flung his sleeve in annoyance, and a stream of air began to flow. The light breeze blew over the lights and darkened the tomb. Look closely. The old man's voice was hoarse and full of emotion that he could not conceal. I lit the lamp just so you could see this. The young man could not help but widen his eyes, his pupils enlarging as well. Through the dark yellow flames, he could see a great number of colored murals on the walls of the tomb. Through the murals, he could see the process of a Magus acolyte struggling ahead, from rank 1 to rank 3. After that, there was a legendary battle. The Magus in the mural, who was also the owner of the tomb, seemed to have obtained something in the battle and reached Morningstar. The young man's eyes widened. However, other than a scaly monster with multiple eyes and arms battling his ancestor, he recognized nothing else. This is the most brilliant piece of our ancestors' history. It only appears when this oil lamp is lit. The old man's voice showed his pride. If it's an outsider who doesn't know this mechanism, they will be attacked. Leyland had hidden in a crevice in the shadows. He was surprised by the mural on the wall. The monster that had eventually been killed was one he had seen before, on another mural. We meet again, Beelzebub. Or should I say the sovereign king of gluttony? Leyland's voice was light but resolute. In ancient times, a clone of the sovereign king of gluttony descended upon the Magus world, causing large numbers of casualties. It was eventually killed, body split into countless pieces. One of the pieces fell into the hands of the Quicksand organization, becoming the cause of the Parble family's tragedy after Robin obtained it. It seemed like the owner of the tomb had once been a participant in that great war, and had been extremely fortunate to obtain a gluttony imprint. Then it's obvious how this fellow advanced to Morningstar after victory. Leyland touched his chin. With the power of gluttony, spurring on one's spiritual force to break through and reach the Morningstar realm is quite possible. He already had an imprint like this in his hands, and had even been prepared to use it to advance to the Morningstar realm. However, he had already made ample preparations and ended up not needing external support. Leyland had no wish to be connected to Beelzebub anyway. This was someone who was probably at or above rank 7. Just a finger would be enough to crush the current Leyland. It was obvious why he would not want to have any connection with him. Even if something related to Beelzebub fell at his feet, Leyland would want nothing to do with it. Based on the records of the ancestor, his meditation technique, as well as the treasure that can help one break through, are all within the coffin, accompanying his long sleep. The elderly Magus' eyes shot out a piercing glare as he ambled forward slowly, arriving in front of the coffin. A mechanism was activated, creaking sounds coming out as a red light shot out of the 2 gargoyles' eyes. They shrugged off their stone skin and pounced towards the old Magus. Wang, a golden membrane suddenly rose on the Magus body, separating the sharp claws of the gargoyles from his person. A look of disbelief appeared on the old Magus' face. I am his descendant and came with directions. Why am I being attacked? Creak, the gargoyles would not answer him. The 2 immediately let out piercing sound waves, and as the berserk waves swept through, the acolyte immediately fainted. Blue. The old man's eyes turned red, hands morphing into beast talons. Kacha, he grabbed hold of one gargoyle and viciously ripped it into 2. Great amounts of soil and rocks flew everywhere, and the other stood very still, the light on its body reserved. It began to emanate a violent energy. Want to self-destruct? Light burst out of the old Magus' eyes as he charged to the front. A thick layer of light, alike to the kind emitted by a spear spell, covered his sharp claws. Pooh, a single claw swept forward, and went through the gargoyle's body like a knife through hot butter. With a twist of his hand, a giant mechanical heart was gouged out. After losing its power core, the aura on the gargoyle crackled and disappeared, leaving it dead. Blue. Wake up! The old man undid the transformation of his hands, and a green radiance that was full of vitality wrapped around the young boy. Minutes later, the young boy came to, looking dazed. This is probably not the ancestor's tomb, but a place sealing some terrifying thing. If not, why would this sort of guard be around? The first thing the young man did after waking up was warn his grandfather. I'm not willing to leave just like this. The old Magus' eyes turned red, and he looked stubborn. Perhaps, those 2 protectors were a test by the ancestor, or a joke on the younger generation. Even so, even he himself could not believe his words. However, his perseverance and the cry in his heart were urging him to open the coffin and obtain the things within. I'll take just one look, I promise. Then we'll seal this place and leave immediately. The old man's eyes were distant as he approached and pushed the cover of the stone coffin away, revealing the items within. Lyle, who had been watching at the side, suddenly had a change of expression. What was inside the giant coffin was indeed the remains of a magus. His body was rather thin, but his hair and eyebrows were still present. He looked lifelike, and the imposing aura of a morning star emanated from his body. Though his eyes were tightly closed, his features were extremely sharp, with a steadfast resolution and strength. His hands were folded before his chest as if holding something. With Lyle's eyes, he was able to see a stone rune without any trouble. Though it was different from what he had, this was definitely a true gluttony imprint. I told you there's a treasure. The old magus was in a bad situation. He looked dazed, as if he was being controlled by something. He went forward, hands reaching for the rune. Grandpa! Just as his fingers were about to touch the rune, the young boy's cries pulled him back. What's going on? Why am I here? The old man was bewildered, but immediately after, a stranger situation occurred. With wailing that sounded like hell reappearing, multiple black shadow fingers appeared within the tomb, threads of black gas being dispelled from the old man's bosom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 517, Killing the Clone's Projection. Killing the Clone's Projection. Why is the temperature rising at this rate? The old man swiftly took out the black notebook from his chest. Not only was the notebook heating up, traces of black currents swirled around it. Buzz, with a sudden spike in the book's temperature, the old man scrunched his face up in pain as he subconsciously tossed it from his hand. A big patch of the old man's hand was scalded from the momentary contact. White blisters started forming on its surface. Even with a magus physique and the protection of his innate spell, he was still injured this way. Woo-woo! The almighty Beelzebub, you are the king of hell, the darling of the original sins, with the control over gluttony. The desires for all cuisine lies in your hand. The phantom became more intense as the chants and songs of praises filled the entire tomb area. Lyle had seen such situations in the past, hence he immediately became vigilant. As for the old man and his grandson, they huddled together in a corner with looks of regret on their faces. A black ray of light swept out from the notebook, and like a remnant of an illusion seeped into the stone rune on the coffin. After the flow of light had dissipated, as if it had completed its mission, the notebook burned to ashes in front of their eyes. Colorful light flowed out of the stone rune, and traces of this light started connecting with the Morningstar corpse. Like lightning, the ray scanned through the tomb as the Morningstar corpse opened his eyes and once again descended upon this world. Am I Ezekiel? Or Gordius? No. I am Beelzebub. Sovereign King of Gluttony, Beelzebub. The magus eyes looked lost in the beginning, but they soon glowed brightly. His Morningstar domain had apparently descended, and both grandfather and grandson fell to the ground. Morningstar. It's our Morningstar ancestor. By now, the corpse was sitting partially upright. The old man was ecstatic and was about to speak when a flash of ruthless light sparked from the corpse's face. A ray of crimson red flashed across the old magus and he disappeared immediately without a trace. A pretty good supplement. And it appears to be a direct descendant of the corpse too. The red glow in the Morningstar magus eyes intensified. He stroked his belly and darted his eyes towards the young teenager. The scene a moment ago left the young teen on the verge of collapsing. He opened his mouth and attempted to speak, but could only murmur some incoherent words as his body froze up and stiffened. The gaze from the Morningstar magus did not linger for long on the young teen, as it swept its line of sight behind him instead. Following an indistinct sigh, Lyle's silhouette emerged from the crevice. Morningstar magus? You're the kid from before. The words spoken by the corpse in the coffin were filled with much astonishment and a lot of deep-seated hatred. That's right. It's me. I'm a projected clone of Beelzebub. Lyle admitted his identity magnanimously. With the opposite party's gluttony imprint on him, Lyle couldn't deny the facts. And by now, he should have been able to discern all that had happened anyway. During ancient times, Beelzebub's clone died and the remains had transformed itself to become a huge rune of gluttony, and thereafter he attempted to invade the different coordinates of the world of Magi. Magi who attained the gluttony rune would have been tainted by the sin of gluttony, and hence have their appetites awakened. They would also get the ability to advance beyond their realms, and additionally with the power of gluttony in their body, they became potential host bodies for Beelzebub himself. The magus buried here was lucky to have obtained a remnant. And after his own morning star breakthrough, he seemed to have noticed something amiss and hence sealed himself in and isolated himself from the probe of Beelzebub. Unfortunately, the notebook that he regularly carried around had been tainted over a long period of time, and it was even entrusted with of spirit fragments. After a very long time, his grandchild, bewitched by the notebook, had come forth to open the coffin and release the clone. Unexpectedly, you have advanced to Morning Star. The magus possessed by Beelzebub looked extremely imposing. Every single move was filled with an imposing aura, and behind him the image of a huge demon appeared that vaguely resembled the King of Hell. How do you intend to compensate for my previous losses? It was odd that this clone did not pursue the matter further, and instead hinted at settling it. Leyland looked even more baffled as he stepped up to the clone. He looked it right in the eye. Do you take me for a fool? Once the words were spoken, the clone immediately changed color. Leyland continued, as you are now, you aren't even a clone, but just a fragment of a spirit with some power of projection. Besides, this Morning Star Magus corpse's point mass has followed its spirit and returned to the astral plane. While this high-quality body has been contaminated by the power of gluttony, with your current reliance on this Morning Star body, how much strength can you exhibit? Buzz, as the darkness loomed in, the earth looked like it had been isolated them from the outside world. Silver radiance filled the whole sky, and the stars scattered all around. A real Morning Star domain had descended. Once the clone's domain came into contact with Leyland's, it immediately shattered. Witnessing the outcome, the expression on the clone was hideous while Leyland heaved a sigh of relief. His previous prediction had been accurate indeed. Of course, he could have stopped the old man, but he wouldn't have been able to deal with the magus inside. Allowing both dangers to happen simultaneously and dealing with both issues at once was Leyland's preferred style. After all, he did incur some hatred from the Sovereign King some time ago, and he naturally couldn't let the matter rest and allow the opposite party to develop their plans. Even though this was just a projection of a clone, it wasn't wise to ignore him. He could have gone out to replenish himself well, and someday might even become an uncontrollable threat. Leyland definitely wouldn't want that to happen, yet letting it go was also not an option. The best course of action then would be to destroy him completely when he was at his weakest. Beelzebub's clone was a mess, with strands of hair standing on end, exhibiting his extreme anger. Goodbye. Disregarding his opponent's rage, Leyland waved his hand. Terrifying energy condensed into his palm, forming a red flame that then morphed into a huge blazing serpent that coiled around him. Under the terrifyingly high temperature, the original stone coffin immediately turned to ashes. Leyland eyed the blaze indifferently. A black radiance appeared, gradually glowing as it sucked in all the fiery blaze. After the fire died out, Beelzebub could be seen opening his mouth wide and swallowing the flames. What was even more bizarre was that after swallowing them, his aura seemed to have grown stronger. Devouring capability. Your understanding of the power of gluttony has reached the level of laws. Leyland clapped without flinching. Based on the power of the opposite party's body, attaining this level was no big deal. It's a pity, though. Your foundation is too weak. How much more energy can you absorb? Leyland's words angered Beelzebub so much that his face contorted in rage. Any absorption of power would have a limit to it. And since the opposite party had no mass point belonging to the Morning Star, there was an obvious upper bound to it. Leyland focused on this point and attacked him mercilessly. It was advantageous that the opposite party was currently weak. It wasn't likely that Leyland would have such opportunities in the future. Boom, a torrential blaze, like a huge wave, swallowed Beelzebub. He became unsure, not daring to swallow anymore. Uncountable black tentacles appeared on his body, wrapping him up. Upon contact with the scarlet red flame, the black tentacles immediately started dissolving. Counteracting each other, the attacks from both sides gradually weakened. Ivory Devourer. Ferocious black teeth, that seemed to have melted in the void, surrounded Leyland. Yet, it was blocked by a red shield that had giant Kamoyan serpents carved on it. Indeed, how many more attacks can you sustain? The huge black teeth grazed across the surface of the shield, leaving deep grooves and creating big sparks. At this moment, Leyland's looked like he had a plan in mind. Bundled within the black tentacles, Beelzebub could only blurt out a single word and was soon enveloped by the fiery red blaze. What is happening? The teen lying on the ground looked up and saw what looked like the aftermath of a big battle. At long last, the magus with a head of black hair appeared and stood among the stars in the sky. He looked like a god descending onto the earth, moving the fiery red blaze to swallow up the strange creature in the coffin. A long time later, the shimmering stars started to dim, and the black hair magus came before the teen. His face looked tired but was filled with delight. Your name is Blue? Securing the other gluttony imprint well, Leyland smiled. Leyland obviously would not want to keep the consciousness of the opposite party. To deal with a rank 7 and above, one could be drowned in their layers of crafty schemes. Unwittingly, the radiation contamination would have become a handful, similar to the example of the old Magus and his ancestor. However, these gluttony imprints were very much worth researching. And the laws themselves were of much importance. The power of laws. It was like a door separating rank 6 and rank 7. Only after attaining the necessary power of laws could one be promoted to the Breaking Dawn realm and above. As such, Leyland showed no traces of politeness and kept the gluttony imprint to study thoroughly later. Although at the present moment, his rank was considerably low, he would definitely come into contact with it in the near future. Yes, Master. I am Blue. The young Blue bowed respectfully to the Morning Star Magus. It was the kind of respect that the whole central continent would give to one. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 518, Creevy City. Creevy City. Violent winds howled as a huge airship broke through the airflow and cruised through at supersonic speed. In a comfortable cabin, Leyland gazed at the copious amounts of books that he had satisfied. On this trip to the town, not only had he managed to record the spirit wave data, he had also ended Beelzebub's conspiracy, and got rid of that hazard. He even got hold of a gluttony imprint. It could be said that he had reaped huge rewards. He even obtained the research notes and experimental data from the acolyte, Blue. Those used to belong to Blue's Morning Star ancestor. In return, a few spiritual force potions were sufficient to make the other party shed tears of gratitude. The research and insights of that Morning Star Magus inspired Leyland greatly. As he hurried off, Leyland did not forget to command the AI chip to record all of this information and enrich his database. After settling the matters regarding the spirit wave and Beelzebub, Leyland boarded the private airship gifted by the Fowler family, the Colossal Serpent. It was about time for the appointment he had arranged previously, thus he decided to abandon his more leisurely mode of transport. As it was an airship custom-made for a Morning Star Magus, the Colossal Serpent had a comprehensive list of functions. The slightest tremor would not be felt even if it were to be caught in a thunderstorm. At the same time, all the flight paths and supply points across the central continent were open to the Colossal Serpent, and provided free maintenance services. This caused Leyland to be more impressed by the Fowler family. Of course, this might also have been the actual intention of the Fowler family and the Monarch of the Skies. Even though it was an industry under the control of a Breaking Dawn Magus, it still dominated the air freight business across the entirety of the central continent, and had to spend their money somewhere else. As compared to trading in various aspects, this amount spent on currying favor with a Morning Star Magus was nothing. The Colossal Serpent traveled at high speeds. At full speed, it only took Leyland less than half a month to arrive at his destination, Creevy Highlands. This area was jointly protected by numerous bloodline organizations, and was equivalent to a meeting point that was specially open to all warlocks. It housed many hybrid races, warlocks and those whose bloodlines had been contaminated. Rumor had it that as long as one had the bloodline of a warlock, or had any associations with bloodlines, they would be taken good care of here. Thus, in the central continent where the Magi oppressed numerous races and the humans thrived, Creevy Highlands was like a paradise for those of the other races and mixed bloods who were cast out by both sides. A private exchange would be held between Morning Star warlocks in Creevy City, the biggest city in the heart of Creevy Highlands. Paul and Philip had also tried their best to invite Leyland here to interact more with the other high-ranking warlocks. This, of course, was naturally what he wanted, and he'd immediately agreed. As he didn't want to attract too much attention, Leyland did not head towards the airship berth next to Creevy City, and instead, landed in the countryside. He put the Colossal Serpent aside and proceeded to Creevy City by foot. The road was bustling with activity carriages, gold-smelted vehicles, enchanted flying carpets and other means of transport. Numerous Magi from all walks of life formed a vast stream of people who came and left through the main gate. There was a characteristic that most of these Magi shared, and that was the immense saturation of their bloodline aura. Regardless of whether they were warlocks or people from other races, or even those whose bloodlines were contaminated, none of them were discriminated against like they would have been in the outside world. Upon passing through the city gates, Leyland intentionally scanned the guard at the side. He was of a humanoid race, and stood at 2 meters tall. He had a long dog-like nose and ears, but otherwise, the rest of his body apart from his head was similar to a normal human being's, just with more fur. A canine militant? Leyland immediately thought of the kobold's close relative. While the kobold was rumored to share the same lineage as the ancient giant dragon, the canine militant was certainly a species of bestial humans. However, the people of the central continent widely classified them as close relatives, or even considered them as belonging to the same race as kobolds. Having purified the bloodline of the ancient red dragon before, Leyland understood clearly that the kobold really did share the same lineage as the dragon race. Yet he didn't feel any dragon bloodline aura exuding from these canine militants at all, not even the slightest bit. If I write a paper with this as the thesis, perhaps my name will be made known across the entire continent, although it won't bring me any benefits, but... Leyland's mind wandered off, but he immediately trashed this idea that would only bring him endless trouble. However, the average strength of these canine militants is actually similar to that of the kobolds. On top of that, they share similar appearances, no wonder the people of the central continent confused the two. Sensing that these canine militants had the average strength of a rank 1 magus, Leyland couldn't help but regard highly the strength of the warlocks in control of this city. Individually, they had outstanding levels of strength, and furthermore, they possessed remarkable tracking and scouting abilities. Just these canine militant guards alone were enough to intimidate unlawful people who were waiting for a chance to cause chaos. Welcome to Creevy City. This is a warlock city, please abide by the bloodline rules and respect the other races. Please choose the district you wish to proceed towards from the following: lava terrains, great woods, heart of the ocean, tomb of darkness, central core. Upon entering the city, a prompt sounded in Leyland's ear. 5 huge teleportation formations surfaced in front of him, taking in large amounts of people as rays of light flashed periodically. The entirety of Creevy City had been divided into 5 major districts, according to the 4 creational elements: earth, fire, wind, and water. They were split according to the concentration of the elemental particles. Among them, the lava terrains was a blazing district made up of a large amount of magma and soil. The concentration of its earth and fire elemental particles was almost at its maximum. The Great Woods was actually a humongous ancient tree. All sorts of magus buildings were constructed on its leaves, where many magi lived. The wind and plant elemental particles were the highest here. The heart of the ocean was a gigantic building complex that floated on water, surrounded by vast seas and sandy beaches, exuding strong tropical vibes. As for the tomb of darkness, it was where the darkness elemental particles were present in the highest concentration, and was also the place where one's aura was the most suppressed. As there were many warlocks who chose darkness, this location still occupied a firm spot in the city. If one looked from a bird's eye view, he would be able to see that the entire city had a golden central district at its core, the rest of the town being equally divided into 4 parts. The azure blue sea, the fiery red magma, the lush green of the giant tree, and the darkness with all things wilting, these 4 districts each presented rich colors, yet were distinctly separate. Dazzling and uniformly distributed, none of the colors bled into the other. The central district at the heart of it all was naturally the place where the interaction between these 4 districts took place, and also where the public facilities were located. Here, the enormous yet complicated geographical landscapes were forcibly mashed together by the power of the magi, forming a marvel that was a rare sight in nature. In order to balance such a huge wave of elemental particles, and maintain the stability of the environment, a blue glow flickered continuously in Leyland's eyes. At the very least, it requires setting up a gigantic spell formation under the entire city. The sheer number of magic crystals spent on just operating and maintaining it alone would amount to an astronomical figure. Leyland gained a deeper understanding of the strength of these high-ranking warlocks. Glancing at the people around him choosing which district to be teleported to, Leyland tilted his head in thought. He decided not to head towards the central core and the Tomb of Darkness, but instead walked into a turquoise teleportation spell formation, being transported to the Great Woods along with other magi. Rays of light flashed, indicative of the teleportation process. Leyland no longer felt uncomfortable when experiencing spatial changes during such a short journey. After all, his current body was now able to withstand teleportation across different planes through the astral gate. This was like peanuts to him. While the other magi were still feeling giddy from the residual effects of teleportation, Leyland had already walked out with both hands behind his back, and started sizing up the Great Woods. The place they had been transported to was evidently a crossroad. When Leyland arrived outside the teleportation spell formation, the first sights he saw were the humongous leaves and numerous magi structures. He walked to the edge of the path before realizing that the wide road he was walking on was actually just a twig of the giant tree. Sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the earth. As the crown of the tree was too large, the rays of light were very dim. One could see the glow of numerous eternal light spells and eternal flames in front of the mega structures. Phew, the Great Woods could just be the highest place in the whole of Creevy City. Perched on the giant tree, one had a panoramic view of the other districts. Leyland took in the sights of the fiery magma, the sky-blue seawater, and even the huge gloomy tomb. It was only the central core district that was shrouded in a layer of haze, and it couldn't be seen clearly. Indeed, that area is an important strategical location, controls must be put in place. Leyland thought as he wandered along a branch. Most of the magus structures in the Great Woods were built on tree leaves, and were evenly distributed all the way to the top. If any magus wanted to cover the entire district completely, he would have to scale the tree endlessly. On the way, a few yellow and green birds flew past Leyland from time to time, occasionally resting on high twigs and tweeting, which was pleasant to the ears. Under the effect of the gigantic purification towers, even normal creatures could withstand the radiation contamination unintentionally emitted by magi, as long as it was not too much. Hence, average humans and other animals were able to exist in many magus cities across the central continent. Such an environment seems to be what the elves would like best. Leyland couldn't help but check out the passers-by on both sides. In Creevy City, most of the population was made of warlocks and other races. However, in the Great Woods District, the most commonly seen race was the elves, who had pointy ears and tall and slender figures. One had to admit that the appearance of the elves possessed many special characteristics unique to warlocks. If not for the difference in their aura, and the ears which gave them away, many magi would likely mistake elves for warlocks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 519, Picking Up Scraps. Picking up scraps. Lily's Cozy Cottage? Leyland looked at a shop signboard made of oak leaves and written in both the continent's characters and elven language. Compared to all the other shops, this shop was evidently more attentive to details. Even the corners had greenery with plants and flowers sprouting, emitting pleasant fluorescence. Welcome, Dot. As he stepped foot into the shop, a boyish-looking elf greeted Leyland genuinely with respect and a smile. Respectful customer, how can I be of service to you today? Oh, I am just looking through. I see you sell many miscellaneous things here? Leyland's eye swept over to the sales counter. There was a huge clutter of spell materials like ore, furs from living creatures, scrolls, and other handcrafted articles. There was great variety, but almost all of them were without tags and placed haphazardly. And despite that, it looked like an organized mess. Yes, from the islands of the south coast to Sky City, everything in existence can be found here. The elven shop owner beamed and replied proudly. Really? Leyland plastered a smile on his face. These days, the number of objects that could garner his attention had been dwindling. However, from his observations a moment ago, he did notice some valuable materials on display. For a tiny shop like this, it was rather rare. Dot. Leyland was about to exit the shop when an item in a corner caught his attention. Is this item for sale too? Leyland casually picked up a spell scroll. It was a very old scroll covered with dust and marks of damage. Wrapped up between both the horizontal axles was not common spell paper but some kind of beastie skin, with a hint of glossiness in the texture. Leyland unfurled the scroll and saw the records of a rank 2 spell model. It looked like it was well used as the content had become very faint. Magi could use their spiritual force to break and extract the knowledge in spell models within scrolls, and many methods of learning included the use of them. When a scroll was repeatedly used for study, it would eventually deteriorate to this state. Magi required the spell model's structure to be stable, and would thus demand extreme precision and quality. Hence, a scroll in such a condition would have totally lost its value. After all, an unstable spell model could prove to be fatal. As such, this old scroll had just been left there, unsold for a long time. Thus, seeing Leyland pick this up, a light of puzzlement flashed in the elven store owner's eyes. This is the spell model of a rank 2 spell, Hand of Illumination. The original price was 5,000 magic crystals, but since it is your first visit here, my offer is 3,000 magic crystals. Just 3,000 magic crystals and it will be yours. Is that so? Leyland gave a smile that was not a smile and looked at the elf till he felt somewhat ashamed and hung his head down. The price quoted had exceeded way past the original value of the scroll, causing the usually noble and elegant elf a little embarrassment. However, for the sake of his livelihood, he had to do it. You are a wind elf, right? Leyland could feel the wind elemental particles hovering around the opposite party. It was unusually light and graceful, so Leyland couldn't help but ask. Yes. Yes, my lord. The middle-aged store owner lifted his head. There were many magi who could recognize him as an elf, but not many were able to specifically identify him as a wind elf. The wind elven tribe is rumored to be close to going extinct in the continent. I didn't expect to meet one here. Leyland smiled and rolled up the scroll. He picked up a black ore from the sales counter, including this item, a total of 3,000 magic crystals. The elven store owner scrutinized closely, and upon confirmation that it was just an ordinary ore that wasn't particularly valuable, he nodded his head in agreement. Noticing the shame in the elf's eyes, Leyland did not criticize further. After settling the transaction, he left the shop. Sigh, even a graceful and elegant elf cannot escape from nature's laws. Leyland turned around to take another look at the exquisite door of the shop. According to ancient legends, the elves had migrated here from the other world and had many different branches elsewhere. Among the elves, the moon elves, gold elves, and wind elves possessed the highest grade of bloodline, similar to the nobles of the human race, possessing high prestige and good reputation. They were also regularly depicted as protagonists in the works of many poets. As for the dark elves and such, they were regarded as the odd one outs among the race, hence not comparable to the rest. And so, for a noble and elegant wind elf to fall to this stage, Leyland couldn't help but sigh under his breath. But, since you are the one who started this, you can't blame me. Leyland laughed as his palm stroked the cover of the scroll. The strange texture of it made him gleam with joy as his eyes lit up. Beep. After the database comparison, item confirmed as the epidermis of an ancient creature, horned rhinoceros. The AI chip reported and Leyland's mood lightened. Although the spell template on the surface of the scroll was not very useful, the material used was remarkable. An ancient living creature, the horned rhinoceros was similar to the giant Kamoyan serpent. Both of them could reach Morningstar in their adulthood. The epidermis contained a high level of spell resistance and was a necessary material for many Morningstar Magi equipment. For Leyland, being able to obtain this for a mere 3,000 magic crystal was indeed a fabulous deal. Not only that, but the ore he'd picked out was also made of a high-grade material, secret silver. Although it was embedded under layers of ore, Leyland's AI chip was still able to detect it. This small shop made a huge loss from our transaction. Their two most valuable items had been bought by me, Leyland sniggered silently. After his promotion to Morningstar, and after attaining the supplementary assistance of Soulforce, his AI chip's probing capabilities had increased by leaps and bounds, and could be considered unprecedented in history. Very few items could hide their true form from its scans at this juncture. As such, his current advantage was too huge. Even if he did nothing substantial every day and just browsed the multiple shops casually, he might be able to pick up items that were needed for his Morningstar research and breakthroughs. It's just, Leyland stroked his chin, doing so would be too pompous and would attract the wrong kind of attention. If the secret of the AI chip is leaked, there might be more trouble. Besides, Leyland's pupils sparkled. He helplessly shook his head and arrived in front of a teleporting spell formation at a crossing, where two magi were waiting. These two magi had obvious characteristics of a different race. One had a head that resembled that of an octopus while the other's body was covered with wolf fur. Leyland walked up and gracefully made his salutations. Lord Paul, Lord Philip. It's been a long time. We hope we are not imposing on you, Lord Leyland. Paul laughed and pointed at the ore Leyland held in his hand, both exhibiting a tacit mutual understanding. Morningstar Magi are indeed not easy to deceive. Your soul force's probing ability is commendable, detecting the secret in this or so quickly. Leyland rolled his eyes silently but did not mind it much. After all, the probes by his own AI chip were usually done covertly and until now had not been discovered. Other Magi would have thought that he had depended on his acute soul force to uncover the treasures, and so it wasn't considered a big deal. Yes, we apologize for interrupting your leisure. Our social gathering is about to begin, come, Philip courteously replied. Leyland didn't reject him. Sure, please show the way, Dot. He was absolutely sure that the entirety of Creevy City had a specialized spell that was used for detecting morning stars. However, he did not use any spell to alter his own appearance and energy waves, as he was confident in his abilities and was certain he would not be easily discovered. After some careful consideration, he concluded that it was understandable. Creevy City was the main headquarters of the entire Warlock Union. It held a lot of symbolic importance. They'd provoked their fair share of Morningstar Magi already. If they didn't have an increased alertness and powerful warning system, the prosperity of the city was going to short-lived. Leyland unenthusiastically thought about this as he followed Paul and Philip to the front of the teleporting spell formation. These two made no attempt to conceal the energy waves on their bodies, and caught many looks of reverence. The warlocks voluntarily stepped aside and left a wide berth for the huge teleporting spell formation, so much so that only the three of them were left using it at that moment. No matter where they were, morning stars carried a terrifying amount of prestige. Rays of silver light flashed, and when the scenery was visible again, Leyland found himself at an unfamiliar place. Every building was short, and the concrete slabs on the road had many depressions on them, appearing very shabby. Even the density of energy particles in the air appeared to be very weak, similar to the rest of the central continent. Surprised? For the core area of the Creevy City with its four elements to be so simple and crude is unexpected? Paul remarked as he led Leyland onto another path. Catch-up, when Leyland stepped foot on one of the slabs, it seemed to come alive, floating up and carrying Leyland forward at the speed of lightning. A little, yes. Leyland nodded his head in agreement. To the core of the castle. Paul spoke to the concrete slabs and all three accelerated. Once that was done, he looked back at Leyland, smiling as he explained, "Due to the limitations of our bloodline, we warlocks in the central continent have experienced a long period of darkness. As such, many of the masters suggested during the construction of the city that the core shouldn't be too extravagant, and needs to be equipped with a good sentry system." "I see." Leyland nodded. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 520, Warlock Gathering. Warlock Gathering. Bloodline warlocks could make use of their bloodlines to advance rapidly, experiencing no real bottleneck at ranks 1, 2, or even rank 3. All they had to do was wait for their bloodline to mature. They left regular magi far in the dust, their rate of advancement extremely terrifying. However, there was an obvious disadvantage. Bloodline shackles. This curse hounded bloodline warlocks eternally, causing them to be forever unable to surpass the power of the source of their bloodline. It was impossible to notice this disparity at the lower ranks, and wasn't especially obvious even at the Morning Star realm. However, once one entered the circles of the Radiant Moon realm, there were few warlocks who had the bloodline to advance that far. Hence, magi were superior to them at that point. Once the terrifying Breaking Dawn magi came into the picture, the gap between the two was made even more apparent. Due to the emotional instability from their bloodlines, they were rash and quick-tempered, often offending many magi. On top of that, many of their bloodline experiments were considered taboo, which resulted in the discontent of many. As a result, when the warlocks fell, the magi joined forces and held them down. Under these conditions, the original warlocks in the South Coast and Twilight Zone died out. The situation was slightly better in the Central Continent. Just as the warlocks were pressured to the point that they were practically at death's door, the reopening of the astral gates helped the warlocks bring in new blood. In the ancient era, the splendor of warlocks had come from the support of bloodlines from other planes. Though they had not completely regained the glory from the past, there were a few warlocks who had successfully reached rank 5 and therefore preserved the inheritance of warlocks. Creevy City had been built under those circumstances. Even the core region was made of buildings passed on from ancient times, and had not been altered. It held traces of the progress in its history. The glorious efforts of every bloodline ancestor should be studied and revered. Leyland couldn't help but praise from the bottom of his heart. If not for the perseverance of the high-ranked warlocks in the past, all of these traditions would have been destroyed. His environment would be millions of times more difficult to endure than it was now. Hence, Leyland was full of sincere gratitude towards them. Click. While they were in the middle of their conversation, the 3 concrete slabs landed in a depression within the square of a simple castle, setting themselves inside steadily. They seemed to fit perfectly, with no gaps at all. "This is the core of power in Creevy City, the Blood Stronghold," Paul presented to Leyland. The 3 Morningstar Magi left the square, approaching the gate to the castle. Leyland naturally began to size up this ancient castle. Its black walls were mottled, bringing about with it the aura of ancient times. Though it looked shabby and was not even comparable to his previous Onyx castle, the powerful energy undulations and the ancient aura was something that his castle lacked. "Ha, welcome, welcome. Lord Leyland, we've been waiting for you for a long time." Outside the gate to the castle, a middle-aged Caucasian man with silver hair had been waiting for a long while. After seeing Leyland, his eyes gleamed as he immediately went forward to shake both of Leyland's hands. His palm was extremely thick and warm, full of power. It was akin to the stream of water under a layer of ice, the strength buried within the depths by the layer of ice. His starry eyes seemed as clear as spring water, and there seemed to be a sense of affinity between them that affected even Leyland. "Is he really taking me in sincerely? Especially since we're meeting for the first time?" Leyland revealed a smile, looking extremely touched, while he was astonished. Though he was also a Morningstar warlock, the other party was probably overdoing it by being so enthusiastic. At this thought, he silently commanded the AI chip, "Scan." With the bonus from his attaining soul force, the AI chip's capabilities at energy scanning had become even more outstanding. It could even catch hold of some information from Morningstar-ranked warlocks. Under the scanning of the AI chip, the human form before him turned into a 3D image and was projected in front. Data constantly updated itself at the side. As expected, even if the other party was a Morningstar warlock, they were still unable to discover the undulations from the AI chip. Leyland, who saw this, could now completely relax. Target is a Morningstar warlock. Determined affinity to be with illusory elements. The AI chip's first conclusion allowed Leyland to make some guesses. Beep. Energy undulations have been discovered, determined to be passive illusions. Target can automatically form an illusory force field around his body, causing all beings in the vicinity to develop favorable opinions of him. As expected. An illusory ability due to his bloodline? It's even able to affect Morningstar Magi. How terrifying! Leyland silently put up his guard even as he put on the sunniest smile he could. He acted as if he now had an even better impression of the burly man. Upon seeing this, Paul and Philip exchanged a glance, laughing as if they had reached a tacit mutual understanding. This burly man had inherited the bloodline of the ancient illusory crystal scorpion, a creature whose formidable illusory abilities entered the realm of the terrifying. Even Radiant Moon Magi had previously been affected by his illusions. Besides, he hadn't even unleashed all his abilities, merely his automatic force field. Even if Leyland did discover this, he still had an excuse. It was impossible to use just these illusions to manipulate a Morningstar Magus, but if he could influence someone secretly and give hints to the other's mind once in a while, the other party would unknowingly work in his favor. That was very much possible. At this thought, the grins that Paul and Philip had on their faces became even brighter. For young warlocks, this was a test to enter the core area. At the same time, it was a test of loyalty. It couldn't be helped, since after the attack by the Magi, these warlocks were now paranoid. I'm Leyland. Leyland Farlier. It's an honor to be able to meet you. Leyland snickered in his heart, though his expression looked strangely sincere as he bowed with a noble's etiquette. Ha, we're all bloodline brothers. Just call me Jalen. Jalen and Leyland began to discuss things affectionately, and he secretly sent Paul a gaze that told him he could relax. After the assurance, Paul and Philip could put their hearts at rest. You were the only ones left for the gathering. Come in. Jalen stood by the gate and invited them. The three immediately entered. **** as if having passed through a formless layer of water, Leyland immediately felt the excitement boil in his blood once he entered the ancient castle. It was as if he had reached a very comfortable area, his body unconsciously relaxing. This, he revealed a look of astonishment. This was practically a heaven for bloodline warlocks. You must be surprised, Jalen said with pride. The bloodlines of all warlocks will resonate with the Blood Castle, to the point that their bloodline will even mature faster when here. There was no need for any more words. Leyland immediately understood how important this place was for lower-ranked warlocks. It was a godly place that could have the time one needed to advance. The Blood Castle was huge, but there was no such thing as a servant here. It seemed rather empty, with at most a few puppets and shadow servants. The barrenness surprised Leyland. Jalen brought Leyland and the other two deep inside the castle and opened a giant golden door. He then loudly informed the many warlocks inside, "Come. Let us welcome our newest comrade, Leyland Farlier of the Ouroboros clan. Welcome. Welcome. Come on. Cheers." Behind the giant golden door was a large ballroom. There were giant crystal chandeliers all along the ceiling, gemstones glittering with kaleidoscopic light. The many warlocks in the ballroom were separated into their own little cliques as they spoke in low voices. Occasionally, one of them would go and lead a few dances. A few musicians that had been summoned as slaves through necromancy were seated in a corner, performing elegant and graceful music. When Jalen interrupted them, the ballroom first lapsed into silence. It was short-lived, however. The warlock's gazes flitted over to him, and they began to cheer for the entrance of another comrade. Leyland immediately felt a twinge of fear, but ultimately relaxed. The number of Morningstars here nearly exceeds the total number I've ever met before. Looks like this is a circle that one can only enter once they have a certain amount of power. Leyland returned greetings every once in a while, and he couldn't help but sigh ruefully when looking at the number of Morningstar warlocks here. Warlocks who could advance to the Morningstar realm clearly had bloodlines that surpassed the bloodlines of ancient creatures of the Morningstar realm. This fact was pretty obvious. Leyland carefully distinguished between the mess of tyrannical auras in the hall. The savage rhinoceros, water monkey, ancient velociraptor. There are too many. There are still many completely foreign bloodlines as well. These must be bloodlines of Morningstar creatures from other planes. Leyland looked around politely, but he was completely startled inside. Like every other warlock, most of those present here looked incredibly stunning. Even the unique characteristics of their Morningstar bloodlines had no effects on their external appearances, and instead added a feeling of natural strength. Come, Leyland, let's go sit. We need to discuss Jupiter's lightning. Paul brought Leyland along to greet each circle individually, and then pulled him into a corner. Jalen had long since taken his leave. Here, multiple long sofas had been shifted to form a circle. The Morningstar warlocks seated here had frightening energy waves coming off their bodies. These warlocks had very distinct features. Among them, some had octopus heads, clearly warlocks of the spirit circle. Besides them were a thin old man and young girl, who had the traits of ancient windwolves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 521, Transaction Plane. Transaction Plane. It was obvious that all the Morningstar Warlocks in this group were from Spirit Circle and Wind Wolf Lair. If this was in the past, Gilbert and the other two were likely to be part of this company. However, currently, Leyland was walking up there alone. Lord Leyland, let me introduce you. Paul and Philip pulled Leyland down to sit, before Paul started the conversation. These are the two eldest warlocks in Spirit Circle, Lords Blair and Brun. It is my pleasure to meet you too, Leyland said while bowing respectfully. The appearances of spirit warlocks were so eccentric that even Leyland could not figure out whether those two were brothers. Their octopus heads made it much harder to differentiate between the two. Philip also introduced a few others to Leyland. This is the eldest warlock of our Wind Wolf Lair, Lord Cybele. Beside him is his granddaughter, Pelisa. Greetings, your graces. It was obvious to Leyland that the conversation here would mostly center around Cybele. After all, even his granddaughter was of Morningstar status, showing that he was not a simple fellow. The aura of his bloodline was so concentrated that it caused even Leyland to feel fear. Only such a bloodline could produce offspring who were also Morningstars. You're Leyland? Gilbert's student? Cybele slowly opened his eyes, seemingly from a long period of rest. This contrasted with Pelisa, who was looking at him from the side, her gaze full of curiosity. Leyland seemed to be too young even for a bloodline warlock. Yes, Leyland admitted. With a Morningstar mentor as their leader, there was no doubt that Leyland would benefit greatly from joining their team. Since you are Gilbert's disciple, you're no stranger to us, Cybele nodded his head. Philip, pass him the astral coordinates. Yes, sir. Philip solemnly passed Leyland a ball of light that resembled a star. What is this? Leyland exclaimed. His pupils shrunk, and the AI chip immediately started analyzing it. Beep. Discovered astral coordinates. Recording information in Astral Experiments database. The AI chip responded immediately. This is an astral coordinate, one that is attached to a miniature plane. Do you know what a plane is? Cybele explained slowly. Leyland recalled a description in an ancient book he'd read as he replied, it is a place that is not high enough in rank to be called a world. It is a tiny space where the rules are fragmented and incomplete, but the worth of any plane greatly exceeds that of a pocket dimension. The difference between a plane and a pocket dimension that could only be located within a world was that a plane could directly take root in a turbulent dimension, and also had the potential to grow into a world, just that it was extremely rare. Some planes had absolutely no signs of any living soul, but some others nurtured the existence of many powerful beings, and were not much different from worlds, just like the plane the devils resided in. That's right. This is one such plane. It's the plane where transactions take place between Morningstar warlocks. Cybele exclaimed. A transaction plane? Leyland's pupils shrunk. Yes. Don't you find it extremely troublesome that every time we gather, we have to travel such long distances, especially when a specific material is required for the transaction? A few radiant moon magi thus gathered to create a miniature plane right next to the Magus world, as the headquarters and base of transactions for Morningstar warlocks. Cybele slowly revealed what was going on behind the scenes. Were it not for his being a Morningstar, and also a bloodline warlock, Leyland would never have the opportunity to obtain this information. However, even if it is convenient to have a transaction using an astral gate, the energy it uses up. Astral gates opened up passages to a different plane. The energy they consumed to make this possible was extremely overwhelming, especially if an object or even a living organism had to pass through. The amount of energy required might even exceed the value of the object itself, which was shocking enough to make any Magus puke blood. That's only when we connect to distant planes. Cybele shook his head. The amount of energy required to connect to a plane naturally increases with distance. Forget transactions of goods, even the cost of exchanging spiritual force messages will not be worth it. However, a transaction plane is a different deal. It's located right at the edge of our world, so the energy required to open a gate to the place is so little it's practically negligible. Were it not so, we wouldn't have used such a thing either. This explanation was very logical, and Leyland nodded his head in agreement. But on the inside, he was shocked by the warlock's magnanimous gesture. To forcefully seize a plane and hook it up at the edge of the Magus world as the core of transactions impressed Leyland quite a bit. The strength and spirit of these radiant moon warlocks was amazing. Once you set up your very own astral gate, you can use these coordinates after branding them on. What you'll find inside will definitely be a good surprise. Cybele was speaking extremely slowly, as if he'd fall asleep at any moment. Yet, Leyland nodded seriously. "Thank you, Your Grace." Judging from how one needed to be at the Morning Star realm to even participate, the things he could find there would definitely not disappoint him. Furthermore, it would definitely suit bloodline warlocks especially. On top of that, the mode of transaction was very convenient, and one could even complete the transaction from within their own Magus Tower, which would be incomparably swift. Were Gilbert still here, Leyland would have acquired these coordinates the moment he advanced. But he wasn't. Cybele granting him these coordinates was no small matter, and hence Leyland sincerely expressed his thanks. Cybele closed his eyes with a grunt of affirmation before moving on. "Paul, it's time to talk about Jupiter's lightning." Just the mere mention of the name turned all the warlocks present pale. The deterring power of a radiant moon Magus was truly terrifying. "I do not understand, what is it exactly that Jupiter's lightning has against my Ouroboros clan?" "I apologize for my lack of knowledge. I spent all my time before this focusing on my promotion, and rarely participated in such affairs." Leyland's question revealed his own shortcomings. "We understand. Breaking through to the Morning Star realm does take up all of one's time and energy. It is fully understandable that you didn't take notice of anything else. Let me explain the situation." Leyland's specious response and overly young age immediately made Paul think that he had gotten an answer out of Leyland. He told the story from the very beginning. "You can see for yourself that this so-called union is only a very loose alliance. There's actually a lot of smaller circles within it." Paul took a sip of the green beverage on the table and pursed his lips. "Yet the three of us, Spirit Circle, Wind Wolf Lair and your Ouroboros clan, have always been collaborating with each other. Exactly 3 years ago, we took control of a region that we had been coveting for, banishing the small Magus organization already present there. We originally only thought that they were a small organization, and we didn't expect that they actually had the backing of Jupiter's lightning. This was how we invoked their wrath." Even though Paul's explanation seemed simple and direct, Leyland felt there was more to it. There was likely to be something in that region that neither side would want to give up on, perhaps some top secret or some other substantial benefit. Magi were shrewd people. If not for such a thing, they would have solved any dispute long ago. It was impossible for something so minor to become such a big deal. After that, we surrounded that region and began our attack on Jupiter's lightning. However, they, too, struck back, ambushing the 3 elders of your clan. Paul's expression was gloomy. One could easily tell that their clan hadn't had an easy time either during the series of attacks. Jupiter's lightning has a radiant moon Magus. How exactly did we manage to endure their attacks? Leyland finally asked the question that had been stewing in his mind for ages. We'd managed it due to the alliance between the 3 Camoyan Dukes and Lord Cybele. The 3 Camoyan Dukes were already accomplished enough to match up to a radiant moon Magus. With the addition of Lord Cybele, we even held the advantage. Paul sighed before he continued. "However, now." Leyland's expression sank. He realized that with the loss of 3 Morning Star warlocks, they were currently in a precarious situation. "What would you want me to do about the impending war then, my lords?" Leyland was cautious, already prepared to immediately reject them if they asked him to do anything dangerous. The moment Cybele, who was sitting in the center, opened his eyes, it was as though a ray of lightning had streaked through the place. The glow was so bright it hurt Leyland's eyes. "Even though Jupiter's lightning has harmed 3 of our comrades, we will never admit defeat. We won't let them off. I've already sacrificed quite a bit to invite a Radiant Moon Warlock to help us suppress the Radiant Moon Magus on their end," he exclaimed, giving them some extremely important information. "A Radiant Moon Warlock?" Leyland cried out involuntarily. A rank 5 bloodline warlock was one of the highest-ranking warlocks in the entire continent. And a rank 5 warlock could even defeat Breaking Dawn Magi. That sort of person was extremely rare, and none of them had even shown up for the gathering. For Cybele to be able to acquire one's assistance caused Leyland boundless surprise. Due to the reinforcement by the warlock's bloodline, he would definitely far exceed a Magus of the same rank. Jupiter's lightning's Radiant Moon Magus would be no match. With the amplification by the bloodline, the best Radiant Moon Warlock would make even a Breaking Moon Magus wary of them. This ensured that the heritage and status of warlocks was passed down in the central continent. Such characters were the foundation of every warlock organization's strength. It was not easy to ask one for their assistance. And yet, Cybele had managed to do exactly that. This made Leyland wonder what sort of conditions he'd offered to make that deal. Leyland rubbed his chin as he looked at his surroundings. Even though this was not the first time they'd heard this news, all the Morningstar warlocks had excitement written on their faces. Cybele turned fierce. "Our mission is to join forces and eradicate all the remaining Morningstar Magi in Jupiter's lightning at once, and then seize Crystal Mountain completely." "Agreed. Agreed. I have no objections." The warlocks present at the scene all nodded simultaneously in agreement. Afterwards, all the attention was placed on Lyle. It was time to hear his stand on the matter. If it isn't too dangerous, I'll agree. However, first, I'd like to take a look at the memorandum and crystal records. Lyle's face was filled with gloom, but he still eventually agreed to it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 522, Changes in Contract. Changes in Contract. After the banquet ended, Lyle decided to stay at the Blood Castle for a while. During this period, he constantly received intelligence about the situation at Crystal Mountain. The Crystal Mountains was the main area where the conflict with Jupiter's lightning happened, a mountain range that was located near the Isle of Arcelor. The Crystal Mountains were named so because of its production of a type of high-energy crystal ore. This ore could, to an extent, replace magic crystals as a power source for puppets, or to build formations and artifacts. This led to a decent demand for the ore, which kept the prices high. It could be found everywhere on Crystal Mountain, even on the surface. This made extracting the ore easy, causing the place to be regarded as a natural source of wealth. Of course, even so, it could only entice weaker magi. It wasn't nearly enough to draw the eyes of morning stars. Ore mines of such quality were already present in Jupiter's lightning, spirit circle, and even within the Ouroboros clan. It wasn't worth a fight between morning stars. The real worth arose from a rumor about the place. Legends recounted that this was originally the headquarters of an ancient large-scale Magus organization, Scarlet Crescent. During the war, the ancient Magi had peered into the future and decided to conceal the entire region with spell formations. They left their heritage there, and it would only appear when it was time. Many Magi had brushed this off in the beginning in mockery, calling it nonsense. But on-site inspections by Cybele and the others revealed that those remains indeed existed, and even hid enormous wealth. Jupiter's lightning had learned of this information at the same time. As such, there was a disagreement about the ownership of Crystal Mountain. Battle soon ensued. Both sides had shown restraint in the beginning. The battle was restricted to a small spatial rift, and only involved those at or above the Morningstar rank. But when the Radiant Moon Magus found himself at a disadvantage against the combined forces of the three giant Chamoyan Serpent Warlocks and Cybele, he felt extremely embarrassed. Thus, this matter abruptly intensified. What followed was the three dukes being lost in the astral plane, and the allied armies besieging the Ouroboros clan in the midst of trickery. Were it not for the unexpected factor called Lyle, the Ouroboros clan could possibly have been annihilated in this tempest, ending the legacy of the giant Chamoyan Serpent Warlocks in the continent. You merely had a small disadvantage, and your revenge was already so vicious. Lyle had already formed an image of the Radiant Moon Magus of Jupiter's lightning. He was a cruel, petty man. Normally, such characters were not to be feared, but once one fellow possessed such enormous abilities, Lyle would dread meeting him. According to rumors and the data collected by Mentor and his team, the surfacing time of the remains of the Scarlet Crescent would be when the sun, stars and moon converge and when the Ark of Oak appears. Lyle put down the top secret documents, and the AI chip began calculations. Time format identified to be from the ancient era. Converting into the calendar used by the central continent, date is approaching soon. Lyle stroked his chin. No wonder the struggle got so violent that they even wanted to get me involved. As for the intentions of Spirit Circle and Wind Wolflair, he was very clear on what they wanted. They might have made some pact with the three Morning Star Warlocks of the Ouroboros clan previously, setting regulations about the distribution of the spoils. The other party in the pact had disappeared, but the contract still stood. And yet, they were unwilling to just transfer these benefits to him. As such, getting him involved and having him represent the Ouroboros clan, they wanted to rework the pact imminently. If they didn't, they'd have to share all the benefits they painfully acquired with Lyle, and it was not a welcome thought. However, even Lyle agreed with this matter. Simply put, the benefits were meant to be for the three Morning Star Warlocks. And now, although the benefits had been reduced by a little, they were meant solely for him. He was, after all, the sole representative of the Ouroboros clan, possessing the right to negotiate on their behalf. Thus, it was understandable that they'd give up a few things to garner his support. In this scenario, the gains of the Ouroboros clan, on the whole, would reduce, but he would have good profits himself. With that being the case, why wouldn't he agree? Lord Lyle, are you there? Paul's voice suddenly sounded from outside. I'm here. Lyle replied as he opened the door. If you have made your decision, we can proceed with the contract alteration ceremony. Paul smiled as he conveyed the message. Certainly. Lyle nodded his head and followed Paul to the hall. Those present numbered 5. Along with two spirit warlocks were Cybele, Polisa, and Philip. In the center of the tiny hall was a long table dressed with a red tablecloth. On it was the contract, along with a goosefeather pen and ink. Leyland trembled the moment he stepped foot into the hall. He felt as if he'd entered a boundless domain, one filled with an air of righteousness. This is the domain of righteousness. This place was the witness when we signed the contract with the Three Duke the last time too. Cybele explained. Contracts made among Morningstar Magi could not be broken. With the included effectiveness of this binding, the pact was absolute. No wonder Cybele, that old monster, still had no choice but to follow the rules and make allowances for Leyland, getting him to alter the contract. Leyland walked towards the table, scrutinizing the slight differences between the old contract and the new. The new one had the Ouroboros clan's benefits, causing Leyland to knit his brow. But under the column that noted the beneficiary, the name had been changed. The names of the three dukes had been replaced with Leyland Farlier. The three dukes had placed the condition upon Cybele that, were they to die, the benefits would be transferred to the Ouroboros clan. Now, it was all being handed over to Leyland. How is it? If there is any problem, feel free to tell us. We will address it and make the changes right away. The urgency in Cybele's tone was evident. The time for the revelation of the remains was drawing near, after all. If they hadn't even solved internal issues, how were they to vie over other things? Leyland closed his eyes for a second as he pondered before asking. The contract states that additional spoils will be distributed on the basis of military strength and contribution. Exactly what are the criteria? Of course, it will be based on the achievements of the Morningstars. Cybele answered without hesitation. In his opinion, the troops below the Morningstar realm weren't even worth consideration. Very well. I wish to add another clause, regarding emergency evacuations. In the event that one encounters an irresistible strength, namely an opponent at the Radiant Moon realm, we are permitted to use any methods we wish to exit the battlefield. This will not change the distribution of the spoils. Any objections? Leyland presented himself like one who specialized in law and litigation. Cybele and the others were stunned and they exchanged glances with one another. If that is what you wish, sure. Cybele nodded his head, and Philip immediately stepped forward, making the alterations with the goosefeather pen. I have no other issues. After ironing out some disputes, Leyland finally nodded his head in agreement. He took out a seal from his chest and stamped on the contract. Wang, after the seal was stamped, an image appeared on the light yellow paper. It was that of a black snake biting its own tail, swiveling around unceasingly. This was the official seal of the Ouroboros clan. It was originally held and controlled by the previous three giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks, and now it was in Leyland's hand. Fortunately, due to some unknown reasons, the three dukes had signed the contract under the Ouroboros clan's name, otherwise, Leyland would not have been able to make the amendments. After the last seal had been stamped solemnly by the last Morningstar warlock on the contract, the power of righteousness in the hall rose to the limit. The new contract gradually floated into the air, glowing a beautiful golden yellow as the old contract silently turned into a pile of ash. Alright, let us discuss the next arrangements. With the contract successfully altered, Cybele and the other Morningstar warlocks seemed to have been refreshed with confidence and started to develop positive feelings for Leyland. Cybele impatiently urged everyone to begin planning battle strategy. He clearly couldn't wait. Leyland plastered a smile on his face, but deep inside he rolled his eyes. How could I not alter it? I'm alone, unlike the three mentors. If I persisted, I would end up with nothing in the end, even attracting the malice of your two organizations. Weighing his options, Leyland had ultimately chosen to alter the contract. It was the best option under his current circumstances. He believed that even if the three dukes were to return from purgatory, they would not be displeased by his decision. Within Jupiter's lightning, other than the radiant moon Magus, there are over 10 Morningstars. In the middle of a room that resembled a command center, Cybele slowly explained the details of Jupiter's lightning, and Leyland was finally exposed to their strength. The other party's leader will be pinned down by the radiant moon warlock on our side, don't worry. We just need to take care of the remaining 10 plus Morningstar Magi. Many of Jupiter's lightning's important territories and missions required Morningstar Magi to oversee them. As such, I suppose not more than 9 Morningstar Magi will be at Crystal Mountain. Cybele seemed to be very familiar with information about Jupiter's lightning. He either had a specialized channel of information, or managed to ambush a spy. Spirit Circle can take care of 3. Paul remarked with surety. Very well, Polisa and Philip will hold up 2 of them. That means we are down to 4 Morningstars. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 523, Plan and Operation. Plan and operation. Sybil glanced at Lyle. I can take on 3. It won't be a problem to take care of the remaining one, right? After all, you managed to kill Demon Hunter Cyril. I look forward to witnessing you opening the battle with your great skills, hopefully ending quickly and assisting others. No problem. Lyle stroked his nose. Sybil seemed to be at the peak of the Morningstar realm and could even take on 3 Morningstar Magi at the same time. No wonder the other warlocks respected him so. After the deployment had been settled, Sybil heaved a heavy sigh, his tone tinged with regret. Actually, Lyle, if your mentors were present, we would be at a great advantage. Pity. But it's all too late now. Besides, you and you alone can take care of this matter, we can only furnish you with logistical assistance. It would be good enough to have all of this. Lyle quickly declared. It was fundamentally impossible for one organization to interfere and provide military support to another. It was an extremely easy way to seize power. In the event that Sybil had deliberately tricked Gilbert and the rest, causing them to perish in their search for purgatory, it would be too late for the Ouroboros clan to even shed tears. Although the possibility of this happening was slim, prevention was better than a cure. As such, Sybil and the rest had to remain low-key to avoid attracting suspicion. All right. We'll set off immediately and head towards the Crystal Mountains. This time, we need to get our hands on the historical remains of Scarlet Crescent. Sybil waved his hand in the air, emanating a heroic spirit. The other Morningstar's eyes gleamed with a thirst for success. At a Magus military base. The entire place was covered with detection towers and barriers, sinister-looking steel puppets and biobeasts alongside fangs and cannons. From time to time, spiritual force undulations of crystal phase magi could be felt as they swept through the area on patrol. In fact, there was even the terrifying aura of an occasional Morningstar Magus, causing the most ferocious of mutated beasts to be petrified and whimper in fear. We do not know the concrete location of the historical remains, though we do know that there are a total of 13 likely sites. 5 of them are in our hands and the rest are with the opposite side. This place is one of their military bases. The ones keeping watch here are the Hunter Boric and the marine giant Siebel. The silhouettes of Lyle and Philip appeared at the heavily guarded military base. The convergence of the sun, stars and moon and the appearance of the Oxarch is very soon. Lyle's eyes sparkled. With the help of the AI chip, his calculations of the star's trajectory was much more advanced and accurate than the many astrologers on the continent. The lower right corner of the AI chip's interface stated the time clearly, 1 hour 24 minutes. Ridiculously, Sybil and the others believed that the historical remains would appear in these 2 days and they were seizing the military bases everywhere. It requires a huge amount of calculating and researching to determine where the remains would appear. Even Jupiter's lightning along with Sybil and his men could only conclude that these 13 locations were likely. As for Lyle, he was certain that this base was more than 80% likely to be the location. This was due to the amazing processing power of the AI chip. With him joining the Union, Sybil had revealed all information associated with the place. Thus, unknown to him, Lyle was able to determine both a time and a place for the reappearance. Lyle guarded the secret of the AI chip fiercely and would obviously not reveal anything. He only fought for the opportunity to be bestowed this mission and then watched Sybil assign the subsequent missions. It's almost time to start. Philip looked at the pocket watch in his hand. Lyle turned to look at the Wind Wolf Warlock. According to his calculations, this location looked to be the entrance to the historical remains, and Philip along with himself would, unfortunately, be the first magi to enter and explore. With him here, Sybil and the others will be attracted to come over. I will have no need to worry about being a lone soldier. Lyle was very generous. Besides the point that it was mentioned in the contract that one should not attack their own ally, he would not be able to pocket such huge portion of historical remains alone. The starting time Philip spoke about was the time they'd agreed on to launch their combined offensive. Before the radiant moon Magus from the Jupiter's lightning was pinned down, no one was willing to make the first move. At this moment, a wave of frenzied energy passed through the area. It was close enough to hear the rumbles from where it passed. Lyle could faintly see the image of a 3-headed golden-yellow lion appearing, dragging a Magus whose body was covered in lightning images into a struggle. This is the power of the radiant moon? Lyle looked at the golden lion and his face revealed a faint sense of loss. This was a rank 5 warlock, someone who walked the path of the bloodline as well. The guidance he could get from this was incomparable to anything else. This is the clone of Lord Wade, the Golden Lion. Philip's tone was filled with respect, and Lyle's eyes opened wide in amazement. What? He pointed at the lion's golden heads in disbelief. They were spouting fire, ice, and lightning at the same time. This is just a clone? How formidable is his true form? We warlocks are rightfully much stronger than the Magi. Philip proudly declared, Lord Wade is one of the main pillars of support of the Warlock Union. His true form is feared even by Breaking Dawn Magi. One clone is enough to deal with a mere radiant moon magus. During their conversation, Leyland saw that the aura that emitted from the phantom of the three-headed lion formed a lightning cage that dragged the radiant moon magus into a spatial rift. Damn! Be careful, I'm sure they have more cards up their sleeves. The moment the rift began to close, an unwilling violent yell was transmitted that echoed throughout Crystal Mountain. The men at the base Leyland was at had been initially woken by the strong energy undulations. Now the uproar was even more direct, and two streaks of strong Morningstar undulations appeared. To draw away the enemy, we will have to expose ourselves, this is an inevitable price to pay. Philip heaved a deep sigh, it's our move now. Indeed. Leyland nodded his head in agreement. Soon after, he saw the image of an ancient wind wolf the size of a mountain manifesting behind the other warlock. This enormous green wolf's body was covered with a layer of spike-like fur, all standing on end with a steely luster. Its eyes were glowing with a bloodthirsty aura, and a huge storm covered it, forming a bizarre form of armor. Rank 4 spell, Storm Annihilation. Philip's voice was deep and gloomy. He did not have the courage to use the Morningstar arcane art in the central continent, however regular rank 4 spells were not off the table. The phantom wolf howled in sync with Philip. The distant and gloomy howl was extremely piercing and traveled far. Huge wind elemental particles violently came together, forming a strong convection current and finally creating a strong violent storm. Storm Annihilation. This was exactly what Leyland had employed at the West Seas Canyon to destroy the Azure Mountain King's clone. It had appeared here once more, this time at a much larger scale. Stop it! A flustered and exasperated voice emerged and two streaks of light shot over. Ha ha! It's too late, Philip laughed heartily, hastening the effect of the storm annihilation to mercilessly crush the military base. The violent winds whistled. In the face of a storm that had the ability to destroy anyone below the Morningstar realm, the heavy guard of the military base was a joke. Countless puppets and the mutated beasts turned to dust, followed by a huge number of magi and buildings' runes etched into them. Stop them, don't let them rescue the others. Philip and Leyland firmly obstructed the way of the two Morningstar magi, stopping them from helping the others. Soon after, the black storm was over, the original military base razed to the ground. The ground itself had sunk down a few layers. In front of a Morningstar, everyone else and any spells cast were as good as nothing. You? Two silhouettes emerged, glaring at Leyland and Philip. One of them was a dwarf with a huge wooden bow on his back, the other a blue-skinned brute who was over 3 meters tall. An enormous amount of pressure was released from both their bodies. Hunter Bolix and marine giant Siebel. Philip gave a wide smile, revealing the sharp teeth in his mouth. I want the hunter, you can have the marine giant. The dwarf with the wooden bow smiled sarcastically as dark green whirlwind sprang forth from his body. He was a wind element Morningstar magus and had been dissatisfied with Philip for a long time. No problem. Leyland moved a few steps to the side and obstructed the way of the blue giant. Let's change the battlefield, shall we? Philip eyed the opposing dwarf with provocation in his eyes. The huge phantom wolf exposed its sharp teeth. Humph! The dwarf opposite him snorted coldly, grabbing the huge wooden bow from his back. Space cracked apart in the between them, forming a huge rift. The spatial ripples were as if a curtain that was being drawn, and Philip and Bolix were gone in the next moment. We do not need to change location, let's settle it here. Leyland locked eyes with the giant in front of him and smirked. As the damage from clashes between Morningstar magi was great and extensive, they usually made their moves in spatial rifts to prevent harming the Magus world. With Leyland's words, marine giant Siebel's face hardened. For a Morningstar Magus to dare to fight in the open, they were either crazy or absolutely confident in their power control. Evidently, this warlock was of the latter category. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 524, Marine Tribe's Original Form. Marine Tribe's Original Form. Leyland chose to battle here right away. He was confident in his energy control, and on top of that, he didn't want to move too far away. It would be too tragic if he failed to be the first one to detect the reappearance of the remains. He was also prepared to try out an interesting idea. For marine giant Siebel, Leyland's attitude was nothing but a provocation. He shot Leyland a piercing gaze, and soon released the massive power of his domain. The power of one's domain would only be perfected at the Morningstar realm. The effects of amplification and suppression would intensify, and the range of effect would also be extended. Morningstar domains were a far cry from rank 3 force fields. turbulent, vast, and immeasurable. White ocean waves and the crystal-clear sea surface formed a horrifying scene. The depths of the ocean were darkened by the frantic waves, giving one an ominous premonition. The enormous tides engulfed Siebel, completely hiding his body. Yet, his voice was transmitted clearly, "This is my domain, ocean." In a split second, the ocean engulfed the entire area, burying the Alpines and the wreckage left by Philip's spells. The boundless blue ocean roared at Leyland in rage. A real Morningstar domain, and the rules he controls are those of the water element. A glimmer of blue light flickered across Leyland's eyes as the AI chip recorded all data about the fluctuations and the power of the domain. Siebel's aura rose quickly in this ocean, causing Leyland to be thrilled. "So you're of the marine tribe. No wonder your domain is such, changing the battlefield to be underwater." Leyland's voice trembled a little. It managed to traverse the depths of the ocean, but there was no reply. The marine tribe was a non-human species. However, they cohabited the Magus world with humans. They occupied the ocean while the humans occupied the land. It wasn't like there weren't any wars, but most of the time it was peaceful. There were legends and records about a great Magus Serhom who led all human magicians and fought off the enemies from the ocean. There were also magi amongst the marine tribe, but they were extremely rare, as their chance of advancement was even lower than humans. To be able to meet with a Morningstar Magus of the marine tribe thrilled Leyland. He was puzzled as to why Siebel was a part of Jupiter's lightning, but soon came to a realization. Despite the fact that Jupiter's lightning had the help of a radiant moon Magus who was one of the top forces of the central continent, it was difficult for even them to nurture a Morningstar Magus. Other than resources and experience, luck was an important factor in becoming a Morningstar Magus. Given their high status in the central continent, it was extremely hard for any faction to have 10 or more Morningstars like Jupiter's lightning did. It was impossible to rely on training their own, so they would recruit foreign magi as well. The auras of the previous bowman and marine giant were pretty much impure. Leyland was rather puzzled back then, but now it looks like they could be from a different tribe or are hybrid magi. The enormous waves surged into the sky, forming two dark blue crystal-like hands that gushed down towards Leyland. The sharp increase in the air pressure formed unstable currents and caused the space in the region to be unstable. Beep. Data about the ocean domain has been fully recorded. Leyland smiled upon hearing the mechanical voice of the AI chip. Corrosion. Gently, an ancient Byron runic chant slipped out of his lips. Asterisk hiss. Hiss, asterisk. A large amount of uneven black pores appeared on the dark blue hand, corroding almost the entire arm within a second as if turning it into a beehive. Asterisk crack. Crack, asterisk. The gigantic arm lost its support and fell apart in the air, soon turning into a huge stream of water that merged back into the sea. In the name of the warlock. My power of bloodline. Leyland chanted out loud as a crimson barrier appeared on his body. Absorption of bloodline. Blood-red lightning flashed across his eyes, piercing through the pitch-dark ocean as it revealed everything. Meanwhile, aiming at a specific spot, Leyland stretched out his right hand and made a grasping motion with great force. An invisible air current appeared, causing a massive whirlpool in the middle of the ocean. Ah! A voice bellowed in agony from the whirlpool. All bloodline creatures will be under my bloodline's control, show up now, said Leyland, and the blood-red glow on his hand converged in his hand as he lifted his right hand into the air. Water gushed up into the sky and rained down like a huge fountain as a gigantic blue figure slowly appeared from the middle of the whirlpool. Numerous veins protruded from the blue skin, as if about to burst out at any moment. The wriggling veins looked like earthworms, sending shivers down one's spine. The giant groaned in agony, forced out of the sea while being battered by crimson lightning. Multi-limb strength. Leyland's eyes glittered, and the humongous phantom of a multi-armed race member appeared behind him. This phantom was much clearer than the previous ones, every single scale and pore on his body distinguishable. Even after reaching the Morningstar realm, this foreign arcane art could be of great use. Leyland even felt that combining the nourishment of his spirit with the body refinement of multi-limb strength, he would be able to reach the peak of the Morningstar realm at a much quicker pace, and would end up far more powerful than the rest. The phantom punched out in tandem with Leyland. Even a single arm of the humongous phantom was as large as Siebel. It felt like 7 huge mountains appeared out of thin air and came crashing down at the same time when all 7 arms smashed towards him. Siebel placed both arms in front of his chest, forming a dense shield of water that was to reduce the shockwaves from the attack. However, it was all in vain. The water shield was destroyed under the force of the phantom's arms. Bang! Siebel was shot backwards by the explosive force of the collision. At the same time, threads of luminous blue liquid shot out from his pores and gathered to form a thumb-sized ball that landed on Leyland's palm. The bloodline of a marine giant at the Morningstar realm. Leyland nodded with satisfaction and kept the bloodline in a test tube. This was a rare material for bloodline experiments, and could earn him a good sum even for his current realm. You are not an ordinary Morningstar warlock. Who are you? As Siebel regained consciousness, he stared at Leyland cautiously. With the amazing defensive and recuperative abilities of a Morningstar Magus, this sort of injury was nothing to him. Yet, Leyland was completely relaxed as before, clearly indicating that this wasn't his full strength. Siebel gazed at the black-haired Morningstar warlock in front of him, running through all the top-ranked Morningstars in his mind, but did not manage to match the face to anyone. That is, until he recalled some more recent information, something that detailed Leyland's background. You are Leyland Farlier, the Morningstar Kamoyan warlock of the Ouroboros clan. The one who killed Demon Hunter Cyril. Siebel was in shock. Demon Hunter Cyril was considered a powerhouse among Morningstar Magi, but he'd been easily slain by Leyland. This accomplishment was much more challenging than a win-lose in an ordinary face-off, and Siebel was well aware of that. For now, the best-case scenario is that I keep up my defense and sustain myself. I might even have to request reinforcements. He smiled bitterly at his own thought. Just then, a ring of pearls glowed around his waist, and he heard urgent voices shouting around, "It's the Third East region, we need immediate reinforcements. We're under attack by Spirit Circle. West region calling for reinforcements, 3 layers of defense have been destroyed. Damn it, the warlocks seem to be fully concentrated in this region, No, you bloody liars. Siebel is in our north region, we should be the ones getting reinforcements. Ah. The transmitted voices had a lot of interference, and there were also loud sounds of explosions in the background that added a violent shudder. Siebel's heart hit rock bottom. Knowing that Siebel was here as well, he felt hopeless. So this is your plan? Siebel looked fixedly at Leyland, but could not get any details off that expressionless face. Even if it is so, I signed an agreement with Jupiter's lightning. Don't think you can get rid of me so easily. Siebel fought in his heart and roared out a jumbled chant of sacrificial phrases. The serenity of the ocean was broken again by the violent movement of water as large amounts of it gathered around Siebel. When the rumbling ended, a monstrous creature that was 1,000 meters tall appeared in front of Leyland. The monster had the head of a cow, the body of a human, and tentacles for feet. It growled like a raging bull. This is your original form? Leyland fended off the water bullets, looking at the humongous form of the magician, and chuckled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 525, Scarlet Ruins. Scarlet Ruins. The Marine tribe were not humans. Bored of the ocean as they were, their bodies were like a manifestation of the laws of nature. Those of the Marine tribe seen on the continent were similar to humans, and had at most a few scales on their bodies. However, that was only the form they used specifically to communicate with humans. This monster that had appeared in front of Leyland was over 1,000 meters tall, and it was the true form of the Marine tribe. After he revealed his true form, the undulations from Siebel's body surged wildly, inspiring much greater terror than before. Leyland, however, revealed a grin of excitement. AI. Chip, begin calculating the trajectory of the homing light rays. Endless blue light glowed in Leyland's eyes, and most of the AI chip's power was allocated to this task. Setting up model of opponent. Calculating trajectory. Siebel in his true form growled wildly, and soul force at the Morningstar realm mixed with enormous amounts of seawater, compressing it into just a centimeter-wide ball. Flickering with a blue light that transcended any normal brightness, it reached Leyland in the blink of an eye. Good timing. Leyland burst out in laughter. Bloodline power and soul force converged in his palm, the formidable energy undulations finally colliding with the blue ball with a rumble. The air buzzed and trembled, but there were no intense explosions or spatial cracks that appeared, causing the Marine tribe Magus to be confused and his movements to slow. Schwa at this moment, the blue ball of energy was enshrouded by crimson light as it streaked through the horizon like a meteor. The light arched in the direction it headed, similar to a rainbow that suddenly filled the heavens. Oh, a ochre arc. A shout of disbelief was let loose from the Marine tribe Magus' lips. He raised his head and saw a bizarre scene. A giant sun suddenly emerged despite the fact that it was night, fusing with the moon and the brightest star, Venus. The dazzling yet harmless light formed a thin line that descended to the earth. Rumble, the air was unstable, and it seemed as if another large space was squeezed into the place, causing the two spatial force fields to overlap. It's a success. Leyland rejoiced covertly. Using the AI chip's terrifying calculation abilities, he had mixed the opponent's strength with his own, causing the time of opening of Scarlet Crescent to be brought forward. This had not been his original intention, but he had suddenly been inspired after seeing the other party's Morningstar Magus. It ended up being an advantage for him. The early arrival of the ruins would likely cause the specific plans of the person behind all this to be affected. The more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it was to Lyle. This is the ruins of Scarlet Crescent. The marine giant's eyes grew wide as he mumbled in disbelief. Though he knew it was possible that the ruins could appear at any of the 13 strongholds, it was too much of a coincidence that it had appeared where he was. Seeing the image gradually becoming more distinct and forming a spatial passage glimmering with dark silver light, Sibyl hesitated. However, he still chose to contact the other magi and even their leader, the Radiant Moon Magus. However, when his soul force touched the communicative device, Sibyl was suddenly startled. Their leader, the Radiant Moon Magus, was still in a spatial rift. Messages would definitely not be able to pass into the place. Even his other comrades were busy with the Morning Star Warlocks from the other side. The situation wasn't going well, but where could he go to find reinforcements? Seeing the look of hesitation on his opponent's face, Lyle chuckled and had no intentions of continuing. Though he was certain he could kill his opponent, he would need to use his Morningstar arcane art, and it would consume too much time. This was not the time and place. Thus, like pulling open a curtain, Lyle's hands pushed at the spatial crack and he walked in without the slightest hesitation. After Lyle completely vanished into the spatial crack, Sibyl gritted his teeth and spoke a few sentences to the communication imprint. He then followed and allowed the spatial waves to swallow him. The bodies of Morningstar Magi were able to go through even spatial turbulence. Spatial passageways like these that were similar to teleporting to pocket dimensions generally had no specific teleportation spell formation, and could only be entered through force. What? The ruins have already appeared? So quickly? The Magi of both sides who were battling at the other stronghold seemed to receive the information at the same time. They, who were stunned by this sudden news, stood opposite each other for a moment without acting, then immediately rushed in the same direction. At this moment, in the outer regions of the rift in the world, boundless stars and vortices were part of the background, filling it with a sense of vastness and might. Here, it was as if a great war on the same level as that of ancient times was being replayed. A majestic lion that had a body of golden fur and 3 heads that kept spouting flames, ice, and lightning suddenly stopped, seeming to be deep in thought. In front of it was a magus with a luxurious pitch-black magic robe, a strange moon-shaped rune on his forehead. Wade, you made an error in your calculations. Though you might be able to stall me, someone else is benefiting. This magus was obviously the great rank 5 magus of Jupiter's lightning. Now, however, his expression held a rare expression of exasperation. This strange creature was not Wade's main body, but one of his most powerful clones. It had inherited the innate skills of the ancient clans, and its strength almost reached rank 5. Even he would find it difficult to take this being down, and might even be suppressed here. It's a mistake on the astrologer's part. It has nothing to do with the original plan. A middle-aged man's icy words sounded from the middle head of the 3. Furthermore, I'm different from you. I'm just a clone. The 3-headed lion raised its claws, looking pleased. Could it be that you, the Radiant Moon Magus' expression suddenly changed as he tried to break through the seal and return? Trying to leave? How could it be that easy? Stay. The 3-headed golden lion roared, its 3 gigantic mouths opening. A terrifying suction force similar to that of a black hole shot towards the Radiant Moon Magus. Even the rays of light in his surroundings were not spared as they were all sucked in. Howls and cries of indignance sounded every once in a while. In the main world, a golden meteor streaked through the horizon. Within the golden rays was a male magus with long flaming hair that looked like a golden sunshine. His body and face seemed to be formed entirely of gold, and was full of dignity. Meanwhile, however, he seemed to be deep in thought. Outside, in the direction of the ruins of Scarlet Crescent, 2 groups of Morningstar Magi, and even Philip as well as Hunter Bolix, returned to their factions. After persisting with the confrontation for a while longer, they still charged into the spatial passageway at the same time. The air suddenly became tranquil, and only the deep depressions in the ground and large puddles of water proved that there had been a battle of Morningstars here. Due to the extremely intense spell radiation, the region would be barren and void of life for a long period of time. There could even be formed a range of phenomena that would attract creatures of different planes, becoming another fearful area that would become famous in the central continent. Whoosh, the air rippled as a breeze blew past, revealing the sudden appearance of another human figure. What's going on? I calculated the timing based on the records of the ancestors. How could it have been brought forward? A simple-clothed old man with a full head of white hair muttered, eyes without focus. The opening of the Scarlet Crescent ruins was initially an opportunity for our organization to rise, but unexpectedly such complex issues are involved in there. The old man began to mutter to himself, First was the discovery of our secret, causing several warlock organizations and Jupiter's lightning to covet it. It even resulted in a war, and the diary that stated the time of appearance of the ruins was wrong. What exactly is going on? Because of Leyland, this old man whose origins were unknown was beginning to have doubts in his outlook of the world. However, his education from a young age and the philosophy he had developed over the years allowed the old man to quickly regain his calm. No matter what it is, my ancestor was a member of Scarlet Crescent. My organization is also one of the branches that has inherited part of the teachings of the ancient Scarlet Crescent organization. This ruin should be ours. The old man's expression instantly turned vicious, and a halo of resplendent starlight burst forth. The spatial passageway opposite began to tremble as if it had sensed something. It, too, shot out a large amount of light, fusing with the splendor on the old man's body and absorbing the whole bundle of starlight, leaving nothing behind. What a strange setup. Leyland currently had his hands behind his back as he strolled along a spatial corridor filled with starlight, his own body shrouded in crimson. There were multiple spatial rifts that caused turbulence within, but they could not cause even a ripple on his body. To completely isolate this region, I can only wait until a specific time. Only then can I enter the passageway through the spatial flow. Leyland's eyes were full of praise. Such an intricate setup, as well as space division spells. This is truly frightening. The Morning Star realm that he had reached was only the bare minimum of ancient times. There was still a long way ahead, and he would naturally not feel conceited or complacent. On the contrary, the more he knew, the more Leyland felt that the information he had acquired was much too little. He became increasingly humble. The power who had set up such a spatial spell formation was an existence he needed to look up to and learn from. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 526, Radiation. Radiation. Now, the ruins seemed to be nearby, but in fact, seeing the indistinct space in front of him, Leyland shook his head. He'd just found the entrance. It wouldn't be easy for him to achieve his goals and enter the place without using the right way. The others that had come afterwards were in the same situation. After all, it wasn't likely that they'd find the successors of Scarlet Crescent, so Leyland and the other Magi didn't bother to deduce the proper way to go in. With them being morning stars, as long as they found the entrance, it would only be a matter of time before they broke in. However, the rules of space were powerful and mysterious. Leyland could only manage to survive in here for now, and he needed to deduce a plan to break through this spatial defense. The other morning stars who came after him were also stuck in the same dilemma. Thus, time was one of Leyland's advantages against the rest of the Magi. This was why he'd used Siebel and made the ruins appear in advance. Although they had an agreement about the distribution of the spoils, that was only on the whole. As for who got what, it was largely dependent on who found it first. Wandering in the spatial passage was like taking a walk in outer space, nebulae of different shapes everywhere. There was even a silver spatial storm every now and then, and spatial turbulence whizzed by on occasion. Threads of a dubious black material were even coagulating around the passage, forming mysterious black buds, and gave off a dangerous vibe. After walking for who knows how long, Leyland suddenly missed his footing and felt like he was falling down from up high. Even more strangely, he felt like he was rising up afterwards. After the strong sense of weightlessness passed, Leyland found himself standing in a little garden. The black buds he saw before covered the flower bed, some even making it onto the hedges. A wooden board covered in tentacles was posted in a corner, the words on it faded. "Flowers full of malice and danger," Leyland muttered to himself. The AI chip searched the database but found no such ancient plant. Suddenly, the black flower buds trembled and bloomed, showing a crimson pistil. Asterisk thump. Thump. Thump, asterisk. Like a chain reaction, masses of black buds bloomed, and the garden was instantly full of black petals flying in the air, red pistils emanating a threat like the tongues of snakes. The faint sense of an ancient curse made Leyland frown. This. Is it a final defense against intruders? Or, is it a warning? Leyland smiled, and his pupils turned into vertical slits that glowed red. The next moment, a strong and violent radiation was emitted from his body. This was the radiation of a Morning Star warlock's body, containing the power of the bloodline of the ancient giant Chamoyan serpent. Leyland kept it repressed in his everyday life, but now he let it all out, and it caused a horrible change. A layer of rainbow-like five-colored light shone with green and orange fluorescence, filling the whole garden. The air turned hazy, and the scene distorted. After the radiation passed through, the entire space seemed to become still, and the faint smell of rust permeated the air. The original colors of the garden were also diminished with the radiation, leaving only black and white. It started to look like an old photograph. A cracking sound rang out as a slight fracture appeared in a corner. It spread across the whole grayscale garden, leaving spatial cracks everywhere. And then, like the falling of a glass bottle, a low and jarring sound rang out as the whole garden was shattered apart, exposing the dark void filled with spatial storms. The storms roared, devouring all those fractures. The silver storms continued to mince the garden for a few minutes before the ruins were visible once again. The black buds in the middle had disappeared, leaving a few broken petals on the ground. It gave the environment a sense of gloom. Leyland's pupils returned to their original color with a flash of strange light. This burst of strength had taken a toll on him, but he had no choice but to employ it to maintain his time advantage. The full strength of a Morningstar Magus was enough to affect the normal functioning of many formations. On top of that, Leyland was not any Magus, but a warlock with the bloodline of an ancient organism. Combining his own power with that of his Kamoyan bloodline, the power of his radiation was much greater, to the extent of even attracting extra-dimensional creatures. Leyland stared at a point in the void, silent. Over there, a conscient, or rather, a group of conscients, was coming through slowly. Although it was invisible, Leyland could sense the being through his soul force. Creatures from a higher dimension? Or a plot of Scarlet Crescent? Leyland's eyes showed surprise. Outsider. What have you come here for? A conscient entered Leyland's mind through the connection of soul force. The voice was that of an old woman, but it was interspersed with much more, the roars of multiple other creatures. To find the truth. Leyland said with a low voice, providing an ambiguous answer. The truth? Even those of Scarlet Crescent were still pursuing it. You've come to the wrong place, the voice sighed. I didn't come to the wrong place. The ways of the ancient warlocks will be a valuable reference and their experiences will save me time, Leyland's soul force countered the unknown creature sharply. He could sense that this creature did not have a normal body. It was just a ball of light emitting a strange power, perhaps a creature hiding its true body in a higher plane. Even so, after confronting Leyland's soul force for a while, the will seem to yield, follow the path of quandary, it will lead you to your answer. As the voice faded, the sound of movements could be heard as a brand new aisle appeared in a corner of the garden. The floor was made of gray stone, and black specks spread out along the floor like numerous insects. They had the figures of twisting faces. Scanning with his soul force, the outline of the path of quandary appeared in Leyland's mind. After ensuring that there was no danger, Leyland bowed to the void and stepped directly onto the path. The sound of footsteps could be heard as the black garden disappeared from sight the moment his feet hit the stone floor. All that remained was a long sigh. Soul whip. Massive invisible waves of energy swept through the air as dozens of giant swamp monsters trembled. It was as if they were tortured by some invisible whips, and they hit the floor after a while, their unconscious eyes filled with fear. My lord! This seems to be the maze lock, we are in a defensive trap of Scarlet Crescent. Paul reported to Cybele. Although both of them were Morningstar Magi, their powers were far apart, and thus they had widely varying statuses. This is the Naraku Type 2 maze, a kind of maze liked by those ancient warlocks. There should be 9 levels, each level having its own keys and riddles. We must break through them one by one, or we'll never get to the end. Cybele nodded. He'd obviously studied up on these things. Beside him, other than Paul, the warlocks from Spirit Circle and Wind Wolflair had all disappeared. And a few unfamiliar Morningstar Magi were just watching everything detachedly. Well, it's our turn this time. According to our agreement, you are up next time. Cybele took several green gems from the swamp monster as he spoke to those Morningstars. Of course. Their leader replied, his eyes cold. This Magus with a golden headband had no sense of fear even when confronting Cybele. Seeing this, Paul smiled bitterly in his mind. The sudden appearance of the ruins of Scarlet Crescent rendered most of their plans useless. The entrance of the ruins contained some mysterious spells cast by ancient warlocks, and those who entered through abnormal ways would encounter barriers. The dispersion made Paul feel depressed. Were it not for Cybele, he would have been killed here. After all, they were mortal enemies before, and that was still true. Paul sighed, even the tentacles on his head seemed dispirited. He would be safe following Cybele, but there wouldn't be any gains. Leave alone those Morningstar Magi, even Cybele would leave him with nothing. Compared to his resignation, the Magi on the other side were hysterical. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 527, Path of Quandary. Path of Quandary. How could it be? Someone has already entered the Path of Quandary. That's extremely close to the core. The old Magus wearing simple attire observed the light yellow notebook in his hands, letting out a low growl. His expression was that of anxiety. On one of the pages of the light yellow notebook, a general map had been drawn out with weak black lines. There was a little black dot moving slowly in one of the central passageways that was labeled the Path of Quandary. There were also other dots on this map, but they were all situated at the exterior regions. The old man himself was marked with a white dot. Though he was much faster than the morning stars outside who were being hindered by the labyrinth, he was still at the middle section and a distance away from the core. In contrast, Leyland's black dot was only a few steps away from the core, which was marked in red. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why is there a Magus that's so fast? The old man cursed, his expression full of impatience and indignance. It's a pity that I only have the correct method to enter the ruins. I can't control all the secret mechanisms, or else. Though the old Magus ancestor had been a member of Scarlet Crescent, he was merely an ordinary member. While he had participated in the construction of the ruins, he had not been able to make contact with the core areas. Hence, obtaining this map, the password to enter, as well as some information, was the limits of what could be done. Leyland had also unexpectedly brought forward the timing of the opening of the ruins, causing things to become disadvantageous for the old man. Even if he was hurrying along, careful not to fall into any traps, he was still behind Leyland. I don't care anymore. As long as I can get to the core area, I still have a chance of turning the tables. The old man angrily used his fingers and traced the map, finding another route. However, just when he was about to move, his pupils suddenly shrank. A black dot entered the edges of a map. It was several times larger than the rest, and was ringed in red. The few traps and patterns at the exterior were completely destroyed in the face of the large dot, and even their names disappeared from the map. The man wailed in anguish, a rank 5 Magus rushed here so quickly. Are you even giving me any chance at all? While he kept lamenting, the old man's footsteps did not lose speed. Instead, he began to move more quickly. If he was slightly slow and allowed the rank 5 Magus to take over this place, this area would no longer be of any concern to him. Besides, there was a certain item at the core region that he needed to obtain, which was his main goal. Just wait. Just wait till I get control of the core. The old man stared at the little black dot in the Path of Quandary, his expression revealing his frustration. Leyland, of course, did not know that someone had him in their thoughts. He was now walking on a little pathway of ash-gray stone. The path was surrounded by white fog on both sides, and it became increasingly dense as it concealed the scenery. On the still, empty road, only his footsteps sounded unceasingly. The scenery that was exactly the same on both ends made it easy for one to forget time, giving rise to a strong sense of fear. Combined with the unique power in the fog, even a Magus' tenacious willpower might not hold out. If it were other lower-ranked magi, they might long since have broken down, crying and yelling that they wanted to return, begging for release. However, resolution showed on Leyland's face, as if this was negligible. In the face of his mindset that was 10,000 times more stronger than steel, things that ancient magi had specifically set up to test one's will were trivial. As Leyland went deeper in, the surrounding fog became more dense, and even his feet became unclear. Every step seemed like he was walking on clouds. Leyland took a step, and the scenery suddenly changed. Now, the room had dark yellow planks and a moldy ceiling. The squeaks of mice could be heard from the corner. It was the most common image seen by commoners in the continent. There was not one piece of furniture in this little wooden cabin. Strangely, all that existed was a golden parrot cage at the center, a toad with a pipe in its mouth on top. Hey, brother! Are you here to give me a love letter on Miko's behalf? Please tell her that I'm busy and can't make it to the date tomorrow evening. The toad was dressed in a black top hat, looking relaxed. It puffed out one white smoke ring after another from the pipe. Leyland was dumbstruck as he watched the toad, unsure of what was going on. Are you not Miko's messenger? Oh. Then it must be Elizabeth. She's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. That skin, full of folds and spores, as well as those protruding eyes. Oh. She's my angel. The toad jabbered on, but what it said only baffled Leyland. At one point, he could no longer take it and asked, "Where is this?" "Quark's cabin, number 232 at the edge of the world." "Is there a problem?" The toad put its pipe down, its large eyes that were like light bulbs shooting Leyland a glance. Could it be that the Path of Quandary is similar to an astral gate? Has Scarlet Crescent's defensive formation sent me to another plane? This sudden thought left Leyland unable to decide whether he should laugh or cry. Many ancient defense systems had a last resort when they encountered an enemy that was much too powerful for the spell formations to be of use: banishment to an alternate world. This was akin to an astral gate, teleporting magi out of the Magus world. As this was a one-time thing with no definite coordinates, unlucky magi would usually be sent into spatial turbulences far, far away, or even into a giant storm. It would be extremely lucky to find another plane with life on it. However, returning to the Magus world? There was no need to even think about it. The current situation caused Leyland to have doubts. At this moment, the floor suddenly began to tremble, seismic waves passing through every few moments. What's going on? Leyland tried scanning with his soul force, but found that his soul force had been repressed to the limit. It could not even see past the cabin. It's nothing. I have a new neighbor preparing to move in. The toad jumped off the parrot cage nonchalantly, bouncing as it headed out. Leyland turned his head and thought about it for a moment, eventually following behind it. After opening the door of the wooden cabin, his body suddenly went stiff, eyes flashing with disbelief. In front of him was a large sandy wasteland. There were black holes and distorted nebulae in the sky, and a large green shadow that seemed to have taken root in the cosmos was shifting its body. It was a giant ancient tree, its green leaves spilling with a jade-like luster. Leyland had seen many ancient trees before, and there were enormous trees in Creevy City where houses could be built on their leaves. However, the entirety of Creevy City was like a tiny thing in comparison with this gigantic tree, not comparable to even a leaf. Hello, new friend. Do you need any help? After seeing this tree, the toad happily went forward to welcome it, jumping onto a root as thick as a mountain. Compared to the tree, the toad was like a speck of dust. No. It was 10,000 times smaller than a speck of dust. Leyland was speechless. Soon after, he realized that he had indeed walked out of a wooden cabin, but the surroundings were a depthless black starry cosmos, and the cabin had been floating in the sky. There was even a shaky scrawl on the bronze doorplate, reading number 232, Edge of the World. This house belongs to Toad Quark. On that gigantic root the toad had jumped onto was another little cabin, this one constructed askew. There was a number there as well, 233. The name had changed to Wisdom Tree. Leyland had no idea how big the other party was or how they entered the cabin. Watching the cabin on the tree root, as well as the toad, he could not come up with anything to say. Shortly after, however, his expression changed. The ancient wisdom tree? The intellectual being of the Magus world that once enlightened multiple great ancient magi? The culmination of all wisdom, ... Asterisk rumble, asterisk a few large cracks opened up on the tree that extended to the cosmos, sucking in the violent spatial storms and producing soundless whimpers. Two enormous, yellowish eyes opened, followed by lips full of wooden lines. It's been a long time, my old friend, the tree's words were extremely loud. Just the sound waves were enough to blow everything over. Toad Quark had no choice but to hug the root tightly in order not to be blown away by the violent hurricane. The wisdom tree's speech was very slow, taking a minute between syllables. It seemed that each thought required a great amount of time. And, also, a new friend, bang, the ground exploded, and a root that was like a mountain flew over, raising Leyland till he was before the ancient wisdom tree, meeting its starry gaze. I smell myself on you. The wisdom tree's words were hard to decipher, but Leyland immediately understood what it meant. Is it the essence of the ancient wisdom tree? And this? Leyland produced a wooden cup, though it was now empty. It had once contained the essence of the wisdom tree, and had been vital in supporting Leyland's advancement to rank 3. This wooden cup had been said to be made out of the bark of the wisdom tree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 528, Breaking Through the Fog. Breaking Through the Fog. You're a warlock. Ah, I remember this feeling. You must be from the Magus world, right? The ancient wisdom tree spoke slowly, each syllable taking a significantly long time. It was enough for any quick-tempered Magus to get annoyed. However, there were no traces of impatience on Leyland's face. On the contrary, he was full of respect towards the ancient wisdom tree, especially since his advancement to rank 3 was all thanks to it. Hence, he bowed deferentially. Yes. I am Leyland Farlier, a rank 4 warlock of the Magus world. Greetings, mighty enlightener. The enlightener was a title given to the ancient wisdom tree by the combined decision of all the magi in the Magus world. It was rumored that the ancient wisdom tree was the culmination of all wisdom. It was even knowledgeable in all the mysteries of the cosmos and the universe. There were countless high-ranked magi who had gained enlightenment with its help, and even the glamour of the ancient era was, in part, possible thanks to its guidance. However, the mighty ancient tree which had granted enlightenment and solved riddles had disappeared from the Magus world all of a sudden. No matter how hard the ancient magi tried to find it, no traces were left behind. In the following generations, many Magus historians had attributed the fall of the ancient era to the lack of guidance from the wisdom tree, leading to many ancient magi walking a path ridden with errors. Though Leyland did not really agree with this standpoint, it was true that it was very knowledgeable regarding magi. The Magus world. The ancient wisdom tree's large eyes flashed with nostalgia. I still remember. 20 or 25 dark ages ago, the magi were all adorable little children. Oh. There was one called Aiton, and he was pretty good at barbecues. The mighty ancient wisdom tree was like an old man trying to chase after the past, jabbering on and on. Leyland waited silently at the side, while Toad Quark was beginning to get annoyed. Old friend, are you moving again? You've only lived here for 87,000 years. I've only taken a nap, and you're already moving again? An 87,000-year nap? Leyland was speechless. Yes, my friend. I feel the descent of terror. Even the end of the world can't hinder the spying of such power. The aftermath of the ancient era will continue to cause ripples, involving other worlds. The ancient wisdom tree said something that sounded like a prophecy, causing Leyland to be surprised. However, no matter how he inquired, it would not make a sound. It doesn't finish its words. Ugh, Leyland rolled its eyes inside, but then heard the sounds of the wisdom tree after speaking to the toad. And there's you adorable thing. I can answer one question of yours as a present. Of course, it cannot touch upon the topic from before. Many thanks, mighty enlightener. Leyland was elated. An opportunity to have the wisdom tree solve a riddle was not something any Magus could have even in ancient times. Even a Breaking Dawn Magus would smash their own head in for such a chance. However, after the moment of ecstasy, he grew perplexed. What should I ask? How to attain immortality? That's too vague. Leyland opened his lips, but eventually did not ask the question. After an intense struggle, Leyland's pupils flashed with soberness. Even if it's truly the ancient wisdom tree, it's only one of the ancient legends. It's probably at rank 8 or 9 as a Magus, and even such a being needs to defend itself. Asking about is pointless. I need to think of something more suitable for myself. Having thought it through, the fog in Leyland's mind finally completely dissipated. Leyland took in a deep breath, clenched his fists, and asked the ancient wisdom tree this question: I would like to know how to break through the bloodline shackles of warlocks. For now, there was nothing more important to him than solving this issue. The ancient wisdom tree raised a root and propped it against its lips, looking extremely similar to a human in thought. You can. The fog disappeared, and Leyland was started awake. He rubbed his forehead that was slightly aching and glanced at the gray slabs on the ground. The fog was dissipating from the surroundings, and buildings were gradually revealing themselves. The lost look in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with confusion. Was that scene real, or an illusion? Leyland glanced at his hands. I'm already at Morningstar. Under the scan of my soul force, any illusory spells should have been seen through. Furthermore, Leyland felt his heartbeat. The answer from the wisdom tree is still deep in my heart. It's very feasible. Such a situation left Leyland bewildered. Perhaps the path of quandary was a superior illusion, allowing intruders to find answers amidst their perplexement about where they were. This answer might already be deep in the intruder's heart, and only made known at this point. Of course, if it can't be found, they would remain lost there. Combined with his former knowledge and experience, Leyland came to a specious conclusion. Inside, however, he felt as if what had just happened was real. With the strength of ancient magi, it was not impossible to create a scene like that. Another plausible reason would be that through endless flowing from the river of time, many scenarios had converged at this point. In other words, Leyland's mind had passed through the isolation of time and space, reaching one of the spatial fragments in the ancient era, and met the true ancient wisdom tree. Ha! I don't care anymore. There are only benefits for me here anyway. If it doesn't make sense, then so be it. When I get enough strength, I might even understand all of this naturally, Leyland thought optimistically. There were no cons whatsoever in coming to the path of quandary. He had even obtained a method to solve the issue of his bloodline shackles. While this was merely a tentative plan, it was still very precious. It might not even compare to all the benefits from Scarlet Crescent. However, since I've gone through the path of quandary, I should be getting some rewards. Leyland touched his chin, watching the large Magus building that had completely revealed itself, as a smile appeared on his face. What had appeared in front of Leyland was a little Western-styled building that was 2 stories high. The window at the balcony was still open, as if the owner had only been gone a short period of time. The brass door handle had a simple yet splendid luster, and seemed to have been used regularly. Leyland knew, though, that this building had been abandoned for at least over 10,000 years. It was naturally magic that resulted in this effect. Kacha, after gripping the handle and putting some strength into it, the door was easily pushed open, revealing a hall with a giant fireplace. The firewood in there was still crackling and burning, a wave of heat gathering indoors. Besides what's on their bodies, Magi keep their most precious objects only in the bedroom, study room, and laboratory. Leyland scanned the area quickly and immediately gave up on the living room, going up to the second level of the building. He first found the study room. There seemed to have been some spatial spells used here, and upon opening it, what was presented in front of Leyland was an enormous space comparable to a football field. There were large bookshelves that towered at 10 or so meters tall, but everything there was empty, leaving behind only a pile of ash in the compartments. Leyland rummaged through the area quite a few times and had the AI chip check the area repeatedly without giving up, but he eventually resigned himself to the situation and left the study room. I never expected that all the books and research materials would have been taken away. What else would be left? Leyland was slightly dejected, but still searched through room after room. He then found the original owner's bedroom. Unexpectedly, he was easily rewarded with something on the makeup table. A blood-red earring in the shape of a crescent moon lay quietly in an open jewelry box. After Leyland confirmed it was not a trap, he took it in his hand, and a stream of information was immediately transmitted over. Scarlet earring. High-grade magic equipment. Work of Methelk. Ah. This is presented to my goddess, Janace, my true love. From the open jewelry box, it seemed that the owner had been preparing to wear the earring, but everything had suddenly come to an abrupt stop. Leyland was confused as he looked through the bedroom, but still did not find anything that looked suspicious. A strange setup. Leyland mumbled to himself, keeping the scarlet earring and adding many seals outside. Even if it was a trap, a piece of high-grade magic equipment was worth the risk. Besides, Leyland was very confident in his judgment and the AI chip scans. While leaving, he consciously took a look at the mirror frame at the makeup table. There was a large oval silver mirror inside, reflecting Leyland's image. Strangely enough, the Leyland inside had a secretive laugh, causing him to be startled. By the time he came back to himself, everything in the mirror seemed to have returned to normal, as if all that had just happened had merely been an illusion. But would Morning Star Magi hallucinate? That was impossible. Leyland's expression became gloomy as he gritted his teeth, quickly keeping the mirror and running out of the bedroom and out of the villa. The moment he left the villa, it completely vanished, leaving behind a large depression that looked to have been gnawed at by beasts. Bang! A fist smashed onto a table, causing dust to fly. Despicable. Damn it! He's actually taken it away. That was the magic equipment that was the easiest to obtain, and it was even of a high grade at that. In an unadorned crystal private room, an old magus looked annoyed, unwilling to accept this. It's not just that. He even took that away. The old man's expression changed a few times before he made his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 529, Obstruction and a Grin. Obstruction and a Grin. No. No matter what, I have to get it back. The old man took out his light yellow notebook. A map with many black dots appeared on it immediately. Find him. Rip him apart. And bring everything back. Following the old man's growl, streaks of crystal clear light flashed in the secret chamber and a few translucent puppets suddenly widened their bloodshot eyes. As if they understood the old man's words, they rapidly shuttled through the void, gradually vanishing. This feeling, something bad's about to happen. Leyland's eyebrows furrowed. He'd actually been feeling a sense of discomfort ever since he exited the path of quandary. It was as if someone was secretly spying on him. However, the scanning of the AI chip and his own soul force could not discover anything. And now, this feeling of discomfort suddenly intensified, even to the point of turning to anxiety. The malice that's pervaded the atmosphere. Leyland shut his eyes and quickly opened them again. At this moment, his pupils had already turned into a pair of amber slits. A thin, blood-red line flashed across them. Suddenly, rumbling sounds rang out as a large amount of spell runes flickered. A colorful radiance shot into the sky and formed a gigantic ice cage, trapping Leyland within. What? I definitely didn't trigger any traps. Unless, Leyland squinted his eyes slightly. This situation caused him to become clear-headed. Ha ha. I, who have gained control over the entire core secret chamber, am an invincible existence in Scarlet Crescent. In the core control room, the old magus face shone brightly, his hand still grasping a piece of ruby with its tips connected to numerous crystal threads. Strings of complicated commands were continually transmitted through the ruby in his hands. Numerous crystal-clear hexagonal snowflakes suddenly condensed within the trap, forming a large quantity of icy blades, shields, axes and such. They all smashed loudly towards Leyland's head. Leyland thought of an idea. Chamoyan scales. Blood flame. His body was immediately wrapped in a layer of dense, black snake scales as a blood-red flame raged above him, subliming the large quantity of ice. As if it was provoked, the ice condensed once more with a sizzle. Its blue core became even more crystal clear, emanating a piercing chill. The ice, which was covered by the blue radiance, stood firmly while it was being roasted by the flames. A large quantity of cold air was emitted, even breaking through the blood flame seal. It shot in front of Leyland, who smashed it apart with a frown. Sharp icy blades slashed his body, only enough to create thin, long sparks. They couldn't even break through the outermost energy defense. Absolute 0 Kelvin. Leyland's pupils narrowed and his face no longer had the previous relaxed look. This was undoubtedly set up by ancient magi. Such a formation that unifies all the runes in the area is definitely difficult for ordinary morning stars to withstand. However, it doesn't seem to be working at full force. That means Leyland seemed to be in a deadlock with the huge icy spell formation on the surface. However, he was actually calculating something in his mind. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk suddenly, space twisted and a few rays of white light seemed to have broken through the boundary as they appeared right before Leyland. The handle, which bore the sharp broken sword, had already pierced the edge of Leyland's chest. So fast. It was difficult for Leyland to react in time. The only thing he managed to do was strengthen the Chamoyan scales defense to the maximum. Compared to other spells, the innate spells of magi were activated purely by thought. With such incomparable speeds, they were the common last-ditch resorts when their lives were in danger. Schlick, a broken sword, seemingly forged out of pure crystal, pierced through the energy defense as well as the runes outside the black scales with much difficulty, coming into contact with the scales themselves. Pop, Leyland frowned, as if at something bursting. Behind him, a large multi-armed race phantom came into existence and channeled a dark green energy to cover his body. My goodness! The muscles on his right hand flexed, hammering a punch at the opponent. This made the translucent figure retreat. After waiting for the opponent to put a certain amount of distance between them, Leyland looked at his chest with a gloomy face. A bright white line in the shape of a crescent had been carved on the Chamoyan scales. The sword had left behind a deep pit, taking a few smaller scales with it. Puppet? When Leyland got a clear view of the figures making a sneak attack, he shouted in surprise. In front of him were a few translucent figures in pure white, body-fitting magus robes. In their hands were a large quantity of physical weapons, including the broken crystal sword from before. A puppet that is able to break through my Chamoyan scales defense, such a rank, I'm afraid can only be created by an ancient magus. Leyland looked at the bloodshot eyes of the puppet before him, confirming his conjecture, someone's behind all this. So this is the power of a morning star? Even the void assassin could not take down the opponent. In the core, the old man's dignified face warped as he clenched his teeth. It doesn't matter. I have the spell formations to control the core and the puppets on hand. Even if it takes up a little more energy, I have to take down the enemy. With his orders, the arms of the void assassins surrounding Leyland warped, revealing daggers, knives, and even weapons that looked like power saws. They were all translucent except for the golden runes twinkling on them, seemingly made from crystal. Space twisted once more as these void assassins vanished into thin air again. It was as if they were vipers hiding in the dark, preparing to deal a fatal blow at any time. With these enemies around eyeing covetously at their prey, in addition to the pressure of the icy cage above their head, any ordinary morningstar would definitely have sustained serious injuries. It's a pity that you met me. A sneer emerged at the corner of Leyland's lips. Wasn't the shadow attribute giant Chamoyan serpent even better at concealing itself in the void? He'd previously used spells such as shadow stealth to lay an ambush, and he naturally knew about the weaknesses and disadvantages of such spells like the back of his hand. Although the ancient spell formation was a little more troublesome, the enemy evidently did not have complete control over it. This gave him an opportunity. Only, Leyland laughed coldly as a radiance sparkled in his eyes. A translucent figure shot out from the void with a whoosh, the dagger in its hands aimed ferociously at Leyland's eyes. Leyland's face remained unchanged and he suddenly stretched out his wrist. When it came to a stop once more, he was holding one of the puppet's arms in his hands. A gigantic blue iceberg, with a great blazing flame at its bottom, started to exert pressure on everything below as it rumbled. At the same instant, a sharp aura suddenly shot out in the other three directions. Good. Very soon, that thing will belong to me. In the control room, the old man watched a pale Leyland. Looking at his wounded body, he could not help but let out a carefree smile. Ha ha. So what if you're a morning star? I'm the king here. The old man spread out his arms and cheered, but his voice was instantly silenced with a grunt, as if he had been strangled at the neck. When it came back, it returned as a frustrated curse. How did he escape? In the projection he'd been looking at from the control room, Leyland's condition had already hit rock bottom. His entire body was soaked in blood, and he seemed ready to die at any moment. However, every opportunity to kill him was thwarted by small problems in the coordination of the Void Assassins, letting him evade it by luck. At least, that's what he'd seen it as. And right when he was in the most desperate straits, that lucky Magus had actually discovered a flaw in the spell formation, directly breaking through space and escaping. The old man roared in anger, smashing his fist violently on the platform of the control room with a bang. If I had known all the control spells, and obtained the highest authority, even a Radiant Moon Magus wouldn't be able to escape this place, let alone this Morning Star. What followed the bout of rage was a sense of helplessness. Indeed, he'd used his map and reached the control room, obtaining partial authority by following his ancestors' notes. In fact, he didn't encounter much danger at all. However, his ancestor did not have a high position in Scarlet Crescent. This naturally meant he had no way to gain complete control of the place. That previous spell formation was actually the limits of what he could accomplish with his current authority. As for those Void Assassins, he had to thank the fact that their creator was none other than his ancestor. That was why he had a backdoor method to take control of them. Damn! 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 The old man's face was full of indignance. Just these Void Assassins have already made this trip worthwhile, but the most important item is still not in my hands. Not to mention, this place will definitely be monopolized by great forces in the future. I'll no longer have a place here. He subconsciously shot a glance at the other black dots. They were already very close to the core area, especially the one that represented the Radiant Moon. It seemed to have an unstoppable force, barging its way through and already sweeping past several small-scaled resource points, making the Magus secretly hurt. Such desire and the strong indignance led this Magus to a decision: try again, no matter the result, you have to leave. He looked at another screen, pressing the jewel down without hesitation. A huge flame exploded forth, forming an enormous blazing giant that blocked Leyland's path. So it's fire after ice? But it's still of the same degree of power as the previous one. Leyland shook his head, becoming more confident in his judgment. Catch him! Catch him! The old Magus grabbed the jewel with both hands, his eyes full of excitement and desire. And at this time, Leyland, who was on the screen, suddenly lifted his head and laughed at him. The old man's hair stood on end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 530, Sweeping of Obstacles. Sweeping of Obstacles. Found you, you little rat. The Magus was able to make out Leyland's words from his mouth's movements, immediately causing his eyes to turn red. Void Assassins, don't hold back. Kill him. As if having lost his self-control, the Magus held onto the command stick and roared. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh asterisk. At least 8 Void Assassins appeared instantly, charging straight for Leyland. In front of him, the large flame giant was also snarling as it brandished a large flaming metal whip. The ceiling formation, the flames, and the surprise attacks from multiple Void Assassins would be extremely troublesome for normal Morningstars to deal with. Even Demon Hunter Cyril would probably be seriously injured under such an attack. Beep. Found Spiritual Force Link. Eliminating 3 areas with fake signals, determining coordinates. The AI chip's robotic voice sounded by Leyland's ears, causing a smile to rise up on his face. Ever since he realized that there was probably someone behind the scene, Leyland had commanded the AI chip try and identify the location of the core control room. The slip-ups and injuries sustained from before were all intentionally done to get his opponent to take the bait. A spell formation was not able to supply adequate data and information, but the other party had obviously not been satisfied. He had dispatched someone to attack, allowing the AI chip to discover his traces immediately. From my guesses and the AI chip simulation, the other party probably isn't that strong, and may not even have access to the core control room of the ruins. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an attack just of this level. Leyland watched the sharp blade in flames coming towards him, a strange smile appearing on his face. A splendid layer of crimson-red rays suddenly emerged from his body, turning into 4 rings that floated up and down. Rank 1 innate spells, Chamoyan Scales, Eyes of Petrification. Rank 2 innate spell, Toxic Bile. Rank 3 innate spell, Intimidating Gaze. Rank 4 innate spell, Bloodline Metamorphosis. Combining to form the Morningstar Arcane Art, Chamoyan Serpent Transformation. Asterisk rumble, asterisk. A humongous serpent that measured tens of thousands of meters long suddenly descended on the region. Spell formations fell apart, the earth cracked, and multiple buildings turned to dust. Even the air was beginning to shake. The flame giant from before, as well as the many bindings and fire elemental spell formations, were swept away by the large snake's body. All the runes were destroyed, and even the spell formations at the base of the buildings flickered out. In front of the giant Chamoyan serpent, the void assassins that were the size of a regular human were like ants. Their sharp swords could not even pierce through the scales, and instead, were sent crashing to a random area with a swing of its tail. The arcane art of the ancient Morning Star Warlocks, Chamoyan Serpent Transformation. This trump card that would allow warlocks to transform into a terrifying ancient beast appeared once more, but the giant black snake hissed as it aimed its head in a specific direction, its starry amber eyes the very personification of ridicule. Its body was like a black storm as it crushed the area. Asterisk thump. Thump. Thump, asterisk on the way, various little flickers of brilliance could be seen on the giant serpent's body, which then dimmed. Wow, what's going on? Is this a Morning Star arcane art? He dared dash. Having been locked onto by the aura of an ancient, giant beast, the Magus in the core control room went limp and fell to the ground. As he made contact with the other party's eyes, the fear hidden deep in his genes exploded forth as his body went stiff, unable to move even a finger. The direction in which the giant serpent had looked in was evidently the location of the core control room. Seeing how the other party was crushing everything in its way, it would probably take seconds to reach him. This old man shuddered, now regretting provoking this fiendish person. Asterisk boom, asterisk like in a magnitude 9 earthquake, all the items in the core control room jumped up and fell loudly onto the ground. Hearing the accompanying hisses, the old man shuddered even more in fright. He knew that the terrifying ancient, vicious beast had now reached the outside of the core control room. I have the defensive spell formation of the core control room. It'll be fine. The attack from before had been obstructed, giving the old man some confidence. However, before he could struggle to get up, an even more powerful tremor could be felt. Rumble, bricks fell everywhere and the roof was torn open. Two eyes that were like stars shot out terrifying rays of light. Ah! The old man went limp, a fishy smell even traveling from the crotch of his pants. Little worm, do you think you can hide? The gigantic serpent suddenly turned small, regaining the size of a regular human. Large amounts of black gas turned into armor that merged onto his perfect body. Leyland charged into the control room and held the old man by the throat, eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. A mere crystal phase Magus dares attack a Morning Star on the sly? His own aura had weakened slightly, the consumption from before had not been small. Due to the limitations of the peace agreement, Morning Star Magi were not allowed to use arcane arts that would affect large areas in the central continent. However, this was the Scarlet Crescent ruins, and technically speaking was not on the central continent. Naturally, that agreement did not extend to this place. But why did the other Morning Star not use it? It was because there were usually extremely powerful spell formations in the ruins. If the range of the arcane arts were too large, there would definitely be a chain reaction that would not be beneficial to the Morning Star Magi. The second was because Magi had entered in order to plunder resources. How could they use such a powerful technique and destroy everything? Did they not want the loot? Only people like Leyland, who thought nothing was taboo and had the AI chip to find the specific location of his opponent, dared to bulldoze through after determining there were no traps or counteracting spell formations. This also had to do with the old man having yet to gain complete control. If not, with the activation of any of the true ancient spell formations, Leyland would definitely be unable to break through and might even be trapped to his death by the spell formation. But since I started it, the situation will immediately change. Leyland laughed wryly inside. This was the consequence, but thankfully, he'd already prepared himself mentally. Even if he did not gain much here, it was all worth it. These undulations? Morning Star arcane art? Vicious energy undulations immediately passed through the range of the ruins. Almost all Morning Star understood in that instant. Since someone has already made the first move, we need to hurry up. Cybele glanced at the wall made of large amounts of vines, and immediately looked annoyed. Get out of the way. Of course, my lord. Paul, who knew what Cybele was planning on doing, immediately retreated far into the distance in case he got injured. Afterwards, frightening energy undulations gathered at Cybele's body, and a giant, all-annihilating storm even more terrifying than Philip swept through the place. A bunch of youngsters who don't know how to follow rules. At the other end, a middle-aged man, golden all over like a god, shook his head helplessly. He put down a document in his hands. Anyway, someone has already taken control of a portion of the detection spell formation in the ruins. There's also that feeling of being spied on. The middle-aged man's brows furrowed. I'm afraid that this truly must be the headquarters of the ancient Scarlet Crescent, and must have a high value. If news of how I had come here with a group of morning stars and yet was one-upped by someone else spreads, it'll definitely be a huge joke. In that case, the phantom of a giant gold lion appeared behind the middle-aged Magus. Boom, just the pressure from the aura was enough for the entire building to collapse, the air shattering like iron chains. This feeling. These undulations. It's a great radiant moon Magus. Collins, as well as the other Morningstar Magi, began to look grim at the other end. The phantom image of a golden lion in the horizon gave them a very bad feeling. It was not just the morning stars of Jupiter's lightning. Even the warlocks of Spirit Circle and Wind Wolf Lair immediately sped up their movements, berserk energy waves emanating from them. When they no longer had reservations, the terrifying destructive ability of Morningstar Magi were showcased completely. As expected, after I made the first move, it caused a chain reaction among the other Morningstars. None of them are holding back anymore and charging in this direction. Leyland looked at the notebook that lay wide open. Many buildings had already been broken through by a few black dots, and there were warning sirens everywhere. Asterisk gurgle. Gurgle, star. The old man was almost unconscious. Never did he expect that, in just a short instant, these morning stars would suddenly turn into ancient oppressive beasts, the defensive spell formations like a mere joke in front of them. At the thought that he had even thought of relying on the spell formations here to deal with them, cold sweat unceasingly dripped from the old man's forehead. Leyland had yet to come up with a way to deal with the descendant of Scarlet Crescent. He had a very soft personality, and just by being threatened, he had immediately handed everything over, which included even the jurisdiction to control the Void Assassins. This saved Leyland some time, and also allowed the old man to escape the gruesome fate of having his soul searched. It was not just this. On the other party's body, Leyland found the inheritance from his ancestor, which was quite a large harvest. From his eyes, Leyland could tell that the old man still seemed to be hiding something. Time was scarce, however, and Leyland could not waste more time to settle it. What are you afraid of? The setup of an ancient Magus won't be that simple. Leyland shot the man a glance and spoke disdainfully. Though his earlier actions might have seemed reckless, the route had already gone through the AI chip's meticulous probing and calculations, and he had not triggered any fundamental, large formations. After all, for ancient Magi, Morningstar was the bare minimum level. How could there not be specific countering spell formations? Those Magi would probably soon be in trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 531, Carelessness. Carelessness. Ancient Morningstar Arcane Art Ocean Crash. With a body thousands of meters tall, a monster with the head of a cow, body of a human and tentacles for feet emanated powerful energy undulations. Behind it, for giant rings of light constantly flickered and fused, and the power of its point mass strengthened immensely from before, forming an alarming spell. Like an ocean god had been enraged, great amounts of ocean water formed horses, goblins, dragons, and various other ancient beasts, drowning the large spell formation opposite it. In front of the Morningstar Arcane Art, the large spell formation had broken out a powerful defensive force, but it was still smashed to smithereens, the vast ocean water bringing a great amount of pressure and washing through. This seems to be a cultivation base. Siebel's aura suddenly grew unstable before he returned to his human form that would consume less energy. He charged into the spell formation and began to rummage through as he wished. The arcane art left the base in a mess, looking like ruins after the end of the world. Yet, there were still some intact objects lying in the dust and emanating light that attracted High's attention. This is a 1,000-eyed worm egg. It's so big, and can practically be exchanged for an astral stone of a similar quality. And very concentrated refined gold. There's so much. Siebel's eyes lit up, cheeks turning a rosy red. Various famous and also unknown precious materials were lying on the ground like trash. Though many had been destroyed, they were still of high value. Such enormous wealth was placed before him to be chosen from. Even in his life, this experience was very rare. Ha ha. If I'd known, I would have done this long ago. Though it might affect some treasures, I can save time and attack a few other areas. Siebel's eyes turned slightly red, as he scanned the ground and kept anything of value. He then left, reaching another area. The surroundings of the large laboratory were flickering with crystal luster, obstructing Siebel like a city wall. At the door, there was a wooden sign that was a warning. Grandmaster Nuke's Alchemy Laboratory. Do not disturb if you are not supposed to be here. You will bear the consequences. He's already been dead for over tens of thousands of years. Who are you kidding? Siebel had originally been surprised by the crimson words on the sign, feeling a chill down his spine, but the harvests he had reaped caused him to get greedy. Once I attack this place, I can move on to the core area. The treasures there must be even more amazing. Siebel's expression changed several times, but he gradually made his decision. Rays from innate spells of various ranks lit up from his body. Of course, he had also set up several layers of defense, with magic equipment that looked like shells covering his body. Be ruined. Morningstar Arcane Art Ocean Crash. The azure ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see, as well as the vicious ocean animals, immediately submerged the laboratory in front of him. All sorts of lights exploded, before dying down. By the time Siebel was done, the laboratory had turned into a large ruins. All the spell runes had either been destroyed, smashed, or had disappeared. Ha ha. As expected. My guess was right. The counterattack he had expected did not arrive, and Siebel's face showed his elation. He first sent a few puppets forth cautiously, and after determining there was no danger ahead, pounced towards the ruins hastily and began to look through it. Even Morningstar Magi did not get such chances often. Meanwhile, still various violent and dangerous reactions were rapidly happening out of sight. Determined to be point mass reaction. Judged Morningstar ranked enemy at area DK34, activating counterattack spell formation. Up in the air in the secret space, large amounts of vacant spaces fused together and formed the strange shape of a crystal ball. At the heart of it was an unusual human in black robes, eyes giving off crimson rays. Traces of a mysterious aura were emitted along with the control room's command. In the area above what had been the laboratory, a concealed spell formation began to operate. Extrapolating force of point mass. Attribute determined to be water. Activating counterattack spell formation. Begin. What's going on? Siebel raised his head, and in that moment, his intuition as a magus made him feel immensely threatened. Some existence was giving him the chills. Not good. I need to leave immediately. He turned into a blue silhouette as he darted out. However, it was too late. With a terrifying, high-pitched sound, a large, crimson spell formation appeared in the air. Large numbers of runic chains formed a cage, trapping him inside. Target confirmed. Beginning annihilation. The icy, robotic voice immediately gave Siebel the feeling that he was in immense danger. However, as a Morningstar Magus, he would naturally not sit and wait to be killed. Ah! You want to kill me, just with this spell formation? Siebel snarled, body exploding, and revealing his true marine form. At the same time, the enormous undulations from the Morningstar final technique appeared once more. Morningstar Arcane Art Ocean Crash. A tremendous ocean descended, and many ancient creatures thundered as they charged straight for the runic chains. Wang, the attacks fell on the thin runic chains, but were not able to cause any damage at all. Large amounts of blue light were absorbed by the chains, causing Siebel's face to immediately turn pale. Oh how! Seeing a spell formation like this that could absorb a whole Morningstar arcane art, Siebel seemed to have been dealt a massive blow. Were Morningstar not able to do as they wished in the continent? Their arcane arts were even more horrifying, so how could this have happened? Only now did he understand how terrifying ancient magi were, but it was far too late. A giant blue bow appeared, still having some of the power Siebel's own point mass as it shot out blue flames. At the heart of the blue flames, there was a unique long arrow, the arrowhead having alarming black threads that distorted time and space. Like paper being ripped through, his defensive layers were pierced through by the blue arrow, and even the Morningstar Magus famed soul force was rendered useless under the black threads. The giant blue arrow pierced through Siebel's chest, pinning him to the ground. Here, in the hands of a trap, Siebel's expression cycled, and he was unsure if he should laugh or cry. Though these injuries would cause regular people or even magi to die straight away, Morningstar Magi had a vigorous life force and powerful vitality that still allowed them to struggle for their lives for a period of time. I never thought I'd die here. Thankfully, I still have the Marine Tribe's deity egg and can be reborn. Siebel had a wry smile on his face, unwilling to part with the precious items and magic equipment he had found. However, there was no way around it. The Marine Tribe's deity egg was a secret method of the Marine Tribe Magi to save one's life, for Morningstars and above. It was able to separate one's blood, flesh and soul in the form of a marine egg, and after the fall of the main body, they would then be reborn in the egg. As it was part of the Magus, after a period of training, it was possible to even return to the Morningstar realm. Since it was so valuable, it was obviously extensively sought out. However, due to the limitations of the race, only the Marine Tribe were able to use it, causing many human Morningstars to wring their hands in defeat. Though there were some Magi who had one or even a few clones, if the main body fell, it was extremely difficult for the clone to reach Morningstar and was even considered impossible. Collection of Soul Aura complete. Beginning obliteration of Soul Brand. At this moment, the icy robotic voice sounded once more, giving Siebel the impression that he was really in trouble. Immediately after, he felt a strange force being transmitted to his body through the bow and arrow, and with the sensing abilities of his soul aura, felt it trace the source and reach a part of the past. A scene suddenly appeared in his mind. It was that of when he had carefully placed the deity egg in his Magus tower. At that moment, multiple black threads were sent out, puncturing the deity egg. "Oh! No," Siebel yelled while struggling. He could tell that with the changes in the scene, his original connection with the deity egg had been completely broken, and he would no longer have any chances at rebirth. In that case, if he were to die, it would truly be the end. How did it become like this? Large amounts of blood spilt from the corner of Siebel's mouth, which then turned into blue bubbles that exploded. His eyes closed for eternity. In ancient times, there were many magi with clones or those who entrusted their lives elsewhere. The methods were strange and hard to be determined, but many magi who had participated in the great ancient Magus War had still fallen. Once the original was completely wiped out, even a morning star would be helpless. Poof, a spot of light that was like a morning star emerged from his body and, with the guidance of a stream of astral light, broke through the space and left. This was a morning star Magus point mass, holding his soul within. Based on legends of the ancient Byron Empire, when Morningstar Magi completely died, their soul would return to the astral plane for eternity, floating in the deepest part of the astral plane and waiting for their next chance at reincarnation. Point mass discovered. Beginning seizure. A few large hands full of black runes emerged from the air and grabbed at the point mass. The formless force immediately spread throughout the area, causing the starlight to turn unsteady. Taking this opportunity, the large black hands grabbed hold of the point mass, disappearing into the darkness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532, Setup. Setup. Previously, hidden in the control room, the scenes of Siebel's death were displayed on the crystal screen for a pair of crimson eyes. When the point mass was caught by the person behind this whole situation, the power bar increased by 1 unit on the side of the screen. The crimson light in that pair of eyes flickered intensely, but it soon subsided. The chamber turned deathly silent again. A dark figure stayed at its spot, unmoving, unbreathing. Meanwhile, news of Siebel's death swept through the entire ruins like a hurricane. What's this feeling? Leyland's face changed the moment the astral plane opened automatically upon Siebel's death. He felt the fluctuation in the atmosphere of the astral plane and the point mass. It was the same feeling he'd gotten when he'd killed Cyril, something he'd never forget. The death of a morning star Magus? The point mass returning to the astral plane? Leyland mumbled in disbelief. He took a long breath afterwards. Sure enough, ancient ruins aren't this simple. Even this core control room could be a mere disguise, with another true one hidden somewhere else. Leyland had gotten this suspicion a little earlier. Even if the old man didn't have full authorization, the defense of this place was far too weak. Now, it seemed it was only to be expected if this place was just a ruse that could only control the simplest spell formations. Those powerful spell formations that had the power to suppress Morningstar Magi, and were even strong enough to kill them, were all hidden somewhere in the dark. Leyland looked at the old man who was lying on the ground with sympathy when he thought of this. It was obvious that his ancestor was of little importance in Scarlet Crescent. He had not even gotten a single bit of information about such matters. Anyway, all these things is none of my business. I've gotten what's important, and therefore, it's time to leave. Leyland smiled, then flipped open the pale yellow notebook. Even if the old man's ancestor did not have much status, they had been very careful and had even noted down a secret passageway for the sake of their descendants. It allowed Leyland to leave Scarlet Crescent directly without returning through the original route, which greatly reduced the level of danger. If this works out, the mission this time will truly have gone perfectly. Leyland rubbed his chin. The others only know that I have entered the ruin, but they don't know what I have gained. There's still room for manipulation. At the bottom of his heart was an idea about how to break apart the bloodline shackles, a gift from the ancient wisdom tree. This was priceless information for bloodline warlocks. Because of this, Leyland had to safeguard the secret, or else he could be rejected and even persecuted by the bloodline warlocks. The timing's just right. I know Siebel's dead, but the rest of the Morningstar Magi aren't aware of this, which means he can be my scapegoat. Leyland could not help but sneer as he thought of what he saw in the core control room earlier on. The other Morningstar Magi did not have the spell formation of this control room to monitor the entire ruin. At most, they only knew that one Morningstar Magus had perished, but they would not know which one it was. In this case, it was possible for him to disguise himself as Siebel. It wasn't like the dead could talk. Transfiguration. Projection technique. With a thought, Leyland's aura changed, becoming similar to Siebel's. But this was far from enough. His cover would be blown the moment a Morningstar Magus scanned him with soul force. I plan to use this for research or just to sell it off. Who knew I'd be using it now? Leyland flipped his palm, revealing a translucent test tube. There was a tinge of blue blood in it, emanating light. This was the blood Leyland had extracted from Siebel during their fight. Conceal the bloodline. This is going to remove all light and resist detection, Leyland spoke in a half-singing and half-chanting voice. These were arcane arts that the AI chip had deduced from the inherited memories of the bloodline. It enabled one to use the bloodline of the target, covering up their own aura and imitate the energy fluctuations on the target. Soul Force would be unable to detect it. Moreover, this was a long-lost arcane art of bloodlines. Leyland had witnessed it when he'd awakened his own Kamoyan bloodline. Other Morningstar Magi would definitely not have thought of it. The spell sounded out as the test tube opened up in tandem with Leyland's incantation. The blue blood drifted into the air, turning into a hazy shadow that enveloped Leyland. In the blink of an eye, Leyland looked as if he changed into another person. Not only did he have the same look as Siebel, even his aura mimicked those of the Marine tribe. It was so much so that the energy fluctuations of a Magus were emitted from him, as opposed to those of the vastly different warlocks. Even the radiant moon Magus of Jupiter's lightning would find it hard to recognize him under such circumstances. Master? The old man who sat on the ground saw Leyland changing completely into someone else, and he could not help but stutter. Leyland soon turned and looked at him, a trace of hostility flashing in his eyes. Tremendous golden flames crackled and melted the void within seconds, clearing out a path of lava. A blonde-haired middle-aged warlock walked out with both hands behind him, followed by the phantom of a humongous golden lion. Right here. This is the first location where the energy fluctuations of a Morningstar Magus appeared. The core control room must be nearby. His brows furrowed while he glanced through the scenery on both sides. Looking at the huge depression and the remaining seawater, he frowned. Was I too late? Bang! Just then, the core control room nearby exploded, and a ferocious blaze engulfed everything. The warlock snorted with disdain, and a huge amount of fire was absorbed by the phantom at his back in an instant. His powerful soul force scanned around and discovered a blue figure immediately. Are you still trying to leave? He smiled sarcastically, while a ray of golden lightning shot out immediately from the phantom behind him, quickly arriving at the blue figure. Arcane art, myriad waves, An illusory domain in the form of a blue ocean was emanated from the blue figure, and a large surge of waves rushed ahead to form a huge wall that shielded him. Kacha, golden lightning split the waves apart, revealing the original form of the trembling fellow. This was a giant who was a few meters tall, covered in blue skin. The inhuman aura was obvious. Marine giant Siebel? Indeed, he was the fellow guarding this region, and one of the first to enter the ruins. The middle-aged warlock nodded, then he saw Siebel's figure flicker before he fled quickly. You can't escape. Wade, the radiant moon warlock, followed after him right away. As the blue giant was the first to reach the core control room, he must have gotten lots of treasure. Just the structural plans of the ruins would have him green with envy. Hand me everything you've obtained, and I will allow your true soul back into the astral plane. Wade looked indifferent, but the phantom lion behind him started to fidget. Only a fool will stay still. Half of Leyland's body was severely burnt, but his figure moved swiftly in the ruins to escape. Even though the situation was bad, he had managed to escape from Wade for the moment with the guidance of the map he had acquired. Leyland put in huge effort to disguise himself as Siebel in this time period. Not only had he changed his aura completely using the arcane art, he had also used the data recorded by the AI chip to imitate his domain, perfecting the facade. With the aura, domain, and even the face matching, even if Leyland told him the truth now, Wade wouldn't believe him. Not to mention that he'd spent a lot of effort to conceal his powerful spells. With the rush he was in, his opponent would not have a single clue about his identity. As for the old man and the core control room, Leyland had destroyed them both. He would never let someone who knew his secrets to live. After all, once the old man fell into another's hands, his disguise would be rendered useless. I didn't expect him to be this fast. Moreover, he's a rank 5 Magus who excels at lightning-based attacks. Leyland smiled wryly. He had disguised himself as Siebel, and even had to mimic his spells. Despite the fact that Leyland knew water could not outpower lightning, he continued to use water spells to fight against Wade as he could not risk exposing himself. What was worse was that the opponent was way too fast. He had been caught unprepared. However, it was all worth it. A trace of a smile showed up on Leyland's face, and blue light flickered in his eyes as he tested Wade's patience with the help of the numerous spell formations in the ruins. At last, Wade fumed with rage at the slippery moves of the Morningstar Magus before him, and did not want to probe Siebel any longer. Void Devourer. His hand reached out ferociously, and the phantom opened its monstrous mouth in an attempt to swallow him. Buzz, as if a massive black hole had appeared in the void, everything distorted and disappeared into the lion's monstrous mouth. This was what I was waiting for. Leyland's eyes glinted, and he hid behind another huge bell tower. Crack, the bell tower was broken, and even the foundation was uprooted by the suction force. Buzz, a strong wave of energy appeared, unveiling a complex spell formation hidden underground. What's this? Power from the core? Wade's brows furrowed. Soon, he was buried in crimson spell formations that came out of the blue. Intruder spotted, Radiant Moon Warlock. A cold mechanic voice sounded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 533, The Continuation. The Continuation. Success. Not far away, the Golden Lion Phantom was trapped in a crimson spell formation. Seeing it growl continuously, Leyland clenched his fist resolutely. Since he had the guts to take Siebel's place, he naturally also had a way out. Many important locations were marked out on the notebook he had seized. The energy hub was one of the most important places. Leyland was confident that once this area was attacked, the hidden defense program would immediately be activated. After all, he had intentionally avoided many spell formations along the way, and used Morningstar arcane arts with restraint. Thus, he appeared relatively harmless. Needless to say, the program would deal with the more terrifying rank 5 warlock first. A Radiant Moon Warlock was not to be trifled with. Even in the ancient times, such a warlock was a strong contender that conquered. The collisions between these two would instantly devastate their surroundings, causing an already chaotic region to become even more disordered. Even if there were any problems or clues left behind, they would have been quickly wiped out in the destruction. As the Golden Lion Phantom continued growling, Leyland smiled coldly, his body completely fading into the void. The ruins no longer held any attraction for Leyland. The dangers would increase exponentially, and forcing himself to stay wouldn't bring him any benefits as well. Leyland thus decided to evacuate. Half a month later, Phosphorescent Swamp, Ouroboros clan headquarters, inside of Leyland's huge castle. How were the ruins of Scarlet Crescent? Leyland was now wearing a loose robe and conversing leisurely with someone else through the screen in front of him. Paul's figure surfaced on the screen, just that he seemed a little gloomy. Even his tentacles were drooping listlessly. Evidently, he didn't receive any good news. It has been confirmed that the ruins of Scarlet Crescent have been completely closed. The coordinates have all become invalid, and I reckon that it has undertaken a spatial jump. Paul didn't look too well. Previously, with the directions from the notebook, Leyland had managed to escape unharmed through a spatial path that had opened up. Hence, he also missed the drastic changes that had taken place afterwards in the ruins. Of course, this was how he avoided danger. It was only after Paul and company emerged in a fluster that Leyland found out about what had happened in the ruins. It turned out that the ancient magi from the Scarlet Crescent had left behind an adamantine golem in the ruins, which acted as the control center. This adamantine golem had an intelligence on par with humans, and could think like a normal human being, except that it was equipped with a program to comply with orders. What was even more special was that not only had this adamantine golem mastered all the ancient spell formations in the ruins, it could also recharge itself by devouring Morningstar Magus point masses. During the previous fight, upon discovering that it couldn't defeat the rank 5 warlock, Wade, the adamantine golem immediately started attacking the other Morningstar magi in the ruins. Numerous ancient spell formations had surfaced, costing Paul and company dearly. In front of spell formations specially deployed by the ancient magi, even Morningstars were destined to fall. Blair and another Morningstar had fallen straight away from Spirit Circle. On Wind Wolflair's end, Philip was seriously injured while Polisa fell directly. Even Cybele, the strongest of them all, was severely wounded, and was rumored to have almost fallen from his Morningstar position. On the other hand, Jupiter's lightning was no better. At least half of their men suffered grave injuries, while the remaining few had superficial wounds. After recharging through absorbing numerous point masses, the adamantine golem started to show its prowess. With the assistance of the many ancient spell formations, even Wade was wounded and eventually chased out. The other Morningstars had to get themselves out of danger one by one. Paul was lucky, he had managed to jostle his way into a spatial crack, and was teleported to the border of the Magus world, which saved his life. From then onwards, the Scarlet Crescent ruins vanished from Crystal Mountain. Other magi came forth afterwards, but no matter how hard they tried to scout it out, not even a trace of the place could be found. According to the judgment of a few specialists, the adamantine golem must have activated a spatial jump right after attaining sufficient energy, teleporting the ruins away. Under such a situation, these magi were so stunned that they could only drop the idea of going in for another round of looting. As for Lyle, he fabricated a lie about how he hadn't gained a lot after entering the pocket dimension, and had immediately backed out after the rank 5 battle started. This, of course, raised doubts from Cybele and the others, but those were only suspicions. Furthermore, as they had just lost a great deal of strength, they were in no position to question Lyle. Additionally, someone else had taken the limelight away from Lyle. "Oh right, has Cybele been found?" Lyle asked seriously, trying to contain his laughter. Due to Wade's allegations and other evidence, many Morningstars unanimously agreed that the marine giant Cybele of Jupiter's lightning had gained the most fortune from the ruins, and had even intruded into the core control room. Jupiter's lightning reacted relatively strangely. They declared that Cybele had already fallen and perished. Even the deity egg in the Magus Tower was damaged. This did raise some suspicions. However, the warlocks led by Wade were enemies with them, and thus did not receive any response. They could only try to probe for information on the sly. He hasn't. As you know, prophesying about a Morningstar Magus is really troublesome, especially with the presence of the Morningstar domain. Coupled with the radiation from the Magus himself, even a radiant moon Magus specializing in prophecy spells cannot solve such problems. We need someone that is at least a Breaking Dawn, and he has to be an expert in prophesize. Paul gave a forced laugh. A Breaking Dawn throne specializing in prophesize? Lyle smirked. Such a person has never been seen before in the central continent. We suffered many losses this time round, and returned with only injuries. Only you managed to reap some decent gains. Paul seemed sour, which was rare. He stared at Lylan's right ear. Lyle gave a light laugh and touched his earlobe. A crescent accessory covered his ear, casting a crescent shadow. This was a high-grade magic equipment, the Scarlet Earring. After confirming that it didn't pose any danger, Lyle immediately put it on. A high-grade magic equipment. Even Morningstar Magi would be envious. After all, even the raw materials of such an item have disappeared from the face of the central continent for a long time, thus it would be impossible to produce it again. Perhaps only the Breaking Dawn noble powers who have explored other worlds and obtained loads of resources might own a few of these items. Most of the magic equipment that Lyle had seen before were low-grade items, and even middle-grade items were rare. It wouldn't be hard to guess the value of this high-grade piece magic equipment. Not only did Lyle escape unscathed, he even reaped relatively huge gains. It was no wonder that Paul was envious of him. It was only after much deliberation did Lyle decide to display this magic equipment. His previous actions may have appeared suspicious. If the first batch of magi who entered left without a single piece of loot, it would attract unwanted attention. Now, the appearance of the Scarlet Earring would serve as a reasonable explanation for all that happened. Paul thought to himself, if it was me, perhaps I would have been satisfied with the discovery of the Scarlet Earring as well. It would have been enough for me to stop there and find my way out instead. What was more miraculous was how the complete disappearance of the Scarlet Crescent ruins had made most of the contract that Lyle signed with them obsolete. He didn't even have to redistribute what he'd obtained. Initially, when they decided upon the allocation, they had included the entire ruins as one of the most important lands. Now that they had suffered a dead loss, the agreement would naturally lose its validity as well. This was definitely beneficial for Lyle. He was prepared to keep the secret of the ancient wisdom tree until his death. It was only an intelligence report anyway, and didn't occupy much of his share. Withholding this piece of information and then distributing his profits fairly would deceive everyone. Now that he was the sole owner of all the shares, it was even better. As the previous agreement was made obsolete, anything obtained from the ruins would belong to the person who found it. No matter how jealous Paul was, he couldn't do anything about it. With such a high-grade magic equipment, it was needless to say that Lylan's strength would increase exponentially. Now that Cybele was suffering from heavy losses, they couldn't make things ugly even if they wanted to, as their strength could not be compared to Lylan's. Not only that, Spirit Circle and Wind Wolflare had suffered great losses in terms of strength. The successive fall of their Morningstars caused problems to surface in their rule. Enemies from before also started getting themselves ready for action. In such uncertain times, they would be more than willing to receive external assistance from Lyle, who had good connections. This would be more favorable than allowing him to side with their enemies. That was how this matter passed. If it were not for the 2 radiant moons. Lyle secretly added on. Although Lyle had tried his best to cover his tracks through questioning himself, it was hard to guarantee that he didn't leave any traces behind at all. If the Scarlet Crescent ruins were found, or even broken into, it would be possible to find gaps through on-site tests. There were many tricks up the sleeves of those Radiant Moon Magi, many of which he would not have even thought of. Thus, there was still a hidden danger. But what was a little risk compared to these returns? Furthermore, the Radiant Moon Warlock on Leyland's end, Wade, was very certain that the marine giant Siebel was the main culprit. This imperceptibly lifted immense pressure off Leyland. Since he had long offended that Radiant Moon Magus from Jupiter's lightning, a little more enmity wouldn't make much difference. "All right, Sir Leyland, you seem to have gained a lot from this trip to the Scarlet Crescent ruins. I have a few items here as well, how about a mutual exchange?" Paul finally revealed his true intention of making the call. Although both he and Leyland had obtained a few items in the ruins, they might not be fit for use, thus it was vital to exchange items of equivalent value. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 534, Morningstar Area. Morningstar Area. Alright, we can make the trade in the Morningstar trading area, Leyland said after a moment and nodded. He then ended the call. The point of the transaction was a small plane that was accessed and linked through the astral gate. It was the channel to which Siebel gave Leyland access for trading amongst Morningstar warlocks. That was a large camp and trading area built together by a few Breaking Dawn warlocks, and Leyland was delighted. Though his Magus Tower and astral gate were still under construction, he could still travel through another astral gate. While pondering over this, Leyland entered a large honeycomb-like structure in the technological section. Here was an astral gate that could be used. "Your Grace." Shat brought a group of warlocks in white coats that looked very much like researchers from his previous world, and bowed to Leyland. I want to use the astral gate here. The rest of you can leave first." Leyland waved his arms, sending Shat and the rest away. With his current status, Shat did not dare say more. He immediately brought his subordinates away, giving up the spacious laboratory to Leyland. Astral gate. Leyland saw a giant stone gate in the spell formation at the center. Around the stone gate were blue flames that formed a giant bundle of light and covered everything. If Leyland wasn't at the Morningstar realm, he might not even see the true body constructed of astral stones. The stone gate was simple yet dignified, spatial runes roving around and revolving every once in a while as they emanated a unique luster. Astral plane. What a vast, wide place. I wonder if I'll be able to explore it to its depths in my lifetime, Leyland sighed. He had a premonition. Perhaps. When he completely understood the secrets of the astral plane, he would achieve his goal of immortality. Beep. Astral gate opened. Please determine coordinates. The AI chip's robotic voice sounded. The giant stone gate emitting blue astral light began to rumble, a large black whirlpool appearing in the middle. Boundless silver spatial rays shot out from within, as well as a vast, mysterious astral aura. Go! With a wave of his hand, a point of light that was like a star landed on the astral gate. These were the coordinates to the Morningstar trading area that Paul had given him. After the AI chip had recorded it down, he could use soul force and turn the location into a point of light. The coordinates of different worlds and plans were very different from the 2D plane coordinates in Leyland's previous life. It was definitely not 3D either, but something that constantly warped and jumped in curves. At the same time, they seemed to have some point of reference in the astral plane and formed a specific frequency. Even with the powerful calculative abilities of the AI chip, it was still unable to simulate the entire process. Only through continuous use could it be completely understood. When the point of light that was like a star landed on the surface of the stone gate, a startling change happened. Bzzz, the astral gate trembled, the countless wandering runes emitting an alarming luster. The two sides of the gate opened with a rumble, revealing a spatial passageway that was like a galaxy. As expected, the consumption is very little. Just the reserves of astral stones that I borrowed can be used for 3 days or more. Leyland was in no hurry to enter, only watching the AI chip as it recorded data, and couldn't help but nod. The operating rules of the astral gate still had to abide by the most fundamental physical laws. The further the teleportation, the greater the consumption. The Morningstar trading region was at the edges of the Magus world, and the consumption was obviously low, to the point that it was negligible. It was very convenient in moving manpower or cargo. That's not right. This Morningstar area is obviously a strategic location for large bases and war movements of high-ranked warlocks. Leyland was startled, but immediately understood. With a point of communication in the Morningstar area, as long as organizations had Morningstar warlocks and astral gates, they could be sent aid from the Morningstar area through astral gates, and could even have warlocks from the Union lend their support. It could be said that the Morningstar area, along with the astral gates, was a huge teleportation network that linked all bloodline warlock organizations. What an amazing plan! Such a convenient method of receiving aid, and very flexible as well. It's no wonder that bloodline warlock organizations are spread throughout the central continent and are still so close. There doesn't seem to be any issues that might divide them. The more Leyland thought about it, the more clear it was. He couldn't help but begin to admire those Radiant Moon warlocks for their thoughts and decision. Of course, the requirements to enter the teleportation formation was very high. There needed to be at least one Morningstar warlock or above, as well as an astral gate. Any one of the dukes of the Ouroboros clan could have sent for help from the Morningstar region through the astral gate. The invaders would immediately be destroyed, and Leyland would not have had to risk his life alone. At this thought, Leyland had little to say. If he had obtained the coordinates to the Morningstar region earlier, things would not have been so difficult for him, to the point that he needed to gamble on some things. However, it wasn't too late. The connection between the Ouroboros clan and the Morningstar area was established once again, and he could obtain reinforcements any time. He would not have to be as cautious as before. Leyland laughed, a trace of dark soul force emitting from the area between his brows and into the passageway. Since it was the first time he was making contact with the Morningstar area, he would not put himself in danger. On top of that, the consumption of having his body going through as compared to just his soul force was much higher. Using his soul force would save a lot of energy. It had to be said that sometimes, Leyland was a very miserly magus. The spatial travel was very quick this time, and the repercussions were mild. Leyland focused his mind on the soul force, and immediately felt it going through the astral gate and linking with another small-scaled plane. Foreigner, this is the gathering area of bloodline warlocks. State your name and status. Just as the soul force reached the outer regions of the plane, Leyland felt a powerful undulation being transmitted to him. That was the bloodline aura unique to Radiant Moon warlocks, ruthlessly scanning Leyland's soul force. A Radiant Moon warlock, and their real body at that. This must be the protector in charge of the Morningstar area, Leyland wondered inside, his soul force emitting a stream of information. I am Leyland Farlier of the Ouroboros clan. At the same time, the dark soul force instantly sent out a layer of crimson brilliance, with the aura of the Kamoyan bloodline. The unique power of a warlock's bloodline, as well as the aura of the giant Kamoyan serpent, symbolized his status. It was a mark that was difficult for others to imitate. N. Cybils brought you up before, and the bloodline power is correct. Welcome home, little guy. The Conscient immediately turned friendly, sending Leyland some words of encouragement and retreating into the other plane. Leyland's soul force did not hesitate and followed him in. Is this the Morningstar area? A streak of dark light formed a black human figure. Leyland couldn't help but look around, fascinated. He was now in a large square. Raising his head, he could see a shattered sky, with nebulae and giant protective stars and the like in the spatial cracks. Above some of the protective stars, there was a huge ring of light that was even larger than the sun, looking as if it was about to fall. High-ranked warlocks could be seen walking around the square on occasion. Compared to the small-scaled gathering before, Leyland now saw even more Morningstar warlocks, and with some, he could not even sense the source of their bloodline. This was the point where high-ranked bloodline warlocks in the central continent gathered, and naturally could not be compared to the last time. Leyland began to observe carefully. The warlocks here were naturally at the Morningstar realm and above, their bodies all having unique auras. Some looked completely different from regular humans just from their outer appearance. It was evident that this was not their first time here. They were not surprised by Leyland's presence in the square, going about their own matters. Some of them had descended with their real bodies, while there were others like Leyland with just a thread of their soul force changed into flames, bundles of light, or other shapes. Paul, I'm here. Leyland's soul force turned into a rune and sent out a message to the imprint. Almost instantly, he received a reply, welcome, welcome. Are you at the square? Wait, I'll come get you. Minutes later, a large steel puppet reached the square, its sapphire eyes shooting out light and immediately finding Leyland's location. Identifying people by their soul force was the main method Morningstar warlocks used to distinguish people. They were rarely wrong. Seeing Leyland staring at his puppet, Paul couldn't help but chuckle, my friend. It's your first time here. I'll gift you a steel puppet soon, since it's slightly inconvenient without a body. Morningstar warlocks used astral stones very sparingly, and if it was not necessary, they would not try to pass through with their real bodies. Instead, through their soul force, they would prepare a clone or puppet, and things would be fine. The black figure formed from the thread of Leyland's soul force laughed and spoke, this isn't bad either. Aren't you going to bring me around? Of course. The large steel puppet immediately led the way, every step causing an earthquake, attracting the attention of many warlocks. This is the Morningstar area, the holy land of bloodline warlocks. It's also where all our strength and hope lies. Paul explained. You should understand how trading and everything works, right? Of course. A network of teleportation spell formations spanning across the central continent. As expected, it's a huge project. Leyland sucked in a deep breath. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 535, Protected Star Trading. Protected Star Trading. Yes. Through the Morning Star area, any Morning Star Warlock can get support at any time. Even if our brothers are spread throughout the central continent, this place can still keep us closely linked. Paul's words held a tone of awe, and the respect he held towards the warlocks who had thought up this plan was obvious. Yes. If I had had the coordinates to the Morning Star area the last time, things wouldn't have been so difficult. Leyland sounded helpless as he sighed. But it's not too late to know now. The hand of the steel puppet seemed to pat Leyland's shoulder, but went through the black figure. As if trying to hide his embarrassment, Paul immediately laughed as he spoke. Oh. By the way, all of our bloodline warlock organizations provide each other with long-distance delivery services. Of course, they take a fee, and need to be on good terms with the other party. Bloodline warlocks are very united. Leyland's eyes shone, immediately knowing the function of this service. Even if it was the airship network of the Monarch of the Skies, it would take years to travel from one end of the central continent to the other. In the process, they had to move across countless dangerous regions, and even Morning Stars would find this troublesome. Unless it was absolutely necessary, other magi would stay in their own territories, and seldom conducted super long-distance travels. With the teleportation through the Morning Star area, traveling to any region in the central continent could happen in an instant as long as there was a Morning Star Warlock organization there. Of course, as the teleportation was through the Astral Gate, the arrival would be at the other party's headquarters or even Magus Tower. This served as a threat to the warlocks who teleported over. The warlocks that received them would not easily reveal secrets of their nest to another warlock. This required a certain amount of trust from both sides, as well as unity. However, Leyland believed that with the huge pressure from the external world, and the coordination of the few Radiant Moon warlocks in the inner circles, this was not yet a problem. The space here is large, and there are many uninhabited areas. As long as you take control of it, it's yours and you're free to do as you like, as long as you don't encroach on public territory. Paul continued on, I have a castle outside, but you need to be careful. In these uninhabited regions, there are vengeful spirits and the like. Things will get very complicated if you get hurt, since it's malice that has been amassed in a location. Leyland looked grim as he nodded, tactfully not asking what had happened to the people who had fallen to this state. By the way, where is the trading hall? Leyland took a quick look. After walking out of the square from before, there were only a few shops here and there, with some puppets or clones inside selling personal items. Some of the shops had even closed their doors, only accepting members. However, just the light from the front desk had Leyland in a daze. The astral stones that he had found so difficult to acquire when he was rank 3 seemed to be of less value, with each shop having a couple pieces. There were obviously many treasures here. Leyland even saw quite a few medium-grade magic equipment. However, what confused Leyland was that the trading hall that he was looking for could not be found. Even after he walked a whole round through the trading area, he could not find anything that resembled a building. Lord Leyland, my castle isn't too far away. How about we go there, Andreas, sampling rainbow juice and jeweled meat from the gourmet world? How about it? Paul awkwardly laughed. Leyland's expression turned cold with dissatisfaction. Paul was obviously afraid that after seeing the trading hall, he would be able to accurately gauge the real value of his items, thus disabling his ability to take advantage of him. Big octopus, are you swindling newbies again? Before Leyland had even flared up, a large flower that looked like a rose giggled from the side. The rose looked about the size of a regular human, its roots twisting around each other and forming something similar to a human's 2 feet. A little girl's face appeared at the stamen. Hey, newbie. The public area for trading is above you. Just look up and you'll know. No need to thank me. The giant human-shaped flower hummed while skipping off, while Paul's face turned red. Thankfully, he was now controlling a puppet, and it was not evident. Above me? Leyland raised his head in amazement, staring at the large, starry skies that were like the universe, particularly at the giant star that looked ready to fall. Numerous rings of light formed a pattern around her, bright and beautiful. Could it be? Leyland was shocked, soul force immediately extending to the protective star. Rumble, like a universe exploding, information streamed into Leyland's brain. If he had not already reached Morningstar Realm and had some experience in the past, he might explode from this onslaught of data. Selling 5632G Astral Stone. Accepting exchange with item of equal value. High-grade meditation technique Void Phantom, total of 5 levels. Complete. Requesting. Purchasing bloodlines, remains or even goods from ancient creatures at a high price. Price will be favorable. Add me immediately. At the side was a secret imprint symbol. Medium-grade magic equipment trade. I need a defensive magic equipment. Any difference in price can be compensated with another 100-star gems. Selling living beings, desolate bone wolf tribe, as well as a wolf king with a limit of rank 3, but. Selling spatial arcane art, as well as an incomplete spatial coordinate. If interested, please hurry. Leyland's eyes flashed with blue, the AI chip quickly turning and gathering all this information, forming a large price list and a curved line of the selling price. Leyland chuckled, clearly understanding the preciousness and general prices of certain items. Ha ha. The weather's quite good. Paul laughed. Lord Leyland, there's too much chaotic information here. I just wanted you to get some rest. Paul said something even he wouldn't fall for. Would Soul Force need rest? Unexpectedly, Leyland immediately agreed. Lord Paul, please lead the way. While what? You still want to go to the castle? Oh, no. I mean, are you not going to take a look at the market? Paul was slightly confused and even bewildered, to the point that he forgot his words. Ha ha. Spirit Circle is my Ouroboros clan's ally, so I obviously believe you. Besides, I'm rather curious about the rainbow juice and jeweled meat. Leyland lifted his head and chuckled, looking as if he did not mind. Paul was immediately touched. What he did not realize was in the moment Leyland laughed, there was a cold glint in his eyes. After walking out of the public area, everything instantly seemed desolate. The Morning Star area was a plain after all, and no matter how many of their few Radiant Moon warlocks had dealt with it, they could not attend to every single area. Even public places were frequented only by Morning Star warlocks, and thus appeared like a ghost town. The area was large but there were few people, and the frequency of an individual occupying a lot of land was extremely high. The situation was even worse outside. Besides a few castles and buildings like that near the public region, the other areas were basically a wasteland. The vengeful spirits formed of malicious thoughts and ill intent were very stubborn and difficult to deal with. Before a complete purification, even Radiant Moon warlocks had few methods to deal with it. They could only allow them to lie around idly, not even able to make use of them. They headed all the way to Paul's castle. While it was called a castle, warlocks' aesthetics were rather different from those ordinary people. The castle in front of Leyland was a few large spheroids floating in the air, with a column connecting the bottom to the ground. Look! This is the castle I designed myself. What beautiful arches! And that feeling of complete perfection. Oh! It makes me want to recite a poem. Paul was obviously in a good mood, but Leyland politely declined. On the ground, there was an installation similar to an elevator. The smart butler immediately recognized Paul's aura, sending him and Leyland into the castle. Ha ha! This area is rather crude with only a few refined gold servants. Don't take offense, Leyland brought Leyland to a strangely shaped hall to sit, and an intellectual servant immediately brought a round plate over. Inside was juice that was spilling over with an aroma, as well as roasted meat. The juice was poured in a transparent glass cup, but revealed a 7-colored luster, similar to a rainbow. The meat, too, had a tint on the surface similar to jewels. These two were food from another world. Even Morning Star Magi would have difficulty obtaining this. The taste was amazing, and though Paul usually could not bring himself to enjoy it, he had taken it out and shown off his treasure for Leyland's sake. It's all right. Leyland laughed as he shook his head. While he knew that in theory, they could move migrants here to work, the purification was not thorough enough. Besides Morning Stars, even other low-ranked warlocks might not be able to handle the contamination, much less regular people. Perhaps. The Union head had already attempted at experiments in this area, only to be met with failure. Leyland did not think into this, picking up his cutlery in a practiced manner and elegantly cutting himself a piece of jeweled meat. Oh! The moment the piece of meat on the fork entered his mouth, the delicious juice from the meat combined with a unique aroma and began to attack Leyland's taste buds, causing every cell in his body to rejoice. That is delicious. I'm not going to hold back then. Mind ready to take some revenge, he began to enjoy the food without restraint, feeling a thrill go through him as he watched Paul's heartache. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 536, Soul Issue. Soul Issue. The gourmet world was another world in the astral plane. Rumors from ancient times had it that even a brook or a rock would taste supremely delicious there. This was the pinnacle of enjoyable food, and many magi could not resist the temptation. Based on Leyland's knowledge, the Warlock Union had yet to have any records of a successful attack on another world, which made these all the more precious. Seeing the delicacies in front of Leyland constantly being consumed, Paul's robotic face seemed to be in anguish, especially the soul force that unwittingly showed his emotions. Leyland was even more cheerful as he ate quicker. Though his main body wasn't here, the pleasures felt by soul force could be connected to the main body. When Paul could no longer endure this, Leyland raised his head properly. "Lord Paul. Seems like we can now discuss the issues about trading the spoils." The look of grievance Paul had on his face had Leyland laughing inside, but his expression was even more serious. Paul wanted to vomit blood. After coming out from Paul's place, Leyland's expression still held a smile. Though he had taken a hasty look, the AI chip had already remembered the prices of everything in the trading market, giving Leyland a price list of objects used by morning stars and above. With this list, Paul's thoughts of taking advantage of Leyland's unfamiliarity with market price was thoroughly fruitless, and he had even suffered a loss of great amounts of treasures from the gourmet world. Recalling his expression of wanting to vomit blood, Leyland felt the urge to laugh. Of course, Spirit Circle was still Ouroboros clan's ally, and Leyland had not gone too far. At least, when he had been eating the meat, he'd thrown a few bones to Paul. When he sold off some of the treasures from Scarlet Crescent at a slightly discounted price, Paul's dead expression eased slightly. That said, the other party would definitely not dare deceive him anymore. Boom, yellow earth exploded, and a giant black figure strode forward, each step causing the surroundings to tremble. As expected, a puppet is easier to use than soul force. Leyland controlled the giant black steel puppet, extremely satisfied. The soul force from before had only been a virtual body, and he could not do many things. On top of that, the energy consumption was high. Now that he had the puppet, it was like giving his soul force a layer of clothing. Not only could he do things that needed a corporeal body, even the energy consumption had lessened. This puppet was obviously not Paul's. Leyland had teleported one over himself. After negotiating the trade, the two of them had immediately used the astral gate and sent over the items, finishing the trade in an instant. The teleportation fees were meager, but Paul took responsibility for that. Leyland had taken the opportunity and sent over a puppet for himself, causing Paul to roll his eyes. Something I made myself is easier to use. Besides, I don't dare touch any of that octopus things. Who knows what soul-scrying techniques or traps are inside? Leyland was still quite fearful towards the most mysterious branch of bloodline warlocks, the spirit warlocks. Leyland's eyes flashed, having discovered something. His body turned into a black figure, colliding into a little hill like a savage beast. Boom, the hill exploded, sending rocks flying everywhere. While dust flew everywhere, a human figure flew out. The human figure looked thin and small, and its body was translucent. One was somewhat able to see the scenery behind it. A vengeful spirit that possesses worldly malice? Leyland burst out in laughter, soul force forming a large hand and grabbing it. By the time his opponent came before him, Leyland realized that the vengeful spirit looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. It looked like a delicate boy, eyes still holding fear. The environment isn't bad here, and the vengeful spirit created here is considered top-rate even in the central continent. Should I take over a place and build a spirit experimentation area or something? Leyland watched the boy's faint figure in the large hand, stroking his chin. This vengeful spirit was completely intimidated by Leyland's terrifying pressure, and could only tremble. Is this power the malice of the world? While grabbing the boy, Leyland felt a strange force emitting from the body, and even trying to invade his soul force. This was a force similar to the force of destiny, yet at the same time also similar to Gaia's extensive will. If not for Leyland having researched deeply into these two areas, he might not even have noticed it. If it was a complete and powerful world, even morning stars would be unable to handle its malice. It's a pity. Leyland sighed. This was merely a plane, and it was broken. Even Gaia's will had been defeated at the hands of radiant moon warlocks till it was in tatters. If not, it would not have only this amount of strength. Gaia's will was, in actuality, the culmination of common trains of thought amongst living bodies, and even non-living bodies such as the earth and ocean. Now, however, all intellectual beings of this plane had been exterminated, leaving behind vengeful spirits, and allowing warlocks to take over more of it. Perhaps. Tens of thousands of years later, humans would thrive. Gaia's will, which would be protective of the new humans and warlocks' benefits, would completely replace the original will here, and beat these down. This sort of malicious intent depends on the entire plane. If a new Gaia is not created, or the area is completely destroyed, this situation will not completely die away. It will be very troublesome. Leyland's brows furrowed. Soul Force began to quiver with a specific undulation, immediately shaking out this malicious intent. Bang! The faint figure of the boy in his hands immediately looked sinister and quickly exploded, turning into streams of black air and dissipating. How long will it be until all the mysteries of the soul are laid bare before me? Leyland observed the desolate area, sighing ruefully as he commanded, AI chip. Show me the progress on the simulation of the 5th level of Kamoyan's pupil. Beep. Progress of 5th level of meditation technique, Kamoyan's pupil, 30%. The AI chip loyally intoned. This number had been stuck here for a long while, and if he did not make any breakthrough, he would probably not be able to make any progress. Looking at this number, Leyland sighed silently. In terms of Omega's progress from ranks 1 to 3 relied on spiritual force. From 4 to 6, it would touch on the soul. The even more mysterious rank 7 required the grasping of some power of the world, or in other words, laws. Leyland was now stuck in the training of the soul. Kamoyan's pupil only had 4 levels, and there was no elaboration on the later realms. Leyland could only grope around blindly. However, Soul Force was hard to understand. Even the AI chip now could not completely come up with the date of others. How could he conduct simulations and the like? Perhaps even rank 5 or 6 magi or warlocks might not be able to fully understand the working of souls. In addition, while strengthening Soul Force, one can only rely on meditation techniques and long periods of time. Leyland couldn't help but recall the Wing of the Sun. Even this top-grade meditation technique's explanation about souls was not clear. The author had often marked speculation and guesses. That meant that even a terrifying rank 6 being like the Sun's child did not have enough understanding of the soul, and only depended on the characteristics of its race to gain power. Compared to magi, warlocks use the power of their bloodlines to strengthen the soul. Most of the time, nobody understands how it works. Meditation techniques mostly teach how to activate the power of the bloodline, which is why their knowledge on souls is even lesser than that of magi. Maybe that's one of the reasons why, amongst bloodline warlocks, there haven't been the appearance of any rank 6 thrones. Leyland touched his chin, beginning to make conjectures. First things first, I have to completely revitalize the bloodline of the Sun's child. With the Wing of the Sun, I might be able to gain something. Next, I have to purchase large quantities of renowned works on souls by magi and warlocks, and I must obtain level 5 or 6 high-grade meditation techniques. These 2 methods are the most practical. For the latter, I can solve it right here. At the thought of the information at the trading market, Leyland's eyes brightened. Rumble, though it wasn't the first time he'd seen it, he was still awed by the large amounts of soul force and conscience mixed together. The scene of uncountable amounts of data streaking through still left Leyland with his mind blown. On the giant planet of the Morningstar area, basically all Morningstar warlocks left a trace of their soul force or will here to conduct trades. Some will stay here, relying on selling information and earning large amounts of top-grade resources. Leyland noticed keenly that the use of magic crystals had been lowered to the utmost, and they were almost completely unseen. This was very normal. Among Morningstar warlocks, who did not have a few or even tens of large-scale magic crystal mines? This could not be used as something of much value. The currency here was something else that Leyland was very familiar with: astral stones. Astral stones had become the norm, and were the currency being used. If Morningstar warlocks had something they needed, they would usually sell off what they had on hand and, after accumulating enough astral stones, buy it. For Morningstar warlocks, astral stones were an eternal, hard currency. They would not depreciate in value. The information in the market changed completely every few moments, making Leyland think back to the stocks, securities, and futures markets of his previous world. It caused him to feel dazzled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 537, Blood-Sucking Loach. Blood-Sucking Loach. AI chip, begin scan. Keywords: Soul Force, high-grade meditation technique. Thankfully, Leyland had the AI chip which was fused with his soul. It responded instantly to his thoughts. Beep. Mission established, starting scan. Soon enough, a blue display was projected in front of his eyes, showing a very long list. Leyland gathered himself and started looking through the information carefully. High-grade meditation technique, Void Phantom, 5 layers in total and complete. As long as Ancient Soul Force, Arcane Art, Multi-Luster Sacrificial Rite, able to strengthen soul force and improve the power of spells that are rank 4 and above by 50%, all in exchange for the egg of a nefarious filthbird. Crystallized Soul Force, 500G of the crystallized soul force of a Morningstar in exchange for astral stones of the same quality. Ancient bloodline, offspring of the white-scaled illusory tiger, not only can it keenly sense soul force, a contract with it has the extraordinary effect of strengthening the soul. Prices to be negotiated face-to-face. The large amounts of data dazzled Leyland, every item on the screen nearly causing him to salivate. He realized then that he was poor. He was way too poor. Whether they were from his plunder of Twilight Zone or his other sources of wealth, his resources that could originally be sold off at astronomical prices were dispensable to Morningstars. Other things, such as his bloodline refinement method and the data on Quicksand's experiments, could not see the light of day. Leyland suddenly found that the only things he could take out to sell were the astral stones he'd appropriated from the clan treasury. This won't do. I need to find a source of revenue as soon as possible. Leyland watched the items on the screen, eyes turning slightly red. These Morningstar warlocks had gathered too many amazing items. As long as he obtained a portion of any of them and handed over to the AI chip to experiment with, the progress on the analysis of soul force would definitely increase rapidly. This was very important to him. But, a source that suits a Morningstar, and it needs to be regular as well. He found himself in a bind. Other warlocks would surely have taken such sources over already. How would he get a chance? His only option was to think up a brand new source of income. Leyland flipped through the pages absent-mindedly, and finally found some things he was interested in. Teleportation required. I need to reach Sunset Mountains within 3 days. If any friends have teleportation points, please contact me. Prices are negotiable. Requesting help. Rebellion by marine dragon whales at the East region. Need at least 3 Morningstars to suppress them. Each will be guaranteed a minimum of 1000 G of astral stones, and additional rewards will be given to those who capture their enemies. Assistance required in attacking the Mage Basin. Once conquered, offering 5% of their yearly profit. All sorts of conscience gathered at the other end of the trade area, communicating rapidly. The deals were near instant. If there isn't anything else, I'm afraid I'll have to take on some missions here, becoming a mercenary of sorts. Face grim, Leyland followed a thread of information to a dark conscience. May I know if Sire here is selling high-grade meditation techniques? Floating in front of Leyland was a bundle of black light. An extreme darkness full of terrifying energy converged on it. Though it was merely a conscience, it was still enough to cause Leyland to feel fear. The other party answered unwillingly, as if not really interested in this deal. Unlike other items, this sort of knowledge and special techniques could be sold off multiple times and not even at a very high price, which was Leyland's first target. After all, he had already gained a top-grade meditation technique, Wing of the Sun. With this one, as well as the other accumulations from before, the AI chip's research would reach a whole new level and he could obtain more information. May I know the price? Leyland calmed down, readying himself to negotiate with the other party. He did not have a lot of astral stones, and there were a lot of good resources here. He needed to be frugal. Besides, the requirements listed by the other conscience were just unbelievable. Even Leyland could not take it, especially the one asking for the egg of the nefarious filthbird. He'd blacklisted that choice right away. The nefarious filthbird and Trials I were at the same level and had the ability to traverse worlds. How could it be of equal value to an ancient arcane art? Just thinking of this, Leyland felt that they were crazy. As for the soul force crystals, he could just produce himself. They weren't all that useful anyway. In general, since there was news of people hoping for an exchange, they obviously wanted to sell items off at a higher price. Hence, very few deals were made in this trading area. Most of the idle soul forces and conscience lazed around here, and once they saw a cheaply priced trade, immediately pounced forth like a bunch of sharks that smelt blood. Morningstar warlocks were erudite, and also had the detective ability that soul force offered them. Each and every one of them was old and sly, and while it was not impossible to pick up cheap gains, the effort and time one needed to put into it was too much. This was the conclusion Leyland came up with after surveying the scene multiple times. Hence, he gave up on the thought of picking up cheap deals and began to trade honestly. My Void Phantom not only has 5 complete levels, but also includes an affinity to the element of illusion. It's at an unconditional price of 5000 G of astral stones. The Dark Conscience didn't seem to care if Leyland actually wanted to purchase it. However, its requirements for the users is too high. Besides, we're all warlocks. The high-grade meditation techniques of Magi are only for reference, which makes your price too. Leyland frowned. With his knowledge of high-grade meditation techniques, just a few casually thrown-out sentences caused the conscience to begin hesitating. Furthermore, haven't you sold this meditation techniques many times already? How can it have the same price as before? Realizing he had a chance, Leyland immediately attacked. After a complicated negotiation similar to the business deals in his previous world, Leyland finally bought the high-grade meditation technique, Void Phantom, at a low price just like he wanted to. However, the astral stones he had gotten from the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan had been practically halved in that instant. He calculated it all carefully. The real wealth was definitely on the three dukes, and all that was left in the headquarters were merely scraps. Leyland had too few astral stones left on him after buying the meditation technique. He took a look around, and upon finding nothing special quickly found a little corner, his soul force withdrawing from the Morning Star area. In the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan, at the core laboratory in the technological department, Leyland gave a long huff and observed the black crystal in his hands. Deep. High-grade meditation technique Void Phantom has been recorded. Saved into database under high-grade meditation techniques, the AI chip's emotionless voice sounded. Very good. Seeing the progress bar that was now progressing again, Leyland's heart that had been aching was finally consoled. He left the technical department and came before the bloodline laboratory from before. This was the core laboratory of the Ouroboros clan, and only the three Morningstars were allowed access to it. Of course, after Leyland took over, he had used this as his own laboratory. The experiment on the revitalization of the Sun's Child bloodline had been performed here. Tower Genie, how's the situation with the specimens? Leyland asked. The specimens are currently doing well. The number of surviving blood-sucking loaches is being kept at 20 and above, and they have consumed 32.7 tons of culture fluid. The Tower Genie projected a series of data in front of Leyland, to which he nodded his head. At the beginning, the blood-sucking loaches' numbers had rapidly dwindled, but after the other specimens had gotten used to the bloodline of the Sun's Child, they could finally survive for a longer time. At this point, a decent number of them could remain alive at a time. Leyland came to the cultivation pool from before. The liquid in the pool had already turned a dark green, with occasional streaks of gold flashing underwater. It had also expanded tenfold from before. Water splashed everywhere, and a golden monster jumped out to bite at Leyland, its mouth full of sharp teeth. It was even spitting out flames. TSSS, before the flames could reach him, they were blocked by a layer of white light. Black lightning grouped together to form a large hand, slapping it back into the water. It's very lively. Leyland chuckled, judging this mutated blood-sucking loach. Perhaps, calling them blood-sucking loaches was no longer suitable, since what was in front of Leyland was a whole new species that had gone through the stimulation from the bloodline of the Sun's Child. It had expanded in size by 10 times and was full of golden scales. There was even a strange horn-like thing on the head, and it had scarlet eyes and sharp teeth below. It growled, on the offensive. As if the attack had given rise to some chain reaction, multiple golden streaks jumped out from under the water with a splash, beginning to attack each other and roaring. Some of these loaches had grown a pair of sharp claws at the stomach area and were unusually ferocious as they launched attacks at their own kin. The offensive abilities of the blood-sucking loaches has increased by a large amount. Every time there's a bloody battle like this, the surviving blood-sucking loaches will gain even more strength. The most powerful blood-sucking loach is estimated to survive for 45 days and 21 hours. Its bloodline was from a blood-sucking loach king, the Tower Genie introduced by Leyland's ear. Is it this one? Leyland had noticed the golden blood-sucking loach right at the center. It had already borne no semblance to its previous form, and had grown to become a more powerful being. Flowing scales covered its entire body like a layer of smooth liquid. The bloodied look in its eyes had not ebbed, but it now seemed to have some intelligence. After observing for a while longer, Leyland ordered, "That's enough. Prepare the next phase." Asterisk rumble, asterisk the ceiling above the cultivation pool suddenly opened, and some mysterious fluids were poured in from a translucent crystal container. As if it had been exposed to a stimulant, even the largest blood-sucking loach immediately immersed itself in this civil war. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 538, Bloodline of the Sun's Child. Bloodline of the Sun's Child. I'm afraid the conditions here are still inadequate for the last bloodline purification and activation process. Leyland scrutinized the entire laboratory, the crystal-like ground as well as the unique radiance emitted by the walls. Such an environment was a good location for experiments even for a Morningstar Magus. Even so, some of the steps required to activate an ancient bloodline were very troublesome, and even posed a certain amount of danger. It was still best that these sorts of experiments were conducted in one's Magus Tower. But there was still a period of time before Leyland's Magus Tower could be completed, hence it was still necessary to remodel and reinforce the place as appropriate. As he looked at the muddled breeding pool, he was no longer bothered by the yells and struggles inside it. Instead, he gave a few orders to the formation genie before leaving the place directly. Morningstar Magus Tower. Although Leyland had only been gone a short period of time, the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan had undergone many changes. The number of warlocks in the place had increased. With the war having calmed down, many refugees from other territories had fled here. On top of that, there was now a tall tower built in an eye-catching position. This Magus Tower was not only a few times larger than his old one, it was also filled with a sense of terrifying grandeur, its peak appearing to pierce through space itself. This was the Morningstar Magus Tower that the Oakhart clan and the other bloodline warlock families of the Ouroboros clan had cooperated to build for Leyland. Although the construction of the tower could not be completed this soon, the rough framework had already been set up. A large number of high-ranked warlocks, as well as Magus craftsmen and formation magi from other regions surrounded the Magus Tower, working tirelessly. "Your Grace." Faisal and Parker immediately came to greet him at Freya's side. "You guys have done well during this period of time." Leyland smiled at Freya before speaking to Faisal and the others. "It's because we adopted your Grace's blueprints and followed your advice. We're confident that we'll be able to complete the construction more quickly than normal." Faisal reported respectfully. There was still a slight shock in his heart. In his view, with Leyland being able to promote to the Morningstar realm at the mere age of 200 or so, his talent as a warlock was incomparable to begin with. What he did not expect was that Leyland could actually focus on both the construction and formation spells whilst undergoing Magus practice. It made Leyland seem monstrous. Of course, those thoughts were hidden within his heart. He definitely couldn't show them on the surface. "Good. Pass down my command, the work is to be halted every night. I want to handle it personally, in a more in-depth manner," Leyland said plainly. "Could it be that you want to?" Faisal's eyes sparkled, and he left shortly after. "Now, who can overthrow you?" Leyland looked at his own Morningstar Magus Tower, a confident look emerging on his face. His previous Magus Tower had been destroyed by the Oakhart clan, but now they'd had to pay with a Morningstar Magus Tower instead. Furthermore, Leyland was now confident in his own strength. Even in the entire central continent, there were not many who could destroy his Magus Tower again. He also would not allow himself to fall into such a low. Leyland looked at the huge landmark like Magus Tower and a slight joking expression flashed in his eyes. "Perhaps, after millions of years, this Magus Tower will come to symbolize me. Let it stand here forever." Deep in the night. There was not a single Magus around the Morningstar Magus Tower anymore, even Faisal and the others had left the place long ago. They understood that the Magus Tower was the core of a Magus power. Surely Leyland had some secrets that he would set up, and the fewer that knew the better. Moreover, the intense radiation of a Morningstar warlock would exert great pressure on them. It would be safer to avoid it. Leyland walked alone inside the empty Magus Tower. Most of the runes and spell formations hadn't been set up yet, and many of the basic amenities were also unused. The tower right now was just an empty shell without a defense. AI chip. Begin scanning the entire Magus Tower, slowly adjust the radiation power. Leyland commanded. Mission acquired, beginning synchronization. Adjusting, the AI chip immediately responded. Accompanying the AI chip's sound, a 3D structure appeared before Leyland. A brilliant radiance was also emitted from his body that began to merge with the entire structure. Compared to the previous time where his radiation spread out without discrimination in Scarlet Crescent, destroying everything, Leyland was currently extremely careful in controlling it. This process allowed the Magus Tower to slowly accept it and adapt. High-ranked magi could revitalize ancient materials through their radiation, and even produce many anomalies. This was common knowledge in the central continent. Although Leyland's Magus Tower made use of high-quality materials, he still needed to use his radiation to unify the materials in order to let it reach its peak condition. Many rumors held that there were often ghosts, vengeful spirits, and other such things where magi lived, a byproduct of the changes a Magus radiation caused in the surrounding territory. Leyland was currently strengthening his Magus Tower, and at the same time leaving his own mark on it. Even if it was deliberately held back, the radiation of a Morningstar Magus was a disaster for weaker magi. This was why Faisal had immediately transferred those magi away as night arrived. As for other times? Based on Leyland's control, as well as the compressive abilities of the point mass, he had long since become able to securely lock up the radiation in his own body. Since he didn't leak the slightest bit, there would be no problem. If someone looked from outside, they would see a beautiful view. Standing out from the surrounding darkness, a Morningstar Magus Tower seemed to be wrapped up in a colorful radiance. Even the dark sky was dyed with its colors. If they got closer, they would hear an increasingly clear hiss of a giant serpent, causing one's hair to stand. What accompanied the hissing of the giant serpent was another sound which seemed like a singing curse yet at the same time like a worshipping voice. It surrounded the entire Magus Tower, making it seem mysterious. Because Leyland had joined in himself, the construction of the Magus Tower had been sped up. The building seemed to be morphing day to day. It has finally reached this point. Leyland's pupils gleamed with excitement as he watched the gold creature in the large confinement room. Now, the blood-sucking loach had completely lost its previous image. Instead, it had transformed into a terrifying creature that was similar to the golden dragons from legend. Golden scales covered its entire body, their glimmer making it seem as if it was a god from the ancient times. On its forehead was a rune in the shape of a sun, emitting a blazing light. Leyland had a premonition if it was not for him suppressing this beast all this time, the first thing the creature would do was probably to transform into a gigantic fireball, rising from the ashes and advancing to the Morning Star realm. In other words, this was a Morning Star creature. Now, creatures of this level were already very rare. If it were placed among the circles of Morning Star Magi, it would probably cause a huge sensation, even more so encouraging the emergence of another bloodline warlock clan. Upon seeing Leyland, the golden dragon howled and a blood-red light flashed in its pupils. It immediately turned towards him, emitting an aura unique to the dragon race. The layer of glass in front was instantly drowned in a brilliant golden flame. The tempered glass warped under the extreme heat, cracks beginning to form on its surface. Oh! You deliberately kept your firepower a secret, huh? This level of intelligence already surpasses that of a wild beast. Leyland laughed without much ado. As he watched the golden dragon displaying its invincible might, he could not help but think of the ancient sun's child, wondering what rank of power and influence it possessed. What a pity! I created you, and I can also destroy you at any time. A chill suddenly appeared in Leyland's pupils, making the golden dragon retract its neck. Blood seal! A crimson radiance flashed in Leyland's eyes as his right hand reached out to grab the golden dragon. Bang! Immediately, a large amount of blood began to flow out from beneath the golden dragon's scales, turning it red in a moment. Its original dignified roar had been replaced by a pitiful cry. Even locked to 35% of its bloodline, it's still so terrifying? A hint of worry flashed across Leyland's face as he watched the shrieking creature. The experiment that he had performed on the golden dragon previously out of convenience had immediately allowed him to understand the stubborn nature passed down through its bloodline. However, this sort of attitude verifies the wisdom tree's hypothesis. Now all I need is extended research, clinical trials, and then, Leyland stroked his chin and made up his mind. But the good thing is that the bloodline of the sun's child has been completely activated. It's the bloodline of an ancient rank 6 creature after all, and even a drop is enough to create another Morning Star creature. The corner of his lips curled up in a slight smile. Now, on to the final phase. Boom! A ball of golden blood which was the size of a fist floated in the air like a fireball. It released a terrifying amount of light and heat, slowly raising the temperature of the room. The temperature was so high, in fact, that space itself distorted, rifts appearing near the blood. This was the unstable phenomenon resulted from the burning of the sun's flame. Activate! Leyland said emotionlessly as he watched the scene. A great amount of light emerged with a whoosh, strengthening the surrounding walls. Many runes shot out one after the other, locking the blood down. At this point, it looked like a miniature sun. Leyland had specially reinforced the secret chamber, with the express intent of locking the bloodline of the sun's child. From how it looked, the effect wasn't rather bad. He nodded secretly before looking at the AI chip status screen. Beep. Completing the genetic makeup of the sun's child, beginning imitation, deducing according to the meditation technique, wing of the sun, the AI chip intoned loyally. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 539, Recuperation. Recuperation. The wing of the sun was a top-grade meditation technique that was meant to complement the bloodline of the sun's child, and was abstruse and unfathomable. Even the AI chip had not been able to analyze it. Now, however, the combination of the real bloodline of the sun's child and its DNA sequence worked together to solve the many difficulties that had been confounding him. With the Dragon King's mystic might he had obtained in the past, he now also had the Void Phantom, which came to 2 complete meditation techniques. This meant he had a decent, accurate database to draw upon. The simulation of the 5th level of Kamoyan's pupil saw some progress once more. Seeing that his main objective was satisfied, Leyland couldn't help but sigh with relief. Rank 6, top-grade creature, sun's child. Leyland observed the blood that was like a little sun, and began to furrow his eyebrows. With this and the wing of the sun, he could instantly create a powerful warlock family. Warlocks with a bloodline stemming from a rank 6 creature hadn't yet appeared in the central continent. If another warlock or magus were to find out, things would get complicated for me. A wry smile appeared about Leyland's lips. How could it be only complicated? The moment this news leaked, even if malicious warlocks weren't an issue, it was highly likely that the Breaking Dawn monarchs would be alerted. After all, they would not want to see the rise of another Breaking Dawn bloodline warlock, which would affect the current equilibrium of power. It's a pity. If not for my bloodline being permanent, I would long since have used the Sun's Child's bloodline. Leyland heaved a long sigh. But his eyes immediately cleared up. Classify this area as a forbidden region of the highest grade, confidentiality rank X. Anyone who comes in here besides me is to be killed. No exceptions. His voice was cold, as if every word of his carried with it chilly air that contained millions of ice shards. Understood. The spirit genie's similarly unfeeling voice sounded. Perhaps only beings that lacked human intelligence would not understand the terror that was Leyland. On top of that, Leyland looked at his empty surroundings, gently stroking a crystal ring on his finger. Whoosh, 5 translucent phantoms appeared around him like a breeze, as if voluntarily squeezing out from the void. There were no energy waves, just 5 pairs of bloodshot eyes staring at him as their owners half-kneeled on the floor. Protect this place well. Any who dare intrude are to be eliminated immediately, Leyland said as he sent out a spiritual command through the ring on his finger. The 5 phantoms nodded speechlessly, and immediately disappeared into the air. With them concealed, even the AI chip could barely discern their auras. These void assassins are pretty useful. It's a pity that there are only 8 left. Leyland was full of admiration as he watched the assassins disappear, touching his chin. These 8 void assassins were naturally his gains from Scarlet Crescent. He had carefully checked before. Every one of these void assassins had the strength surpassing a crystal phase magus. Their method of traveling through the void was stealthy and hard to defend against. Even a Morningstar magus would be in danger if 5 of them acted in tandem, ambushing him. With these defenses, he could somewhat relax. I can't keep it here, and I need to use it as soon as possible. Alternatively, I can wait till the Magus Tower is completed and deposit it there. Leyland pondered. Using the bloodline of the Sun's Child to perform experiments on bloodline ignition was too much of a pity. Leyland still had other uses for this blood. The bloodline of an ancient rank 6 creature was an invaluable treasure. Next is to amass more strength and push for the advancement of my soul force. The best would be for the AI chip to represent soul force numerically, which will make everything much simpler. Leyland subconsciously looked at his status. Leyland Farlier, rank 4 warlock. Bloodline, giant Kamoyan serpent. Strength, 50, agility, 45, vitality, 65, spiritual force 506.9, magic power, 506, magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Soul force? After entering Morningstar, the aim was to make progress in regards to the soul. His spiritual force and other stats would no longer undergo major changes. At this thought, Leyland looked into the progress of the AI chip's simulation of soul force and found it to be stuck. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. The analysis of soul force cannot be done in a day or two. A thread of understanding rose in Leyland's mind. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. The original Ouroboros clan had now completely stabilized. Though the other allied forces still occupied a part of the territory that had belonged to them, a larger war had not occurred. From how a few organizations were silently withdrawing their forces, the general situation was progressing positively. Those warlocks seemed to have forgotten their hatred from the past, and the situation at Phosphorescence Swamp stabilized as they continued with their lives and research. And yet, the subconscious bloody glint that remained in the depths of their eyes proved that the traces of the war were still present. Or rather, the seeds of revenge were buried deep in their hearts. They were lying quietly in wait for these seeds to grow, until the day they began to thrive and became strong and healthy, but Leyland couldn't wait to see it happen, and even added fuel to the flame. From his perspective, the bloodline warlocks before led far too comfortable lives, particularly the Kamoyan nobility. They spent their days in their territories intoxicated, not spending any time on their warlock training. Thankfully, after this war, most of these vermin had disappeared, leaving behind many capable and hard-working descendants, each of them outstanding. These talents were the strengths and assets that he regarded as important. As long as he could lead these warlocks and complete their revenge, he might instantly gain their undying loyalty. That would allow him to completely control the Ouroboros clan, and even the return of the 3 dukes would not change anything. Through these 5 years, Leyland had extended his authority to all aspects in Ouroboros clan. He had even secretly influenced many warlocks of the new generation, and they completely accepted his rule, thinking it was normal for things to continue like this forever. Faisal and those few bloodline families had become smarter after the attack, and Leyland could find no opportunity to deal with them. That was rather regretful. However, no matter how long he tried to delay matters, there were things that needed to be done. Blood extraction. Above a geographical basin holding an ethnic group, Leyland wore a luxurious platinum magus robe that was actually a piece of magic equipment. His expression was stern as he reached out his hand, and a formless giant vortex appeared in the air with a grab. Large amounts of blood beaded down, turning into a stream as it gathered in his hands. It formed a highly concentrated crystal that looked similar to a ruby. Below him, a giant tribe of a different race had suffered heavy casualties. Besides a few high-ranked magi, almost nobody had survived. All of them had their blood drawn and turned into dried-out corpses. This bloodline drawing method is truly tyrannical. Leyland nodded. The arcane art he was using to extract blood came from his own bloodline inheritance. In ancient times, it had only been a convenient spell to draw blood on a large scale. However, with his modifications, as well as the power from the soul force of a morning star, the effect was truly terrifying. Its strength was enough to destroy a country. That was not all. The bloodline gems gathered from the bloodline extraction were also a very important resource for warlocks. Crimson light flashed in Leyland's eyes as he tucked away these concentrated crystals that sparkled like blood diamonds. You of a different race. You dare? A roar full of denial and pain sounded out, bringing with it energy waves at the morning star realm. My job is done. The rest is your business. Leyland bowed with a smile, and retreated to the back. Leyland, you really know how to goof off. In front of him were a few morning star warlocks. The burly man who was the head teased Leyland, but still went forward. Who exactly are you? Why did you come here? The rays of light dimmed, revealing the morning star that had hastened over. It was a giant formed of flames, eyes full of fury. There's no reason. If you want to blame something, blame yourselves for occupying this area. The burly man sneered, the phantom of a large black goat that was thousands of meters tall emerging from his back. This goat not only had the horns of a demon, but also a torso that was similar to a human. However, it was full of black fleece, looking to be like the demonic satyrs of the underworld. Morning Star Warlock? The giant fire elemental elder couldn't help but blurt out. Following that, others in black clothing stood up before him. The morning star auras they similarly emitted caused the fire elemental elder's pupils to shrink. Rumble, the few morning star warlocks surrounded him in an enormous formation. The energy undulations extended to the horizons, and even dispersed a few large dark clouds. Once everything was over, the burly man from before approached Leyland. Lord Leyland's blood extraction truly is worthy of its reputation. Here is your reward. The burly man tossed a little pouch full of astral stones to Leyland. The total comes to 13,423 grams of astral stones. Check the amount. Many thanks. Leyland sighed heavily. This time-consuming and very lengthy mission was finally over. Besides concentrating on his own research, he would take on a few missions from time to time from the Morningstar region, earning astral stones to purchase other items to nourish the soul. The task this time was a mission to help the burly man suppress the fire elemental elder. Humph. These tribes actually worship an elemental being from another world. Even death cannot wipe out their sins. The burly man scolded, still angry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 540, Sudden Change. Sudden Change. Listening to the mission leader's complaints, Leyland remained silent. The large-scale tribe that he had massacred was not a fire elemental tribe. However, they had obviously been influenced by the fire elemental Morningstar to the extent that they formed a faith that worshipped fire. It might have to do with them being of a different race, but warlocks obviously did not give them preferential treatment, nor were they tolerant towards them. Though the Warlock Union claimed to take in those with all bloodlines, that was merely talk. It sounded nice to listen to, but those who believed that were fools. Leyland knew how things worked in the Union. If they were a race protected by a Morningstar, they might have some status in the Warlock Union, and could help their own people. However, if they were a race without the protection of a Morningstar, then they would probably have to struggle pitifully, enduring exploitation and oppression. After all, the leader of the Warlock Union was a mighty bloodline warlock. They did not think themselves human, but nor did they think themselves to be of another race. Hence, their attitudes towards completely different races seemed rather hypocritical. Especially for beings like these who hadn't even joined the Union and sided with the enemy, there was no consideration for them. Of course, Leyland did not bother with these trivial matters. He had taken on and successfully completed the mission, and had thus gotten the rewards. It was that simple. The time spent on investigation and combat was already annoying him. In addition, with his experience from his previous world, he was beginning to feel concerned. Why would a Morningstar-ranked fire elemental elder appear here? He had even bewitched many tribes to be on his side. If not for them finding out and eliminating him in time, this entire region was likely to have fallen into chaos soon. And yet that wasn't what worried him the most. The other party had already begun spreading a religion, and that put him on his guard. Recruiting believers and propagating religious beliefs was a very dangerous signal. Lyle, who had experience from his previous life, understood the gods that the Westerners worshipped purely based on some misinformation, legends, or even utter nonsense. This act of preaching was evidently different from that of high-ranked magi, and it wasn't the sort of primitive worship of uncivilized communities. Real gods, and not only one at that, were spreading their own religions. It was not just the worship of fire. A plot was also afoot to revive Beelzebub, the sovereign king of gluttonous desires. It all gave Lyle a very bad premonition. Even though Lyle rarely bothered with religion in his previous world, he wouldn't get this wrong. Of course, this was just a conjecture. He had no idea what the real world of gods was like after all. Most documentation from the ancient era did not touch on this. The appearance of the world of gods was the beginning of the ancient Magus world's decline. Hence, the amount of books that had survived that era were the fewest. This was why Lyle had yet to gather much data on it despite his status. This could, therefore, be a misunderstanding on his part, but Lyle did not want to continue down that line of thought. No matter how superficial his thinking might be, he knew that the real gods in the world of gods were, at the very least, at rank 6 and above. They were existences who had grasped a certain power or law, and such great strength was what Lyle needed to look up to. The moment he were to be caught up in giant complications like this, only death awaited him. With his current strength, at least, he would amount to nothing. Lyle had always stood by the motto that one could only accept responsibility equivalent to their strength. That was how he had been able to live till now. He knew himself well. The games and contests between the gods and Magus world? Let the higher ranks take care of it. In any case, there were still many Breaking Dawn monarchs in the central continent. Rejecting the burly man's sincere attempts at urging him to stay, Lyle traveled through the astral plane, instantly arriving back at Phosphorescent Swamp. Blue light flashed, and Laylan's figure broke through the enormous astral gate. The feeling of long-distance teleportation is really, Lyle shook his head and laughed. The spatial pressure that had almost killed him while he was at rank 2 was like a cool breeze to him right now, not affecting him much. Welcome home, Master. A green elf similar to the tower genie from before flapped its wings and flew above Lyle. Lyle nodded. The AI chip linked with it, and he then knew all the recent events in the Magus Tower like the back of his hand. The large astral gate behind him stopped humming, and the light from the blue flames above it began to fade. After the light completely dissipated, the astral gate returned to its state of an unadorned stone gate. The teleportation from the Morningstar area required the astral gates of both sides to be linked simultaneously. Lyle had obviously entrusted this task to his loyal tower genie. You did well. Lyle nodded in praise. It's my honor to serve, Master. The tower genie had inherited the AI chip's partial intelligence, and had an icy expression. There were no fluctuations in its voice. Lyle had long since gotten used to this. After all, one could not have very high expectations of a program. He was pragmatic, it would never betray him due to the AI chip's commands, and that was what was important. Outside the astral gate were many laboratories and binding rooms. A few terrifying adamantine and mithril puppets, even void assassins on occasion, would appear in the corner every once in a while. Streams of black air seemed to constantly flow down the walls on both sides, bringing with them a mysterious luster and color, causing the decorative oil paintings to change slightly. This was the inner section of Laylan's Magus Tower. With his own participation, as well as the selfless financial aid from the Oakheart clan, the construction was already completed. On top of that, the other party had supplied a large amount of astral stones and helped Lyle build an astral gate of his own, the one he had just exited. Based on the intelligence he had, the Oakheart clan had practically exhausted their reserves and even sold off many properties to build the tower and gate. It was a huge setback for them. Lyle obviously cared little about this. Instead, he was very satisfied with this Morningstar Magus Tower. Furthermore, with the influence from his radiation, the entire Magus Tower had somewhat gained a life of its own. The tower body was now very harmonious, and automatically generated a few shadow servants, dark serpent tentacles and the like, perfecting the defensive abilities of the building. Suddenly recalling something, Lyle told the tower genie, "Tell your mistress that I'm back, and that I plan to have dinner with her tonight. Your will shall be carried out." The tower genie bowed, and quickly retreated. Evening, in the hall of the Magus Tower. There were brilliant lights and vibrant colors everywhere. A few high-ranked warlock maids who were lucky enough to be selected to enter the Magus Tower were tense as they worked busily, laying the long dining table with intricate gold and silver cutlery, candles, and the like. While everything was completed with nervousness, Leyland held Freya's hand and walked in slowly. "Your Grace. My lady." A few maids immediately bowed to Leyland and the woman at his side. Beside him was obviously Freya of the Blood Serpent family. She had married Leyland years ago, and now dressed like a noble. She looked very poised, and had an inborn noble temperament, though there was a trace of gloom between her eyebrows. "I know what you're worrying about," Leyland couldn't help but console her in a tender manner after noticing it, "but I think there might be a chance for my bloodline to become even more perfect, or perhaps advance to an even more powerful realm. Hence, my bloodline still isn't mature, and the children born of this will become a regret. None of us want to see this, do we?" After listening to Leyland's explanation, Freya seemed to feel better, revealing a smile that even enchanted the maids. Leyland chuckled. His previous words were half-truths. However, through the Scarlet Crescent ruins as well as the conversation with the Wisdom Tree, he now had an idea as to how he could solve the issue of his bloodline shackles. Hence, he was in no hurry to leave behind children. If not, he would be harming his own blood. When he advanced to a higher level, the descendants he had would definitely have a higher starting point and potential. This would be beneficial to both of them, and even if Freya were puzzled by this, Leyland would still persist. "I'll listen to you." Freya pursed her lips and laughed, and then got Leyland to sit. Within the Ouroboros clan, Leyland was an existence that could hide anything from the masses. His will was the will of all the giant Chamoyan serpent warlocks in the Ouroboros clan. Freya naturally did not say more. Furthermore, in the deepest part of her heart, she was very trusting of Leyland. This would affect the Farlier family, after all. "By the way, how are Parker and Faisal? And Snoopy too, was his trip to the Demon Garden successful?" Leyland spoke to Freya while eating the delicacies that the chefs had thoughtfully prepared. Most of the time, he was the one asking the questions, while Freya answered. When the heartwarming dinner was over, and while Leyland was enjoying his black tea, Freya finally asked, "Leyland, how long are you going to stay here this time?" A trace of anticipation flashed in her pupils. "Probably longer. The missions from before are finished, and there are still a few experiments that have to be done in the Magus Tower." Leyland began to speak endlessly while beating around the bush. Freya's palms were under her chin and her eyes were full of worship, almost emitting stars as she smiled gently and listened. This comforting moment did not continue for long before it was interrupted. When the sound of glass breaking was heard from Freya's body, her expression changed drastically. "This is the necklace Mentor, Duke Emma left for me. Inside is a thread of her soul flame." Freya yanked out a platinum necklace that had a large blue gem at the center. The blood-red flames leapt out, but at this moment seemed to have withered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 541, Determination and Action. Determination and Action. The spiritual flame of a morning star Magus had an intricate relationship with their body. Its strength also reflected the time the Magus had remaining. That Freya's necklace had encountered such a situation meant the original body of Blood Duchess Emma had likely been dealt severe damage in the foreign world. Trauma would weaken a Magus vitality, which in turn caused such a change in the spiritual flame they left behind. "Mentor! Mentor!" Freya's eyes turned red as she covered her mouth, but Leyland's secret imprint twinkled before he could try to console her. "Yes, Faisal?" Leyland frowned as he tapped the secret imprint open. "Your Grace, my mentor, the spiritual flame of the First Elder was extinguished a minute ago." Faisal's voice was husky. It was as if his heart had sunk, and he was feeling hopeless. "Extinguished?" Leyland touched his chin. If the spiritual flame had been extinguished, the Morning Star Warlock's originally body must have perished. The only thing that supported the First Elder's group was that he was still alive. There was still hope for them to return from the foreign world. And now, that final hope had been shattered. Faisal's change was understandable. But what happened? Wasn't it all good until now? Leyland felt puzzled. It seemed like a conspiracy was afoot. Another connection request came up before Leyland could end Faisal's secret imprint call, and Kesha's panicked voice sounded out. "Leyland! Leyland!" She called his name directly, forgetting about his current status. It showed how desperate she was. What happened? The ominous feeling in Leyland's heart grew stronger. "Forgive me, Your Grace." Kesha paused to correct her misbehavior before continuing, "It's Mentor. The spiritual flame Duke Gilbert left behind has grown extremely unstable, and is flickering strongly. I'm very worried." "I got it. Leyland nodded, and his voice turned serious and solemn. Pass down my orders, all Crystal Phase warlocks are to report to the meeting room. We might be in trouble. The warlock elites were now congregated here instead of residing in their own territories. Since they were all in Phosphorescent Swamp, they could gather immediately after Leyland's orders were passed. Leyland reckoned that these people would not have come so fast if it was not related to their teachers. Duke Farlier. The panic-stricken warlocks calmed a little upon seeing Leyland dressed in his huge robe. Please, sit down and be at ease. Leyland sat at the head chair. With his battle experience, he had long since acquired a dignified aura that turned the meeting room solemn. Thank you, Your Grace. A number of Crystal Phase magi bowed and settled down in order. By virtue of being his wife, Freya occupied the seat next to Leyland, a fact that left some of the rest in envy. Leyland sighed while looking at the handful of Crystal Phase warlocks in an upright position. The last war had caused tremendous loss to the Ouroboros clan, and the loss of their elite forces was especially tough to recover from. It would take at least a few hundred years for them to recover to peak condition. Shat, report. Leyland said after glancing across everyone and called for Shat only when everyone settled down. Master. Shat wiped off the fog that was on his thick spectacles, bowing to Leyland immediately after he stood up. He spoke in a dignified manner. The spiritual flames of the elders that we'd kept in our technical department started fluctuating vigorously 24 minutes ago, and the first elders has completely died out. I'm afraid that. Leyland too felt somewhat frustrated and aggrieved. After all, this was the fall of another Morning Star warlock. Even though Shat did not continue his words, Faisal and one of the Crystal Phase warlocks had lowered their heads. Losing the first elder was definitely a huge blow to their morale. I've asked the other two Morningstar seeds as well. It's not just a single spiritual flame that flickered, it's all of them. The other two elders must be in the same plight as the first elder in the foreign world. There was not much to say for now. After Shat sat down, the rest of the warlocks placed their focus on Leyland. Upon seeing their reaction, Leyland cleared his throat. Shat, have the coordinates of the foreign world been confirmed? My apologies. The technical department and I have been working on this problem endlessly. There are two possible coordinates on our list. I will send them to you after this. A tinge of shame surfaced on Shat's face. This incident was a humiliation to the entire technical department. They had been overconfident and bragged that they were going to solve the problem in a few days' time, but took them nearly 5 years. It was such a dereliction of their duty. The Crystal Phase warlock who had tears in the eyes just like Faisal slammed the table and shouted, Shat, you old fogey. Are you pulling strings and intentionally not revealing the coordinates of the foreign world? The moment he heard these words, Shat fumed with rage. Nonsense. I vow in the name of everyone in the technical department, never have I orchestrated something like that. Before, he'd suffered in silence because it had been difficult for him to locate the coordinates. Afterwards, there seemed to be another strange interference that added to the complexity, leaving him grasping at his hair. Could it be the interference of another organization that is not eager to see our dukes being saved? A thought surfaced in Shat's mind, but was quickly suppressed as it was too sinister a plot. However, Faisal remained silent. His reaction affirmed the warlock's suspicion, but before he could snarl at him, Faisal dragged his arm with force. What the hell are you doing, Faisal? The Crystal Phase warlock growled. Watch your manners, Marquis Ordefal. Faisal's voice was equally low, but it carried within an undeniable order. I'm sorry, I acted out of line. Please forgive me, Marquis Shat. The warlock's face blushed, but he still apologized to Shat and bowed to Leyland who was in the head seat. Please forgive me, Your Grace. Never mind. Leyland waved and stared at Faisal with intrigue until sweat glided down his cheeks. Leyland took a last look at the warlocks before he spoke in a low voice. I have come to a decision. I will set off tomorrow to rescue the elders. There was a minute of pause, which then quickly recovered as excitement and joy could be seen in everyone's eyes. Still, they did not dare to show their emotions. They kept reminding Leyland not to fall for tricks. My dear, after all the Crystal Phase warlocks had been dismissed, only Freya was left behind, her eyes filled with worry. Emma was her mentor, but Leyland was her dearest husband. This situation was complicated, like a spider web that pulled her heart apart. At last, she asked, this time round, is it going to be dangerous? Yes, there will be danger, but it's a chance too. Trust me, I'll bring your mentor back. Leyland gave Freya a reassuring, heartwarming smile. Seeing Leyland with such confidence, Freya felt more at ease. However, she had missed the trace of complication in Leyland's eyes. After returning to the Magus Tower, Leyland went straight to the Astral Gate and fell into deep thought. This time, I'm afraid that I really have to make the trip. Leyland was very clear on the fact that there were voices asking for his help being circulated in the Ouroboros clan, and they had grown stronger now. He had suppressed these messages as long as he could. He had to do something now, otherwise the entire Ouroboros clan might fall apart. Luckily, he had already gotten what he wanted during this period of time. Even if the other two Morningstar warlocks returned, his power in the clan was unshakable. Also, Leyland was not too worried about the trip as he had already formed a more complete strategy after getting to know the existence of the puppet master behind the scene. Almost at the same time, high up on a throne that was made from eternal darkness and rumbling thunder, the rank 5 magus that had a moon rune on his forehead was exchanging thoughts with someone through telepathy. "How are things going with the Ouroboros clan? Everything has been prepared and we are ready to take action. As long as the opponent enters the foreign world, we can block him completely from this world and wipe out the entire Ouroboros clan. You disappointed me the last time. I do not wish to see it again," the Radiant Moon Magus warned with great dignity. "There is no need to worry, Master." The Morning Star conscience dispersed on its own, and the Radiant Moon Magus sat still in the throne, pondering. Was it really that kiddo in the ruins of Scarlet Crescent? What an interesting pup. A mysterious voice sounded in the air, but the Radiant Moon Magus did not seem surprised at all. "I wasn't quite confident, but Siebel's already dead, he's the most suspicious." Radiant Moon Magus spoke in a cold tone, "I have to get him. He's just a Komoyan serpent warlock, even if he had any trump cards, the bloodline shackles will be his Achilles heel." The mysterious voice sounded in disdain. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 542, Setting Off. Setting off. The Radiant Moon Magus nodded his head, and he suddenly felt a lot less uncertain. That's right. Even though the rascal has immense, inexplicable strength, the bloodline shackles will be enough to stunt his growth. Komoyan warlocks can reach the peak of rank 4 at best, after which he won't have any room to grow. Kiki, you're right. Who would still care about a rascal that's confined to the Morningstar rank? The mysterious voice suddenly changed to that of a lady, gentle and soft. Your real enemy is. Shut up. The Radiant Moon Magus, who had originally been sitting down, stood up abruptly, looking sinister. Shut your mouth this instant. Don't you know that as long as you mention his name, even if it is unintentional, he will be able to detect it? The power of a king isn't something a person of your lowly status can belittle. Fine, but isn't it just a Breaking Dawn Magus? The female voice replied indignantly, and she felt rather uneasy. It was as if everything that she had said carelessly today was inappropriate. This mysterious intuition had been left behind by the host of the body before her. I don't care about who you were before. Now you're but a damaged soul. The Radiant Moon Magus voice was cold and assertive. But don't we have the same interests currently? I can help you, and in return you can offer me. The female's voice trailed off. Leyland did not know explicitly that Jupiter's Lightning's Radiant Moon Magus had already made special arrangements to deal with him, but anyone with a brain would be able to infer it. As a result, he had to make preparations for his imminent trip. An enormous satellite hung in the sky, looking about to fall at any moment. It was surrounded by a nebula in the vast universe. Please take a look at this contract. You can sign here if there are no problems. Leyland rarely used his real identity, but now he was doing so. He was having a conversation with 3 other Morningstar warlocks, with an already drafted contract on the table. Leyland picked up a cup of coffee and talked to the warlocks opposite. During the period of time when I'm away, I would appreciate your help in guarding the Ouroboros clan in my place. Also, I would like you to prioritize helping my wife Freya and the Tower Genie should they require any help. Any questions? In front of him were Paul, Philip, and another stranger. Since he was looking for protectors, it was naturally better to rely on allies. There was no need to ponder much about Philip. He had the bloodline of the ancient Wind Wolf, and was hot-blooded. And with respect to Paul, after being taken advantage of by Leyland the previous time, he now admired him even more. Based on High's words, his people respected highly intelligent beings. Leyland immediately thought of the rumors of them being fond of sucking up souls and drinking brain juices, and could not help but shudder. However, since they had already signed the contract, there wouldn't be any issue. The last Morningstar warlock was a good friend Leyland had made recently, Mars. With these 3 in control, the might of the contract as well as the supervision and urging of the Morningstar area, Leyland was rather assured of the safety of the Ouroboros clan after he left. Everyone was familiar with each other, and the conditions that Leyland had offered were very generous. Though the terms of the contract were harsh, the 3 Morningstar warlocks signed the contract without hesitation. Good luck. Philip patted Leyland's shoulders. Out of the three of them, he was probably the one who hoped the most for Leyland's success. Many thanks. Leyland was comforted as he punched Philip in a friendly manner. Ever since the happenings at Scarlet Crescent, the Wind Wolf Lair had not only lost a Morningstar warlock, Polisa, their most important fighter. Cybele had been beaten down to become a regular Morningstar, and had to withdraw and conceal himself. A lot of pressure weighed on Philip's shoulders, and Leyland had lent him a hand. This had gained him Philip's gratitude, and the Wind Wolf warlock now treated Leyland like kin. These were Philip's words, of course. However, Leyland obviously did not believe that and rolled his eyes in secret. Of course, the relationship on both ends had gotten increasingly better, and had even surpassed that of Leyland with the Wind Wolf Lair in Spirit Circle. That was the uncontestable truth. Phosphorescent Swamp, within the Morningstar Magus Tower. After sending everyone away, Leyland came before the Astral Gate alone. Tower Genie. Once I leave, seal the Magus Tower immediately. Do not let anyone enter, and await further instructions. HR instructed. He had prepared a lot of things for this expedition. This was different from the previous experiments where he just projected spiritual seeds. He was on a rescue mission, and needed to move with his real body. This was extremely dangerous, and he could be completely lost in another world. Hence, the Astral Gate had to be kept completely safe. Nobody would trust someone else with a job like this. He could only leave this to the Tower Genie, which had no human emotions. In actuality, Leyland had prepared another safeguard. Even if this Tower Genie were rendered ineffective, he wouldn't end up stuck in another world. However, this was one of his deepest secrets, something only he could know. Rumble, with Leyland's order, the Magus Tower shut down, runic chains and defensive layers sealing off each and every pathway. Large numbers of puppets and void assassins with red light in their eyes began to patrol the area rigorously. Leyland, you must succeed and come back safely. Outside the Magus Tower, Freya's hands clutched tightly at her white dress as she prayed in her heart. Beside her stood Parker, Snoopy, and a few other high-ranked warlocks, all watching the Magus Tower that was being completely shut down. Their expressions were complex. Leyland obviously did not bother with this. His focus was entirely on the Astral Gate in front of him. Leyland had already calculated the coordinates of the world that Gilbert and the other dukes were lost in long ago. However, this was only for his own consideration, thus he had not announced it and even interfered with Shat's work in secret. This went on for 5 years. Now, it was necessary that he rescue the two dukes right away. Apart from Emma, Gilbert was his mentor and had taught him a great many things. The feelings and relationship between them was enough for Leyland to take this risk. Besides, that was another world. Even if it's a trap, they handed over the coordinates of another world. Leyland was emotional. Even the lowest grade world was definitely more powerful than a plane. The resources there were plentiful, enough to make morning stars and even radiant moons go green in envy. You didn't mind revealing the coordinates of a world just to trap Mentor and the rest. I wonder what your expression will be like if I completely take control of that world. A slight smile appeared across Leyland's lips. It was as if he could already see the flustered, exasperated look of the radiant moon Magus of Jupiter's lightning. A ball of light that looked like a star floated out from Leyland's hands and disappeared into the Astral Gate. Rumble, through the connection of the Astral Gate, Leyland's soul force seemed to come into contact with an extremely complicated and tremendous world. The aura of sulfur and flames could be seen spilling over in copious amounts at the edges of the world. The astral stone reserves that acted as the energy core rapidly decreased, almost falling to a level that would issue a warning. Through some sensing, Leyland could confirm that this world was very far from the Magus world. Just the consumption from opening the Astral Gate once would leave one tongue-tied and wide-eyed. An aura full of flames and sulfur? Leyland was startled at first, but immediately eased up. It's no wonder that Mentor and the others mistook this place for Purgatory World. If not for the memories from ancient times, I'd be misled too. Tower Genie, maintain the energy reserves required for the Astral Gate. Be prepared to retrieve us immediately. Leyland's voice was low. Understood. The Tower Genie that was like a green elf immediately nodded. Prepare for the crossing of the main body. Leyland took in a deep breath. Though he had experienced teleportation to the Morningstar area, the idea of traveling such a long distance still had him slightly worried. Beep. Beginning collection of data. Establishing folder in database. The AI chip immediately intoned. This was very rare, but expected. Even if it was an AI chip, it lacked first-hand research materials, and they could be supplemented at this moment. However, using myself as a guinea pig is really rather. Leyland rolled his eyes. The lights on the Astral Gate got increasingly brighter until he was eventually swallowed into it. Rumble, the bright tail of a blue beam appeared from the spire of the Magus Tower like an aurora, streaking through the dark skies like a magnificent meteor. It's beginning. Freya's felt her heartstrings tighten. It's beginning. Activate interference procedures. Things must be the same as before. Break off all of his communications and make him lose his way as well. In a jet-black world crack, Collins, who Leyland had seen several times before, was talking to a group of technical staff who were fiddling with some instruments. There was a large amount of data showing up on the screen. Energy interference mode activated. Warping force field structure completed. Interference can be engaged at any time. Energy particles taking form. Beginning tracking of trajectory and intercepting opponent, multiple high-ranked magi acted like the most cautious scientists as they quickly operated the instruments in their hands, reporting various data. Good. Begin immediately. Collins swept his hand down viciously. It was as if he could already imagine Leyland's features contorted by terror, and the pleasure of vengeance immediately flooded his heart. He could not help but burst into laughter. We're here. Even though he was still in the midst of teleportation via the astral gate, Leyland was still clear-headed. The AI chip was now sending him warnings. Detected unknown force field reaction. Determined to be interference particle ripples. I've been waiting for you. An intelligent glint flashed in Leyland's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 543, Lava World. Lava World. Knowing that it was a trap, those who still jumped straight in were idiots. Leyland was obviously not an idiot. Since the other party had revealed that they had the ability to interfere with astral gates, Leyland obviously would not ignore them. In fact, in these 5 years, he had been silently surveying the other world. He had even attempted projecting spiritual seeds, all in order to thoroughly understand the other party's ability to interfere. Through the 5 years of probing that seemed to only last a day, he had long since understood the methods they could use like the back of his hand. He'd even prepared a contingency plan. It's offensive pattern number 3. Activate corresponding countermeasures. Leyland's eyes glinted with intelligence. Task initiated. Spatial anchor being projected. Tracing target's coordinates, the AI chip began to operate methodically. A layer of mysterious spatial undulations was emanated from Leyland's body. Target coordinates have been determined. Proceed with attack? The AI chip asked with a robotic voice. Yes. A smile appeared about Leyland's lips. Bang, boom, a glass meter exploded, and many pieces of apparatus burst into flames. Collins, who was watching on, was about to go berserk. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? Collins roared, his eyes red. Even Breaking Dawn Magi would find it difficult to obtain this high-grade spatial interference apparatus. This time, so many pieces had readings that went off the charts, and his master would probably murder him. The other party seems to have grasped some sort of spatial technique and is counterattacking. An old man pushed at the lens in his glasses and concluded. Are you kidding me? Do you know how valuable research on spatial techniques is? How did he get it? Collins' first reaction was that of disbelief. But that's the only explanation. If the other party's spatial knowledge reserves are vaster than ours, we'll probably have to be on our guard against the following spatial attacks. The old man spoke rapidly. Spatial attacks? Collins was stunned, and immediately after, saw the earth-shattering spatial turbulence that submerged the area. The effects aren't half bad. Listening to the prompt from the AI chip, Leyland's mood immediately improved. Arcane arts and knowledge regarding spatial coordinates were obviously insanely expensive. They were rarely seen, even in the Morning Star area. However, he had the AI chip and did not need very complete information. Hence, he had purchased just a few incomplete ones. Though he could not be considered a great master in this area, attacking a few guys who were similarly newbies wouldn't be a problem. You dare? An enraged voice sounded. Another Magus with a black moon rune on his forehead suddenly appeared at the boundary of the world, trying to intercept Leyland. I am your opponent. Along with the sounds of a lion growling, another warlock with hair that seemed to be cast out of gold appeared in front of that Magus. Wade, the Radiant Moon Magus, called out in a low tone, his expression revealing his fear. The other plan has been launched. Is that the Radiant Moon Magus from Jupiter's Lightning? Leyland turned and took a glimpse, storing the other party's appearance in his memory. Whoosh, as he was breaking through the protective sphere of a world, enormous astral forces had been activated and Leyland felt himself go dizzy. His body seemed to turn into a streak of light and then completely disappeared. Compared to a prepared teleportation formation, the strength one required to move freely about the astral plane was much higher. The huge pressure was as if a slab of steel was pressing down on Leyland's body. Cold, stifling, frenzied. Leyland immediately felt his bones creaking, and the defensive aurora on his body began to shatter bit by bit. Perhaps even the pressure tens of thousands of meters under the sea can't compare to this. This was the last conscious thought Leyland had. Before he completely fainted, the only thing he could do was to use multi-limb strength and cover his body with dark green energy. In a world of lava, large crevices could be seen in the earth, magma surging inside like a network of red rivers. Space distorted on the surface of a large black rock, forming a translucent gate of light. It incessantly generated lightning in the surroundings. The lightning crashed down more and more frequently as the entire area was filled with a dazzling white light. Boom, the white light exploded, forming an eye-piercing radiance. When all the light vanished, the original gate of light and the lightning had all disappeared, leaving behind only charred traces that recounted the strange events that had just occurred. Ha! I've finally entered. Leyland furrowed his brows, sensing the large amount of fire elemental particles surrounding him. This concentration. Magi would believe it if someone said this was the fire elemental world. Intense pain could be felt from various parts of his body, causing him to groan and bend his back. AI chip. Leyland immediately ordered, check my current condition. Beep. Host body's soft tissue damage is at 30.87%. Fractures found at 7 areas, and signs of bruising observed on internal organs. Immediate treatment is recommended. The AI chip loyally intoned, transmitting a 3D human figure to him. The blue image held many signs of wounds. Even with Leyland's current vitality, he was still injured to this degree. Other regular magi would probably have completely disappeared without a trace. His astonishing vitality and warlock bloodline were slowly mending the injuries in his body, allowing his tightly furrowed eyebrows to relax. That was really dangerous. I almost died outside the protective sphere. While recalling what had just happened, Leyland couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The protective sphere. This was the edge of a world, and even included part of the void. It could be said to be a large world's strongest defense. In general, every world had this protective sphere, though its strength varied. The most famous protective sphere was probably the world of God's crystal wall. Its powerful isolation ability was enough for even magi at rank 7 and above to be forced to return in defeat. It included a large world in various planes, forming the world of God's unique culture of strength. It even cut off attempts at peeping from other worlds, save for that one time when the ancient magi had invaded them. Before reaching the lava world, Leyland was able to regain consciousness with the protection of multi-limb strength, preventing him from being in a bad situation. If one wanted to use a metaphor, a large world's protective sphere was like customs upon entry to a country. If Leyland had not woken, he would need to force his way in, and would definitely be met with attacks, especially from the malicious intent of the world will. The method Leyland had employed this time was akin to slipping through a barrier. He had not been discovered by the world will, and the focus on him was evidently minimal, which would aid in his later movements. And this? Leyland pulled a silver necklace full of astral light from his neck. After sensing that the connection was undamaged, he could completely relax. This necklace represented his connection with the astral gate in the Magus world. As long as the connection there was not broken, he could teleport back at any time through the gate. Right when Leyland had left the Magus world, Colin's attack had been in order to completely cut off this connection, leaving Leyland stranded in another world and unable to find his way home for eternity. Gilbert and the other two had been defeated using this method. Of course, Collins had been made a fool of by Leyland, and would probably not be able to emerge for a long time. The largest danger had been obstructed by Wade, and Leyland finally had some time to do what he wanted. Saving the two dukes also fit with Leyland's plans for benefits. After all, he was not strong enough to go head-to-head against Jupiter's lightning. He needed a few other people to relieve the pressure, and Gilbert and Emma were very good candidates for this. Furthermore, Gilbert was Leyland's mentor, not someone he could abandon so easily. After considering for some time and finding the best way out for himself, Leyland still chose to come forward and save them. But this world is so huge. Where am I to find them? Leyland watched the lava lake that stretched as far as he could see, as well as the burning clouds in the sky, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Beep. Testing surroundings. At this moment, the AI chip immediately projected the analysis of the surroundings before Leyland. Leyland's soul force was sent out to explore, and he immediately sensed the difference from what he was used to. In the lava world, his spiritual force seemed sluggish, a result of the laws of this world not being harmonious with his own. As expected, with a switch in worlds, the dimensions, energy levels, and even the interactions between particles are starkly different. The changes in laws are definitely a huge obstruction to magi who travel between worlds. A thread of understanding flashed in Leyland's eyes. This was the precious experience that many ancient magi had gathered through their blood and sweat. Thankfully, I've already condensed my point mass. Soul force is still useful in most worlds, and only needs some slight alterations. If it was still spiritual force, I'm afraid, relief rose in Leyland's heart. Soul force was a high-grade power, and could be used in many worlds. Its practicality trumped that of spiritual force. Leyland estimated that if he still used spiritual force here, he would probably have to deal with the awkwardness of not fitting in. He might even need to cultivate it from the beginning and turn his spiritual force into the spiritual strength unique to this world. Though there would be no bottleneck, it would definitely require a lot of effort. Now, with the use of soul force, this issue was mostly solved. It's no wonder that ancient magi placed Morningstar as the minimum rank to attack other worlds. So there's this factor. Leyland touched his chin. Beep. Data on surroundings completely gathered. Generating elemental map. Analyzing world's laws. Beginning fine-tuning of host body's soul undulations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 544, Assistance. Assistance. Over 5 years of progress and the addition of a large amount of information on the soul from Leyland's end that he'd acquired through trade and missions, the AI chip's analysis on the soul had reached a whole new level. Though it still could not completely enumerate soul force, it was not far from this goal, and could perform many unbelievable deductions and integrations. Things like altering the soul undulations being emitted by him were only one part of it. The concentration of fire elemental particles is the highest here. If I modify the spell models of the Magus world, I might achieve an even more astounding bonus to my power. Leyland touched his chin and watched the elemental map, his eyes glowing. Meanwhile, his aura had already begun to change. A dim layer of light flickered into existence and quickly covered his body. The entire space seemed to distort for a while, but at the same time, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Leyland suddenly sighed deeply, and his body seemed to incorporate itself seamlessly into the surroundings. I've finally rid myself of that feeling of being spied on. World will, he sighed, tone showing his relief. Luckily, the protector of this world is similar to the consciousness of Gaia, and not some living being. If not, I wouldn't have been able to dupe them so easily. After traveling to another world, there was an issue of how to deal with the ill intent from the world. The undulations of Morningstar Magi were as obvious as a lit torch in the darkness. It would definitely attract the attention of the world, and things would be even more troublesome in a world that was not their own. If he completely infuriated the world will, it was like inviting a god of death to his side. It would bring about unceasing bad luck. Even Morningstar Magi would be played to death, forget anyone else. Leyland's aura changed, and he was now just like the occupants of this world, not standing out in the least. This way, I have completely descended into this world. I wonder where Mentor Gilbert and the others are. Leyland furrowed his eyebrows, and a tremendous and terrifying soul force was sent out to scan the surrounding areas. Though soul force had no form and was intangible, the instant a Morningstar power exploded, the entire space would seem to halt, and even the lava would stop roaring. The world was a fiery red. With the spread of his soul force, he could see much more of the lava river network. This place seemed like it was near a crater, with practically no signs of life. The reason why he said there was practically none was because Leyland had found a plant. This was a plant similar to a black metal tree. The roots were fixed firmly in the ground, almost entering the lava, and the whole trunk had a black luster. Even the high temperature of the lava did not cause this tree to wither at all. At least there's some signs of life, or else I'd have assumed only elemental beings could survive in this world. Leyland nodded, but his expression suddenly changed as he glanced in a direction. There, he had keenly felt the undulations of some being, and it was a large one at that. The Aboriginals? Leyland chuckled. His body merged into the air, and began to move in the direction that the energy had come from. Not long after, he reached his destination and watched a large battle. At one side of the battlefield was a group of beings, each 2 to 3 meters tall and looking similar to humans. Even when boiling hot lava made contact with their glistening black skin, it did not result in a large reaction, which meant their resistance to heat was very high. They also had a single little horn on their heads. There were about 10 or so one-horned beings, holding black lances and other weapons as they surrounded and attacked a giant monster. This monster was completely red. There was a thick layer of rocks on its body that looked like a shell, lines of lava flowing down like little streams. It was 10 or so meters tall, looking like a large worm with its lower body submerged in lava. It seemed to be a being that lived only within the lava. Pack, with a ferocious sweep, several of the one-horned beings were flung away, and the creature spat out a golden liquid from its mouth. The liquid was of an unbelievably high temperature, and the moment the liquid landed on the ground, it began to burn fiercely. Even the one-horned beings were in trouble, and those that had the golden liquid splashed on them immediately showed signs of burns appearing on their bodies. KKNGSG_FCAM, the few leaders of the one-horned race immediately began to yell using a very strange method. They did not seem to employ vocal cords, instead making sounds directly from the lower abdomen. It was similar to the ventriloquists from his previous world. As expected, I can't understand it at all. Leyland was speechless, but luckily, issues like this were not a huge problem. Secretly following them for a period of time and having the AI chip analyze their language would work, but Leyland had an even better method. Whoosh, a thread of dim soul force quickly disappeared into the head of a one-horned being who was heavily injured. Ugh, that one-horned being began to struggle vigorously, and yet could only whimper uselessly. His fellow clansmen thought he was crying out in pain, and hence this did not arouse their interest. Meanwhile, images flashed in front of Leyland's eyes like in a movie. Soon enough, this being's entire life was presented before Leyland, from his birth, including his growth, to his death. Everything was clearly recorded by the AI chip. Beep. Identified unnamed language. Saving in database. Beep. Generated map of vicinity, as well as basic information on Lava World and the races. From the great amount of memories, the AI chip had found much useful information and began to organize them systematically, sorting them into the corresponding fields of knowledge. Good. Set the name of this unnamed language as a lava language and transmit it to my memories. Leyland immediately used this function. In less than a second, Leyland had learnt the language of this world. Though they had different bodies, that was a problem easily solved by magic and some illusions. Only at this point did the meaning of the yells of those one-horned beings emerge in Leyland's mind accurately. Wukma, leave. A being with a body larger than the rest of the one-horned clansmen stood in front of the lava worm, pushing a one-horned being with a smaller stature away. Chick chick, the giant lava worm roared, opening its mouth and swallowing this one-horned being. The one-horned being called Wukma was stunned as she sat on the ground, eyes losing their focus. Damn it, Wukla's finished. The ceremony is a failure. How were we so unlucky as to encounter a lava worm? The other one-horned beings' faces were filled with remorse, and one of them began to curse. It must have something to do with Klin Clan. When the time comes, I'll definitely kill them. Hearing this, bitter laughs sounded from the other one-horned beings. In this situation, being able to survive was already a luxury. What was the point of saying things like that? The terrifying spit of the lava worm had already reached Wukma, and it was much too late for rescue attempts. A few of these clansmen closed their eyes, unable to watch. Wukma had only just grown to adulthood, and was usually a passionate, bright child. To think she would die here. A few other young clansmen were already roaring while they pounced forward. Roar, the expected pain did not come, and Wukma opened her eyes curiously, finding a strange being in front of her. This being looked very strange. He had no horns, no black skin, and physically looked small. He looked about the size of a 3 or 4-year-old in the clan. However, it was this small figure that had easily blocked the attack of the lava worm, and from the opponent's howls, there was a trace of fear? Yes, Wukma was sure of it. The powerful lava worm was actually afraid of this little thing. Are you all right? The weird being in front of her spoke, using the language of her tribe. Wukma naturally understood. I'm fine. Are you of the ant tribe? Though you don't have their feelers, your skin color and physique match. Wukma seemed to have forgotten the danger in front of her and began to strike up a conversation with Leyland. Leyland was speechless at the actions of this tribe, and instead exerted strength in his arms. Kacha. Kacha. A giant red hand that was 10 or so meters long fished the lava worm up easily. Its 5 fingers exerted a force one by one, causing the lava worm to roar in pain. Layer after layer of rock fragments peeled off and fell from its body, and by the time the magma armor had disappeared, its physique had obviously become much smaller. Even its aura had strangely weakened. Interesting. Leyland watched the magma shell dropping off. The golden liquid from before was transported through a series of complicated pathways through which its effects were amplified, turning from ordinary lava to the powerful golden lava. An amplification spell formation? But I don't see any resemblance to one. Leyland's eyes shone with interest, the large hand exerting more force. More layers fell from the lava worm's body. Yet another layer of magma fell, and the lava worm was now only 2 or 3 meters long. Its aura suddenly weakened till it could not match up to the most ordinary one-horned clansman. AI chip, remember these patterns. Leyland secretly commanded. There were many paths and research methods in these other worlds, and also ample experimental materials. All of these were things that Magi would go berserk over, and also one of the main reasons they were willing to risk death to explore other worlds. Boom, the last of the magma slid off, and the lava worm that had seemed enormous had turned into a fat, meaty worm that was just over a meter long. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 545, Unicorn Race. Unicorn Race. Thank you for saving Wukma, revered powerful one. Rather than the young female, two other one-horned beings came forward with their right arm on their chest, doing a strange action. May I know the powerful one's name? Leyland noticed an investigative glint that had been concealed well in their eyes. There were even traces of suspicion, but he had already come up with a plan. I am Lay, of the Winged People. I am currently traveling to learn more about different cultures, so there is no need to thank me. The Great Will of Lava was the one who orchestrated all this. With the memories of that one-horned tribal, Leyland's speech was just like that of the lava world's aboriginals, and his disguise was seamless. The so-called Winged People were a shield Leyland had found for himself. Through the other party's memories, he had found that all the different races of Lava World looked totally different from regular Wooks, and only the Winged People tribe were somewhat similar. As for the wings? With his skills in magic as a morning star, creating two wings was too simple. So you are a friend of the Winged tribe. Welcome to the Blazing Thornland. The Winged People were a peace-loving minority in the Lava World. They were usually scattered throughout the land, and did not cause any trouble with any large organizations. Hence, these two one-horned beings, even if they didn't let their guards down completely, lost a lot of their suspicion. They invited Leyland enthusiastically to a city nearby to rest. Leyland, who had other intentions, naturally rejected them for a while, before going with the situation and agreeing. Overjoyed, the two clansmen immediately used whatever they had at hand and conducted a banquet in Leyland's honor. What surprised Leyland the most was that their meal today was the lava worm. It had to be said that when one repressed the disgust at placing the lava worm's meat in their mouth, the expected terrible taste did not appear. The meat was actually similar to chicken, and also had a fragrant and sweet juice. It was a rare delicacy. This was especially true in the lava world. Food that had high water content was actually one of the rarest ingredients. Lord Lay, thank you so much. Also, Wukma thanked Leyland with a tone full of admiration, passing over a large portion of the meat of the worm. What is it? Leyland answered, finding the situation funny. May I see your wings? I've heard that the wings of the Winged People are the most beautiful things in the world. Wukma's eyes were full of admiration, but that only had Leyland feeling like laughing and crying at the same time. The most beautiful? I'm afraid us Winged People can't take that title, but I can fulfill your request. Leyland nodded, not caring if this was just the pure fantasies of a little girl, or if someone was trying to sound him out. After he stood up, the clothes on his back tore open, revealing a pair of large, snow-white wings. When spread out, they were a good 4 or 5 meters long, and the wings that looked like that of an angel wrapped Leyland within. At the edges of these fine, pure white feathers, there were traces of a golden luster. With this appearance, I could even pretend to be an angel in my previous world, Leyland thought with a laugh. At the same time, he saw that behind Wukma, who looked full of admiration, the other two one-horned clansmen were surprised. Based on their previous conversation, Leyland knew that one was called Wookiee, and the other was Wookboar. They were part of the largest one-horned clan nearby, the Wook clan. In the lava world, matured one-horned clansmen had to hunt for food by themselves, a rite of passage. However, they had been unlucky, or rather been plotted against. That was why they had encountered a lava worm, and an enraged one at that. If not for Leyland acting, these people might all have died here. Mr. Lay, I heard that you're a traveler. Can you tell me stories about other places? Wukma's hands were under her chin as she laid on her stomach in front of Leyland like a curious baby. Combined with her almost 3-meter-tall stature and horn, she gave off an appearance that would scare any regular child into crying in his previous world. The contrast was stark. Please wait for a while. I still want to discuss something with your uncles. Leyland smiled. All the information he had obtained had come from the unlucky guy who had died. If he was asked about some other matters, that might expose his identity, and he had hence quickly changed the subject. All right. Wukma, go to bed. We still have things to discuss with Mr. Lay. Wookiee stood up. He sent the pouting Wukma away and chuckled, finding this embarrassing. My apologies, Mr. Lay, she's only a child. Indeed, I don't blame her. Leyland shook her head. The glint from his eyes made the two clansmen afraid to look him in the eye. But why did you try to probe me? Nothing gets past Mr. Wookie and Wookbor exchanged a glance and began laughing wryly. The blazing bonfire gradually died out, and only the red lava river in the distance slowly emitted dark red rays. The flickering flames covered the faces of these beings, giving a feeling of light and darkness being unable to be determined. Leyland, who was listening to these two speak, also had a grim expression as he nodded or shook his head from time to time, looking to be deep in thought. The next day, Wookie and Wookbor announced that Leyland would temporarily join and return with them. This immediately resulted in many cheers, with Wookma's the loudest. Seeing Wookie and Wookbor's confident expressions, Leyland had the urge to laugh. Last night, they had told him about some conflict between organizations and some persecution they were facing. Though Leyland had not understood much, nor could he be bothered to, his expression looked like he understood completely. His outward hatred immediately netted a favorable opinion from these two. From the looks of it, they seemed to think of him as a reliable power. Or rather, as a savior of sorts? Leyland found this hilarious, but had to endure it. Mr. Ley, what are you thinking about? Wookma immediately began to cling to him, and Leyland pressed against his forehead with nothing to say. Leyland could work independently and find where the large creatures gathered, searching the strongest one's soul and therefore obtaining more information in a convenient manner. However, this would cause a huge ruckus and arouse needless suspicion, as well as the attention from the world's will. The cons outweighed the pros. Even without attention from the world's will, the lava world was a world and definitely had someone with a battle might of at least the Morning Star realm. The moment he besieged and enraged large powers, even Leyland could not be certain he would be able to escape safely. His motive was to save the two Kamoyan dukes, which was why he had to maintain a low profile until he found them. Though this method of blending in was slightly troublesome, the advantage was the safety, and there weren't any loopholes. What allowed Leyland to feel at ease was that time flowed different in other worlds and in the Magus world. 1 year might have passed in the Magus world while only a month or even a few days had passed here, which was why he still had plenty of time. Since Jupiter's lightning set up a trap here, they must have found this world's coordinates long ago and occupied an area here. Leyland's thoughts began to gain clarity. Perhaps even that radiant moon Magus has quite a few clones here in charge. They might have set up some traps and are waiting for me to get caught, which is why I can't make mistakes. After following the group for a few days, a silhouette of a black city could be seen in the distance. That was a giant city of rock. Whether it was the houses or city walls, they were all made of giant black boulders. Though the city wall was low, the men of another race who were standing tall above it were robust and valiant. We're home. Many single-horned clansmen immediately cheered, but at the thought of their siblings who had died, they could not help but begin to lower their heads and weep. This is a place where intelligent beings gather, but my soul force has yet to make any discoveries of them. His concealed soul force swept through the place, but Leyland's expression did not change despite his sighing inside. In a palace constructed of large black rocks, Leyland saw the leader of the one-horned race's Wook clan. These leaders were usually called the Intellectual One. Revered Intellectual One, please accept the blessings of a guest from far away. Following custom, Leyland placed a few portions of lava worm meat in front of a wrinkled one-horned being as a gift. At this moment, only the two of them were in the large palace. Wookie and the rest had long since hurried back. Lava worm? These beings usually like to stay in lava and seldom come out. After being aggravated, they will explode with terrifying lava attacks. It's all thanks to you that Wookma and the rest could return safely. The elderly Intellectual One nodded, grabbing at the lava worm and beginning to eat without reservations. Juice splashed everywhere and fell from the corner of its mouth, droplets landing on the straw mat. This was a tradition of the one-horned race. Enjoying the gift in front of the guest was a sign of respect. Leyland appeared to be sitting at a side respectfully, though in actuality, his soul force had already covered the surroundings. This intellectual being has pretty good abilities, at the strength of a rank 1 or 2 Magus. It's a pity that it's still too weak. The old one-horned clansman obviously did not notice Leyland's gaze that held pity, and when it was done with the meal, it touched its lips. Well then, is there anything I can help you with? Just say the word. Of course. I have a difficult problem that I need your help with. Leyland smiled slowly while softly stating his request. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 546, Rank. Rank. It was the early morning and the air was refreshing, a situation that seldom occurred. Even the lava rivers weren't boiling hot right now. The large black city gates opened slowly, and a small caravan made its way through. Within the caravan were many black one-horned clansmen. Their mode of transport was a giant creature that looked like a snail. Their shells towered high, a few openings in them made expressly for the easy retrieval of items. There were no goods in the huge shell of the largest mount, and only a space that was specially cleared for Leyland to sit in, with his legs crossed. Though this snail's movements weren't especially quick, it was advantageous in that there were practically no jolts from the travel. Even the temperature of this place was different from that of the surroundings, and it left Leyland feeling very satisfied. At the thought of the unwillingness to part on Uma's face, as well as Wookiee and Wookbo's stunned expressions, Leyland had the urge to laugh. He had no plans on interfering with matters relating to other races. That intellectual one had also known from the aura undulations that Leyland had intentionally emanated that he was not to be provoked, and did not want to keep a time bomb like Leyland around. Hence, everything clicked together. The one-horned race immediately agreed to bring Leyland along on their next travel. With the traveling merchants as the guide, they brought Leyland to a bigger city. In all honesty, compared to the city where many different races lived together in harmony, the black city that the one-horned race had built was like a town in the countryside. Woking City. The largest city in the blazing Thornland. I hope it won't let me down. Leyland's eyes flashed with a glint that nobody could see through, while his hands began to move quickly. Large amounts of Magus materials were fished out of his spatial ring and arranged to form a small-scale spell formation. The whole process was covert, and not the slightest sound was made. It was not just the one-horned beings outside. Even the snail that Leyland was sitting on did not feel it. Buzz, an extremely slight undulation that only Morningstar-ranked Kamoyan warlocks could detect, was transmitted into the distance. Go! 2 dull spiritual flames appeared on Leyland's hands, quickly disappearing into the spell formation. Following that, Leyland closed his eyes, a thread of soul force linking with the spell formation. His mind seemed to pass through the snail shell and arrive outside, spreading further. A long while later, Leyland opened his eyes and shook his head. It still isn't working. This is the limit of what I can do. I'm afraid the 2 dukes aren't in this region, Leyland sighed, his expression complicated. A world was much too large. It could be said that the lava world far surpassed the central continent in terms of surface area. To find 2 people in such a large area, a needle in a haystack couldn't even begin to describe it. Though Gilbert and the rest were Morningstar warlocks and would definitely make a name for themselves wherever they were, one had to remember that Jupiter's lightning definitely had an organization here. It was possible that before he could even find Gilbert, the Radiant Moon Magi would be at his doorstep wanting his life. But Morningstar strength is rare even in other worlds. If I was a Magus from Jupiter's lightning, I would probably scheme to seize control of large-scale organizations and find a way to lure other members to come over as well. Leyland began to envisage the plans that Gilbert and the others would make after coming here suddenly, and immediately had several trains of thought. I'm afraid I'll have to go to other large cities. Intelligence groups there must have the information I want. Leyland's eyes shone, and he pointed at the spell formation in midair. A layer of crimson flames immediately started to rage, swallowing the spell formation and the 2 soulfires within. In the crimson flames, the spell formation that had originally been large and oversized shrunk down into little droplets that rolled around and disappeared into a soul crystal. When the crimson flames had died out, all that was left was a red crystal the size of a fist. At the heart of the crystal were 2 fine silver-white flames that intertwined, forming the strange shape of the Ouroboros. All right. The sensing technique has been set. I won't need to go through the troublesome task of setting up a spell formation every single time in the future. Leyland looked relaxed as he kept the crystal properly. Immediately after, he felt the whole group come to a halt. What's going on? Furrowing his brows, Leyland opened the shell of the snail and went outside. Mr. Ley, there's a battle going on outside. The undulations have already reached the Earth grade, hence I've ordered the group to stop. A giant one-horned clansman came before Leyland, looking very respectful. Initially, he had qualms regarding Intellectual One's plans, but after Leyland had shown some tricks, the other party was immediately taken in. His gaze towards Leyland was full of deference. Oh? I didn't notice that just now. Leyland nodded, spreading a pair of large white wings from his back. A powerful strength flowed through them, allowing his body to fly into the air. This expansive view immediately allowed him to view the scene far away. Energy undulations were spread recklessly, and 2 figures moved to and fro in the lava, filling the whole sky with magma droplets. Indeed, energy at the Earth grade, Leyland nodded. This world naturally did not have the same classification system as the Magus world, but several beings with extraordinary strength still existed here, though the differences in ranking were not as distinct. From what Leyland knew, individuals who had exemplary abilities only had a few divisions. Exemplary, Earth, Sky, Star. Based on Leyland's understanding, exemplary referred to knights and acolytes, and they were beings which possessed the slightest bit of extraordinary strength. They were the lowest stratum. Earth referred to the equivalents of official magi, or perhaps those who could reach rank 2. Similarly, sky were the strong ones, as strong as rank 3. And those of star rank were beings who existed in legends and myths, and were on par with the Magus world's morning star magi. The classification of stars allowed Leyland to guess that Lava World definitely had been influenced by the Magus world. Or, at least, there had been a few morning star magi that had paid attention to this world. If not, the classification of stars would not be so similar. As for strength, the one-horned race that Leyland had seen up to this point depended completely on their body. Only the intellectual one he saw that day seemed to have awakened some magical ability, which was rather decent. The two beings of another race that were fighting in front of Leyland paled in comparison to the intellectual one from before, whether in terms of the intensity of their energy or undulations. However, after observing for a long while, Leyland made a discovery, a summoning ability? And it's the power of a totem? These two were obviously not of the one-horned race. One of them was extremely obese, to the point that their waist couldn't even be seen. A long nose hung from its face, making it look like an upright elephant, except that its skin was bright yellow. The other was green, and from the big-headed race. It had an exceptionally small body and very nimble arms, with many runes and spell patterns rolling from its fingertips and being carved into the ground. Ignite! With its voice, the image on the ground suddenly brightened, a layer of soil solidifying to form a berserk bear-like creature. A pentagonal spell formation appeared on the elephant clansman, and in the next moment, the space seemed to shatter. A large double-headed cheetah descended from another space. The two creatures looked each other face to face, and then began to tear at one another viciously, powerful energy undulations sweeping through the region. There's a shadow of the Magus world here. It seems that the ancient Magus world once took over many worlds and made use of the strengths of this place, giving rise to many strength-based systems. Looks like the rumors were real. Leyland watched on with interest, occasionally finding traces of some system similar to that in the Magus world from their usage of energy. However, his attitude of watching leisurely had clearly offended the two of them. You damned bird person. What are you looking at? The elephant man roared, and it summoned a large goshawk, its sharp feathers and claws like steel as they emanated glints that inspired terror. The goshawk caught out and pounced towards Leyland, its large talons seemingly able to tear through anything. The other opponent seemed to have slowed his movements, standing aside and waiting to watch a good show. Really, Leyland couldn't help but shake his head, watching the goshawk that was throwing itself at him speechlessly. Never did he expect that watching such a spectacle could cause trouble. Summoning methods can technically be divided into elemental summoning, spatial summoning, bloodline summoning, all the way to the greatest, which is world summoning. The summoning methods here are probably those of the lowest level, spatial summoning. They can only instantly summon contracted beings of this world before the summoner. Leyland touched his chin, watching the goshawk that was pouncing over, and suddenly laughed. For some reason, after seeing that smile, the elephant man on the ground felt a chill, as if he had done something very wrong. Soul force invaded the insides of the goshawk's mind. Leyland immediately found a spell formation that symbolized a contract. It was twinkling, and as if it had discovered the invasion of another being, it began to retaliate. However, soul force was far too powerful. With just a sweep, the elephant man's low-grade spiritual force was utterly defeated, and the spiritual branding had also been erased. The large goshawk felt giddy and suddenly found the white-winged person in front of it favorable, circling around Leyland. Impossible! The intense spiritual attack, as well as the erasing of his mark, immediately caused the elephant man to be seriously injured. He involuntarily cried out and spat a mouthful of fresh blood, crumbling down on the spot. The other opponent seemed to be scared out of its wits and stayed rooted to the spot. How could this summoning partner of his be defeated in such a straightforward manner? The green-skinned clansman felt like his thoughts came crashing down. He was beginning to pity his opponent. Just a casual act had provoked such a terrifying existence. They had to be at least of the sky rank. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.